Welcome to the Hawks Nest stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, back at you here after a week away. Hopefully coming at you guys strong. We've got the end of wave 3 for agency. We have the Seattle Seahawks missing out on a couple of prospects on that side of it, or a couple of offensive linemen, which we're going to talk about as kind of a centerpiece on this show a little bit about their approach again here into this offensive line situation and what they are looking to do here and maybe what they're not looking to do as far as what they're avoiding. We've got a little bit of also a new cornerback added into the room here to round out some of the depth. We're going to take a little bit of a short peek at him. But off the top today, I want to discuss a little bit about DK Metcalf interview on the Get Got podcast with Michael Robinson and Marshawn Lynch. They do a really great job since they started up that channel here recently. I'd highly recommend going over there and getting subbed up to them. I'll try to actually get a link here. I forgot, I think, to set up here for the show. We'll get a link put in directly to their channel as they had a really, really good interview, I thought, with DK Metcalf and dropped a couple of items from last year here that I think are somewhat kind of interesting that I just want to, before we get over and talk to the offensive line, which will be, I'm sure, a big part of our discussion today, I want to talk a little bit about this because I know that this will be at a center point from people's thinking on hearing some of this from DK. I think it gives us a little bit of clarity on the situation as we can get a better feel, even if we'd had some suspicions about what sort of drove that situation to be as it was and why, there was a bit of that rift that did exist there. And so if I can, I want to start out today just playing two quick clips off of that show. Because, again, I know this will be a point of discussion today and that people want to talk about a bit, and rightfully so, as it included a couple of very interesting nuggets. So let me play these really quickly, and then we will talk here in a sec about the offensive line, because, again, I know that is going to be at the front here for many people's mind on how things are rolling. But here's DK talking a little bit about something him and Tyler Lockett used to do last year. And I want to play these clips because I think it does give us a better perspective on Grubb. And this is actually going to lean back over to the offensive line talk. This is all kind of a little bit interconnected in this discussion. And that's why I wanted to also play this. But DK talked about him and Lockett would always, throughout the years, work separately together on kind of working on the cornerbacks they're going against and finding the things that, would work against those cornerbacks, the routes that work against those cornerbacks, the routes that don't work against those cornerbacks. And they would put, kind of a like spreadsheet, here to give to the quarterback, give the offensive coordinator to kind of take into their process during the week as far as deciding what plays they're going to call or not. And maybe try to call some plays in there that are going to lean into not only what you can go after the weaknesses of that cornerback, but what the receivers are seeing on tape actually shows them to be able to, get open off of based on some of the coverages. So here's DK Metcalf talking a little bit about that.
They got this DB I've been going against since he was we came in together. Mm-hmm. He plays played with the Giants, so I went against him twice already. And then he was with the 49ers. So I'm like, okay, on third down, you have to run past him early because they're just going to sit at the sticks. On 3rd and 4, we call all hitches. Like, that's not running past him. Like, you have to scare people.
On that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's waiting on it. So when he sat and knocked the ball down, I come to the sideline like, let me just get the headset. Maybe he don't need to hear it from you, or he may have missed the text. So I said, Grubb, can we please run by these guys? Like, they are sitting at the sticks on 3rd down. Like, in order to open up the underneath stuff, they got to be threading deep first. Mm-hmm. And that was the last week me and Locke did that.
So that was last week Locke and him did that. This speaks to a bit of we've sensed this frustration was here, but why I want to also bring this up is to be a little bit of why we want to make sure that we don't always jump to conclusions in the moment of when we see something on TV that we don't have any understanding about what we're hearing about in the background of. And there's a lot of people on my channel at that time that were going, see, here's the example of DK being a diva. Here's him, losing his mind for no good reason, not control of his emotions. But at the same point in time, we're getting a very good feel here from the fact that Grubb seemed to be a guy that, it grows now more with time, especially after this interview, where it not only seems like it was one of the worst, if not worst, offensive coordinator hire interviews we've ever made, but it's almost like the guy did open damage to the team by his presence on top of being a poor play caller and just not particularly good at his job at the NFL level of things, at the very least of things. And I don't know why you would shut out not listening to your receivers and doing this and kind of building that in the game plan of it. I'm sure some of it has to do Grubb saying, look, we can't block long enough. That particular game against the Niners, Bosa had like 15 pressures alone. I think Stone Forsythe was out there, you just didn't have the ability to get it done on that side of it. So I get where Grubb might have been coming from on the pushback of it, but it all then led to the cornerback being able to jump the route, which, at that point, whatever's whatever, on that side of it. So, yeah, I just don't quite understand. I don't know why Grubb shut them out in that way. And this is both Lockett and Metcalf on the spot. But that moment of when we have them coming back there and then him saying, can you please throw it past the sticks? That's not him being a diva at that moment. That's speaking to, again, Grubb's inefficiency as a play caller and the fact that, he's basically walking into the Niners trap from a secondary standpoint of things. And so, again, not diva aspect of it. Grubb really does not come off looking well in this interview at all. Does not seem like a good communicator. Does not seem like he has a really great plan. Is just sort of just doing his thing up there, and you're going to do what he wants, and that's how it is. And yeah, kind of disappointing to see from that standpoint of it. Second other clip here, just really quickly.
Locke was coming to me and like, yeah, bro, I don't think I'm going to be here next year with the way that they doing me. I'm like, that's my brother. Like, Locke was coming to me and like, yeah, bro, I don't think I'm going to be here next year with the way that they doing me. I'm like, that's my brother. Like, Locke just came off a ban last year. Like, Locke had if not 1,000, it was damn close to it.
Bro, you can almost count 1,000 every single time he out there every season. If he's playing, he gonna get 1,000 yards, bro.
And it's like, I had to sit and watch my brother be told, you're not good enough no more. And that was basically the hard part for me because I see this man cooking.
So, yeah, hold on 1 second here. Sorry, 1 sec. All right. Sorry, a little thing there at the door thing. So, yeah, Lockett definitely was not treated greatly last year. It seems like by Grubb or how they had them out the door. Or was there some validity behind the coaching staff in regards to Lockett had some diminishing skills? And I think we've heard about John talking about the management of Lockett and how they had to kind of, it very much seems like from a physicality standpoint, there was a lot of kind of massaging around him on this from where he was at. That Lockett wasn't back at where he once was as far as the player. And while he had his moments of effectiveness last year, I don't think that this is anywhere near the same Lockett we had even from a couple of years ago. And I don't know if there was as much room to really be utilizing him. I think also with DK, I understand him having that loyalty. You like him to have that loyalty. But this is also where a player can maybe get it a bit misapplied. The team's got to make decisions. They can't have just guys on the roster forever. There's this thinking that you got to have the loyalty to the player. I've heard Sherman talk about this, of in Seattle it's somehow an issue. They try to talk about it on this podcast of it somehow being, well, these guys just don't ever get to play there throughout their whole, like, this is the nature of the business. And this is the place where I think players sometimes get sort of childish on this, where they play sort of like there's this blind spot that they can't realize is there, that these teams have to deal with. The salary cap is finite. Players' skills do diminish. Guys get older really fast in this league. If you're going to be sentimental to your players and your approach of things, you're not going to win too many games. And these players sometimes don't seem to want to broach that gap that seems to exist in their idea of it. It just becomes disloyalty, or you're just being cold-blooded to this guy, or you're just treating this guy wrongly. And I think that that's where they get this sometimes wrong. I certainly think Grubb sounds like he was awful in every respect on communication, on taking in input, on utilizing these players in the proper way. We can go down the line on this one, as it was just horrible. But also with this, I hear these players sometimes talk about this like this, and I get where they're coming from in certain respects, but in other respects, like, the lay of the land is what it is as far as the salary cap goes and how you have to operate around that. It doesn't allow you to just get creative and embark on loyalty and still be a winner. It sometimes has to be a choice between one of the two. And in Lockett's case, I think that was very much present in this last couple of years. I just don't think he was kind of in the same player. Still a very good player, and I'm not trying to throw shade at Lockett in any respect on this, but I think this is where sometimes you end up with a guy like a DK walking, thinking, well, that's how they're going to do me, or maybe there's a lack of loyalty on this one. To me, that's not really what is existing in this part of it. But I don't understand why a guy like Grubb coming in as this OC in the first time would come in this way and not be as, kind of open to the guys that have been here for 6 or 7 years. He talks about it like it was, you get this feeling like you're on an outsider kind of thing with these new people coming in. I don't understand there wouldn't be more of an embracing a little bit on that side of it. But, these OCs and whatnot have their own way with things. And so that's just how he kind of wanted to operate. So it didn't work for him. This is why this got you fired. And unfortunately, and it seems like not only does it get you fired, but it also pushes guys like DK out the door and whatnot, and maybe even a Geno Smith on just where everything ended out at. It does sound like, too, by the interview, that Geno and DK were really, really close early on. I didn't get anything for sure with this with DK, but I got a bit of a sense that maybe by the end it wasn't, quite as tight in there. But this does make a little bit more sense as to where things go on this. DK's looking at the Tyler situation and thinking, hey, is that going to be me in 2 years? Is the team going to look to try to pivot off that? And and look, maybe so, but that's all NFL teams. That ain't just Seattle. That ain't just New England. That's pretty much all NFL teams are going to operate by a bit of that model because you have to, or you're not going to win a lot of football games. Keeping it moving here, the Seattle Seahawks got themselves a new cornerback, which I know I'm going to be asked a good amount about here, or a Shamar with a hyphen name here, this kid out of New Orleans last year. He is not a lot of tape to go off of with him, only about 143 total snaps last year, 82 snaps in coverage. He's not played very much prior coming into this year. He had about 50 total snaps in 3 years in the NFL. So when you're looking at him, the numbers aren't highly rated, but this is absolutely sample size kind of data. So I don't know if you can take a lot, from that and pull a lot from that. He did have a really cool interception last year that a lot of people, of course, have watched and checked out, where you've got Bryce tries to throw this all over the top. Xavier Legette makes the catch, and then our guy rips it out of his hands. Kind of a cool interception there where stay competitive all the way throughout the course of the catch. You don't have to look back for the ball if you can just tear the ball out of the guy's hands. It's pretty much the way that one works. A very cool interception. His one pick last year. Didn't play a lot of football. Just a guy you're adding into the camp bodies, kind of serving sort of that like Artie Burns kind of role where you're just looking to round out the depth, losing Trey Brown and having things get a little bit thinned out a little bit to make sure you can set yourself stage-wise for the NFL draft to not be one where you have to go out there and run and stretch for cornerbacks, because it would seem that we might be having to stretch for a wholly new, different type of positions. And that brings us on to the major point of today's show. Offensive line. And this is the hotly contested, hotly debated topic right now in the Seahawks fandom. And it's ever, we always have a topic in Seahawks fandom, no matter what. There's always some given topic. Maybe it's a player, maybe it's a coach, maybe it's the team. There's always a topic that just has a lot of anger, rage, a differential of opinion. It just goes back and forth. And this one has been no different on this one. The Seattle Seahawks, it was announced yesterday, lost out on Teven Jenkins. He went to the Cleveland Browns, that cash-rich organization. And it's got a lot of people kind of at their wits' end in a lot of respects in the Seahawks fandom, as the Seattle Seahawks have gone through this free agency and seen the likes of the Joe Thuneys, the Ryan Kellys, the Drew Dahlmans, Mekhi Becton, who probably wouldn't have been as much of a scheme fit, but a guy that many people were looking at as being a guy you could add, Will Freeze. Just a lot of guys that you kind of missed out on that would have been in that sort of collection of really solid offensive linemen in this free agent period. And now you've missed out on that. Now it looks like you're going to go back down the same strategy you've gone for 10 years. So what I want to do here is really kind of get into the depths of this, if I can, a bit on this, okay? And for the people that think I'm going to be on negative on this on the side of it, I'm actually kind of not. I'm gonna kind of get into that place where we get into nuance as much as we can in football, and that's the place I'm going to land today in this offensive line discussion, okay? And that's why this is going to take me a little bit of time to try to unpack all of this a little bit and to try to make some sense of it. The thing that I first want to just kind of address is that there are those out there, and honestly, I kind of see it in some of the Seahawks content creators out there right now talking about this a little bit. And it's a place that I tend to find myself being a little bit sensitive on this in regards to this discussion. And that is that they're sort of sitting there just in shock that Hawk fans are disgruntled by the lack of offensive line activity in free agency. And I don't quite get where their confusion comes into on this one, It's like they go, well, what do you expect him to do? This guy had that thing then, and this guy with the medical there, and that guy with the 5th year on that, and then this thing with that there, and then this. I mean, what were they to do? What was John to do? What was he to do? He was stuck, right? I mean, he just had to do what he had to do. And there's this run to sort of excuse away there's like a sprint to try to excuse away on every one of these signings you miss out on as to why it's okay, why there's no reason the Seahawks should have been in it, why it wasn't the right signing, and again, I'm coming this from the standpoint of not being the guy at the end of this that's going to be we should have pushed to sign these guys. that there was a huge mistake that you didn't sign these guys. I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to speak to is some of the people, and even some of my people I see online speaking to this and talking to these folks, be it on Twitter and whatnot online, and trying to, kind of explain their frustration and why it's where it's at. And there's this whole, well, I don't just completely get where you're even coming from. What are you talking? And that's where I don't get it either. Like, you guys are acting, those folks out there that are trying to paint this into kind of the positive corner of it for why they didn't get an offensive line or why they never go out there and do it, is that it's a 1-year thing. But this hasn't been a 1-year thing. That's why the frustration for those who are out there kind of confused by the frustration of the fandom. Why don't they understand we didn't sign Freeze and Dahlman? Right? I don't get why. Let me explain it to you. Let me walk you through it. It's been 10 years. You've asked a fan base for 10 years to face an issue year after year after year after year after year. And now we're to the 10th year of that 10-year period. And now you're looking like you're going to do it into year 11. The same approach. So while I'm not with those people on saying that this is a catastrophe and that it's the worst thing ever, we didn't sign these offensive linemen, and oh my God, how could we miss out? I'm not in that place of things. But I'll tell you, I know where they're coming from. I don't share this like-minded approach somehow of like, John's walking on water, baby. And like, he just, couldn't do this, couldn't do that. Nobody would be doing that. You can't be doing that. That's just what bad teams do. That's what, and the benefit of the doubt he's getting from some on this, I don't quite get how he's earned that benefit of the doubt. Earn the benefit of the doubt on hiring coaches, earn the benefit of the doubt on how he approaches the quarterback position, earn the benefit of the doubt on a lot of different situations. Absolutely. Absolutely. But when it comes to the offensive line, for people to not have that faith, for people to see him walking the same path of 10 years over, and for those people to then retract to that and go, what the hell's going on here? When is he going to get the message? I don't think those people are kind of out of pocket for thinking that. And I kind of don't understand why these people, I almost feel like there's a game being played here a little bit almost. When I see some of the discourse out there on this, where it's like, look, support the team, support the general manager. I certainly do. And I like overall what they're doing, because I'm not one of those people that are super up in arms in the lack of signing the offensive lineman. And I'll tell you the reason why. Because I was the guy advocating walking into this offseason for taking a step back. And what I see is, from a big picture standpoint, on the lack of addressing offensive line as far as spending money, and frankly, their approach to free agency in general throughout this offseason so far, is that I look at their moves and say they're doing exactly what I advocated for. How much future commitment, Seahawks folks out there, how much future commitment have we made this offseason really? I mean, really, truly, into 26 and 27? We know now that we can have the Sam Darnold contract after a year with ease. You can get out of that Lawrence contract after a year with ease. None of the contracts have set us up in a position of we're going for it. We're pushing for it. I don't think the team's going to be bad. And there is a possibility this team can get out there next year and find contention, find their footing, go out there and make some noise. There is a way of them going out there and doing it. It doesn't mean that doorway is closed completely. It just means that they're not hyper-aggressively pushing for it. If you're going to sign multi-year deals to some of these offensive linemen on the open market, it means two different things. One, it means that you're going to have to be hyper-aggressive to get these deals done. Number two, you're looking to put that future money commitment into 2020, 26 and 27, and you do feel like you can be a contender this year with real good, utmost amount of confidence. I think they have relative confidence. I think they think if this thing goes right, if that goes right, if we get the development of the offensive line right, we get a nose tackle in here, we're able to replace the receiving core of the guys that we have lost. Our guys can stay a little bit more healthier on that backfield and offensive line and spots. Hey, yeah, you can get to that spot. Absolutely, you can get to that area of things. But that's where, to me, this was a little bit more about John's approach on this understanding of, I got to take the step back on this. We're not in the position to sign Geno. We're not in the position to sign DK. We got to get the interior of the offensive line fixed. There's a couple of other outlying parts in this team. If we're talking about looking at it through the team of being a contender, and John just said yesterday, it's not about merely being good. It's about trying to get to a contender stage. Straight from the horse's mouth in the interview he did yesterday. So if it's about getting to there, and not getting to there where you guess you're going to get there, but getting there to where you have a certainty of knowing that you're going to get there, that you're one of those teams that when they're writing it out on the board, those teams on paper that look like contenders, you're one of those teams that's right there with those teams. And you get there by not having so many question marks down the line, by solidifying things that have been weak points for years, like the offensive line. So I'm okay with this as an approach, because I don't think that was what was going to go down this upcoming season. And this is where we come back to being, my heart goes out and the frustration goes out. My sympathy goes out to all those Hawk fans that are at their wits' end with this. And I get it. I don't happen to be in this spot of things because it's a complicated situation and there's a lot of play at this. And it's why it's taking me forever to kind of explain this at the rip here. But I can get where they're coming from. I can see how if I was in their standpoint, I'd be going, yeah, I'm kind of done with this. I'm kind of tired of this. This has gotten a bit to be old for me. I don't want to do this anymore. And so going back down the line, watching an offensive line potentially, and you have set the stage for this offensive line once again to potentially sink not only the offense, but the team as a whole, which has happened a lot of times over this 10-year period. It's been by and large pretty bad over a 10-year period, but you've had many seasons over where you can go back and say, hey, what's the focal point of this team as to why we failed? What sits at the head of the stack as to the reasoning of that? You come back and you can find the offensive line is standing pretty tall as to the reasoning as to why. And so I get the people frustrating. I'm okay with this because I wanted to step back because I don't think that you were really ready to, take that step forward in that major way this year. But I get where people are coming from. And John's definitely dancing with this one where, he's going down the same strategy once again, and he seems pretty comfortable in his job. I think that this is more proof that he hasn't made these moves, that for those that are hoping that the seat under him would be warm or hot or any of that, that's not been the case now. That's not what's going on here. 1 second. Blow my nose here. But it's tough to watch. It is tough to watch because Teven Jenkins was going to be a guy brought in, or any of these guys brought in, to hopefully just give you some solidity. I think this is where you see as well the kind of the straw man things come up too with the people on the other side that are just pro John every turn, where it's like, Teven Jenkins wasn't going to come in here and be a savior. It's like, who was saying Teven Jenkins was going to be a savior? Like, let's present what it is that the people's frustration is truly built upon. Let's not, drum up, this enemy that doesn't really exist as your opponent on this side of the debate. Teven was never meant to brought in to be that guy. I said myself, you come in, you sign him for the money you sign him for, and he gives you 13 games of a solid play a year. That's what you're hoping to get, because you need some more steady eddies along this offensive line. You need some more assurity. And specifically for me, it wasn't even just about contending, just getting more of a veteran presence. So you're not just relying on the rookies and the draft picks all the way down the line to carry this load, especially into next season. Because now it is going to be, now absolutely entirely it will be on their back. These young players, these rookies, this coaching staff, it's now all on them to get this thing to step forward in a major way. A league worst like offensive line across the board basically has got to have all of its improvement now drawn upon those rookies and those second-year players that can come forward, and that Benton as an offensive line coach coming in and being a guru in that way. Might be able to get it done. Might be able to. But I've said in the past, my worry about this becomes, and one of the reasons I think it's failed in the past, is you have 3 different methods as an ability to get your offensive line in a better shape. 3 different methods. You can spend in free agency, get certainty, and you got to spend top dollar to do it at that point. Might have to add an extra year on the deal than you'd like. Injury risk. That's one method. Trading for players, hard to do. Not a lot of offensive linemen on the open market, but it's another way to go out there and bring on offensive line talent. It's another method that you can bring to your disposal. And then the third method, which of course, draft and development. And why this past 10-year period has not worked particularly well for your Seattle Seahawks, why the offensive line has failed, has been, yes, multiple reasons. Has the offensive line coaching been good over the span? No, it has not. Has the development been good? No, it has not. But it's also been those other first 2 items I just spoke about. You neither spend money big in free agency over this 10-year period, neither do you make any big major trades out there for quality offensive linemen, save for Dwayne Brown, which was a home run, yet John Schneider has never gone back to trying to do that ever once again. He did it once and then said, okay, I'm good. Worked out great. Never going to need to do that again. And so then it all becomes the draft and development. And boy, that's really hard. That's really hard to just make that the only focusable way that you can increase this unit, especially when the development side of it has been such a slow going process. I think John spoke a little bit about yesterday, and it was another very good interview. And I'm give John Schneider credit in that I think he's giving us some good sincerity, and I think he's giving us some good insight into where his mind is actually at, as opposed to giving you sort of politician-like answers where he's just hiding everything and you're not really getting any clarity into his mindset of it. He did speak to a little bit, and I found it a bit disconcerting on, where are we going wrong? Is it our draft? And he was speaking to how over the past, 10 years, he was trying to reference that the team has had, top 3 amount of offensive linemen that have gone out in free agency and signed contracts in other places. And that's where I think that that's a little bit of leaning to me on the 10 years beginning point rather than the recent last 5 years, let's say. Because you've got, of course, Russell Okung goes out, signs a big deal with Denver. James Carpenter goes out, signs a big deal with, I believe it was the Falcons at the time. A lot of those big deals were on that end of it. You have the Damian Lewis one this past year, but then who else was being signed to really big major money out there as far as Hawk offensive lineman goes? And you had a couple guys, Glowinski, who you passed on, Posick, who you let go. But those guys haven't been necessarily game changers to the new teams that they've gone to. John was almost intimating like, he had some top-end offensive linemen that are going out. They just didn't spend the money on him. They let him walk, but they actually had drafted that they just didn't maybe develop them as well as they could have. And that's where he keeps coming back to, I think, over and over again, is that's been really, if you were to, I think, press John, he'd say that the hole has been in 10 years, our development and our coaching has not been good. That's been the part that's not up to snuff. It's not been our scouting. That's been good. It's not been our drafting. That's been good. It's been this development aspect. Many of you might disagree with it on that side of it. I myself find a little bit of a disagreement with it because there's a part of this that doesn't click together, where the voltage doesn't quite light up, does it? As you guys can probably see this on this. You draft them, you believe in them, you're developing, but then you don't think they're this good. And then they go over here and then they sign the big contract for a team that thinks they're this good, but you weren't willing to sign that deal because you didn't think they were that good. But yet you also identified them as being good enough when you first drafted them, but they didn't quite get to where you thought they would be after they were through their 3-4 years of the rookie contract. There's a misidentification going on somewhere here in this process, if that's his track on it. And I don't even really think that that's the track to really necessarily take. I don't think the whole here from the Seahawks has been that you have not signed enough guys to the extra contracts after they got off the rookie contract. I think it made a lot of sense to move on from Carpenter, a lot of sense to move on from Okung. In Carpenter's case, you were going to have to lighten up on the offensive line because you had to pay Russ. In Okung's case, he had some injury concerns that you weren't going to go with that. Posick was never healthy here throughout his time. Made sense that you let a guy like that go. So I don't think that that's been really the hole in their game. I think it's more of you've put all of that onus on the draft and development and none of the onus upon signing any big free agent contracts. The biggest offensive line free agent contract that John Schneider has ever signed here in Seattle was 13 years ago, 12 years ago, whatever, 13, 14 years ago. It's Gallery. It's a 4-year, $15 million deal. That's the biggest offensive line free agent contract he has signed. And I would not say it's a place to go down and, make that but again, to go back and say, this is where people's frustration comes from. The biggest offensive line contract you've signed on the books is Walter Jones. It was signed back in 2005. That still is the biggest offensive line contract you have ever put out on the books. There seems to be a little bit of a lack of putting in the resources into this. And I do get where John's coming from too on this, where there's the side that you got to understand too about the talent and the talent disparity that does exist. And that the defensive linemen are much more talented than these offensive linemen coming out. And it's very hard to pull that trigger on an alignment who you're going, it'd be like a league average starter versus, I can go get this impactful defensive player. That's got to be hard to broach that as far as an evaluator goes when you trust and know what the talent of that lineman is. And he'll be okay. As John said yesterday, he'll be a marginal talent with it. But again, we come back to where I understand the frustration, where myself says, John, this is where you got to kind of course correct though, because what's happened is that you can't even get marginal. You can't even get to league average state. You're trotting out there the secondhand parts. They then get you well below league average to bad, and then your whole offense gets deep sixed with it. That's not a pathway either for success. We've got to find a little bit maybe of a kind of a middle ground here in order to, utilize all of the potential advantages on the table in order to get this thing in the right stage and the right shape. I'm not super myself as much as I understand where some of you are at, and I'm sure today we're going to go through it, and there'll be a ton of frustration on the channel in regards to the approach to this offensive line. And I'm not going to push back against any of it. There's my cats. I'm not going to push back against any of it, but at the same point in time, I don't think that this team's looking at this team right now and saying, we know we're going to be great for 25. We know we're a Super Bowl contender for 25. I think they can see how that could materialize if everything works in the right shape. It's the Endgame Marvels, Doctor Strange with there's the 1 in 13 million chances of this working out in this universe thing that he does, it's got to, I don't think we're quite to there's only 1 in 13 million seasons that we go and get to a Super Bowl, but I do think that they look at it and they go, it's much more narrower of a chance of us getting there than it is that we were just right there knocking on the doorstep of it. And if that's the case, and we've got the contracts for Geno and DK coming up, maybe we got to do a bit of that step back thing. And that informs other things then. That informs how active you are on the offensive line in front of it in free agency and how you're going to approach to that. And so that's where, to me, if you had come into this offseason and you had kept DK and you kept Geno and you're basically showing every indicator that you're really just going to do nothing but put the pedal down to the floor in 25, I'd be much more harder on you got to go get an alignment and you need to get some certainty in there right now. Being that I think that this is a little bit more of a step back kind of year where the potential is still there for them to go out to do something, but the likelihood is much more that they're more maybe fringe playoff team rather than contender. That's more of kind of the speed of what you could hope to expect, / maybe even a little bit below that on doing this deal. But the step back will be for the benefit, I think, ultimately of the team, and that's why I support it, because I don't think you were going to contend for 2025. And if that's the reality, then that informs you that, hey, load this thing up for 26. Set the stage for 26 to be the one where you can start to really click this into gear. McDonald's got his defense then fully flowing. He's got the parts and pieces that fit to what he wants. You have more time to get the offensive line structured, get the cohesion and the continuity and the chemistry on point, which has been a completely missing factor of this offensive line for this 10-year period. It's been one of the things at the forefront of this. And it gives you that time to get all of those things right to then get yourself into next season where everything's now ready to really click in and go at the right point in time. Not to mention you've got a gob amount of money to go out there and spend if you want to then go get that offensive line of free agency at that point, And so I'm okay with this. I understand the frustration with it. It's going to be one that I think is going to remain a hotly contested, debated item in this Hawk fandom for a while. You've also, in my opinion, the one part of this that does kind of annoy me and piss me off about this situation is how this then affects the draft. Because there is no way around it. There's no two ways around it. You are driven now wholly to have to go and take 2 players in the first 3 picks here on how you select pretty much. Or at least come out of this with 2 offensive linemen in those first 3 rounds because you have multiple picks in second, third round. So there's a way to do it that way as well, which is fine. Really good offensive line draft in the second and third round. Chances are you're going to get 2 really good players, 2 really at least solid players with those 2 picks. But this also then drives you to pick for need, doesn't it? And what we talk about on this channel and what many people talk about as far as the best drafting approach is to draft for value, and especially draft for value early in the draft. But if I'm walking into it knowing 2 of my picks got to be allotted to that side of the ball, no doubt about it, got to do it, can't get around it, got to do it, that doesn't lead you always to the best of drafts. And when we've seen Seahawks drafts go wrong in the past, it's because the need factor is what is leading it rather than you just drafting purely to value, which has been a big part of what they've done the past 3 years that's really set John back out as far as really correcting mistakes that have been problematic with him going back for years with that need-based approach. So that part does get me a little bit worried, but the good news on this is that this isn't a draft of need to where the interior offensive linemen are really weak, where you might have 2 or 3 real certain solid starter potential guys in the first and the second round, center and guard. Whereas this year, I think you're looking at probably there being like 8, 9, 10 guys in that area in the interior of the offensive linemen deserving of being picked in that spot, should be good players, should be scheme fits to what we want to do. So it is okay, at least in that respect. It'd be much worse if you were looking at the offensive line class being just weak as hell. And you're going, this is going to be hard. It's going to be hard to pull this one off. They can pull it off. You got to hope these guys are going to be good instantaneously. If you're going to look at them contending 25, this does then mean that those linemen have to walk in and hit the ground running. It can't be a Christian Haynes kind of situation where give them a year. Got to go right from the jump if you're going to get this maximized, because that's what this is going to take. But I understand the process. Let's see where you guys stand with it. I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on the outlook of it. I'm guessing that there will be definitely some frustration, and rightfully so. I am pushing back against any of that in any respect, like I am seeing some of those people out there doing, and I don't quite get it. It's the part that for people that cover this team, to play like you've got some blind spot that this hasn't existed here. Like, come on. Yeah, we're right to question fans' impatience. We're right to question sometimes when fans get maybe overly emotional about stuff that doesn't deserve it. But on this one, they don't have a leg to stand on this one. They're out of pocket on this one. Someone's going to have to walk me through that one, hopefully today, if you find yourself in that standpoint. And I'm being honest, I'd like to understand it better, because I don't quite get that thinking of the earning of the benefit of the doubt in regards to specifically this. Benefit of the doubt of the team, benefit of the doubt that John's driving in the right place, benefit of the doubt in how he hires coaches, benefit of the doubt when it comes to certain positions and how he drafts and how he targets them. But in this positional group, and this one that's been so problematic, that's the one that I don't quite get. Let's see where you guys stand on it today. I appreciate you watching. If you could for me, please do hit that like button. It does help the channel out grow, and I do appreciate it. Nick says, Teven Jenkins' face in the helmet gets me every time. Snail's been 24 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that. 2 years of support, Snail. John Schneider, we don't need O-line, just run it. Laughing out loud. I think that right now you're setting the stage for this team to probably be a very, very heavy run team right now. If we didn't think so already, and with Cooper Kupp and JSN out there, I think you're going to get a lot of option routes, a lot of short routes. The old term is matriculate the ball up the football field. And that's, I think, the way that this team's going to try to operate as we move into the future. Daniel Berry, how you doing? Sean, good to see you, man. HHG, what's up? What's up? Feed me in the house. Ricardo, John Schneider's done it again. Cleared $70 million in cap space, and zero of it goes to the offensive line. I'm more and more on the fire John Schneider camp every day. I'll be saying this a lot. I completely get it. It's where you get to a point on it where, like, John, you've got all these good parts to what you do as a GM, but this one failing aspect is threatening to overtake everything else. Don't let it happen. Don't let this small failing here in your pocket, this thing that just should be a tiny thing, that deal with it. Don't ignore it. And when you talk about the money situation, Ricardo, not only the money that they've cleared, but we do know about John Schneider and the Seahawks in recent years that you've spent as little amount of money of anybody else in the entire National Football League on your offensive line. Oh, by the way, you don't give second contracts out to those guys when they get out of it. And then you don't spend money in free agency. You don't really re-sign guys to big deals. I think we're one of the least teams in the NFL in how much money we actually spent, last year. And you go, and again, John's referencing stuff yesterday where he's like, when we go back since 2013, we've actually drafted more offensive linemen than anybody in the entire National Football League. It's like, yeah, but again, the way people can paint things, man, it's so interesting the way that you can twist and turn things. Because if you look at that 10-year period, yeah, but how many really high picks versus other teams in the NFL did you put? I'm talking the first 3 rounds. How many picks did you really attribute to your offensive line over that time versus other teams in the NFL? And how much they put on that? Because I think a lot of those numbers for John on how much they've drafted for the past 10 years are really pushed up by the fact that you draft a lot of linemen late. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round. You'll draft a lot of guys in that spot. Great. But that's not you then plucking prime talent at that point. That's you just sort of throwing, more bites at the apple. Eventually we'll get to it. Dogzilla says, DK said he and Locke tried to have input on play calling, got ignored. Gave it as one example of feeling increasingly left put out since the PC departure. Yeah, Grubb definitely in that one really has you kind of just shaking your head going, what are we doing, Grubb? Why wouldn't you, two vets that have been in this team for so many years and you walking in as a new OC, kind of the hubris on his part to just decide he's going to ignore those guys and not take anything into account. And I know Grubb's got a little bit that he'd come back on this saying too, is DK wants him to go past the sticks. And it's like, look, we don't have the pass protection to throw it past the sticks. Stone Forsythe cannot stay in front of Bosa, but 1.5 seconds. That's all he's got. 12 for Life says, my real answer to the survey is ask me after next season. Well, we do have a poll going today. So current concern regarding the offensive line. At the top, we got Kubiak's got this-ish. Then we got right below that, slight improvement this year. Then below that, ask me after the draft. And then finally, we've got danger. Danger. Baby More Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Feed me. TJ has some bag on his love of the game. I'm good, not going to lie. TJ has some bag on his love. TJ. Spacing on TJ. Thank you for the donation. Feed me. Spacing on TJ, though. Yeah, Nick, I agree. I don't think that I think John's pretty safe in the job right now. So I know that there's definitely going to be people that are starting to get into that place that we got to call for this, but I don't think that that's really something kind of on the table at the moment. And Earl J, I'm not jumping in conclusions on this at all. I'm still completely open-minded, but the exact script is really, let's get specific to this, Earl. It's to the offensive line. It's not to the DK. It's not to the Geno thing. There's been a lot of different parts to this team that operate differently over the past 10 years. We had a year, we traded Russell Wilson, so we didn't have to pay the contract extension. There's been a lot of different directions that we've changed course on in regards to other items on this team. I'm specifically honing into the team's approach to the offensive line for the past 10 years, which has remained the same and which has been a failing process. It may fix itself this year. The draft may kick ass and take names, and these guys come in and they're ready to jump and ready to roll. And the new offensive line coaches are monsters and that they get the thing going right. And I'm hopeful for that. I'm sincerely hopeful that they do that. I'd love to see that. Great for the channel if they do that. We'd have people locked in. But it's about, making predictions that aren't just blindly supposed to be operating from a standpoint of, I got to be positive and I have to just always dress things up in the most beautifulest of fashions for my team, but to actually be honest, and it hasn't worked for 10 years, but then it works year 11. Maybe. But I think people have a leg to stand on to say, yeah, but it hasn't worked the past 10 years, so it's much more likely to fit to what it's been. Charles says, I've been a huge DK defender the last couple of years, but I'm happy this man-child is gone. Oh, my goodness. A couple other donations on Behind the Ball here. Sorry about that. Let me catch you up here. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $5 donation. Loyalty should be about that logo on the helmet and its history. DK wanted money. He didn't care about loyalty and was jealous of JSN in my eyes. Yeah, I think that it does come down to money. I think that this is where players are playing their own game as far as kind of trying to control the narrative on things. We've seen in the past, haven't we, Thomas? And where you come out and you're wanting to make it look like, it's not this, but it's that. And, money would seem to be a bit of it to me on that side of it as well. I just think that the loyalty aspect, when you talk about the Seattle Seahawks organization, and you're trying to paint them somehow, and I've seen Sherman do this, and even Mike Robb and Marshawn were trying to talk about this on the show, and I feel like former Seahawks players need to do a little bit more of, rather than being caught so much in the tunnel vision of looking at just this team and what they've done with their moves here, look across the sport and what the sport does, and what the lay of the land is. And in my opinion, I think John Schneider and this team have been more loyal, or at least at the top 6-7 loyalty factor in this sport of any of the teams over the past 10 years. And that's part of what kind of bothers me about it, Thomas, is I feel like they should be getting lauded by the players rather than torn down by the players, especially former players. That's the part to me where it's like, and it doesn't get kind of considered with it, but that's part of the game that's a bit of play here too, right, Thomas? Just a little bit with it. But to me, the loyalty thing is not one you can play to. And with Tyler Lockett, I've been watching the All-22 over the past 2 years too. And you guys have been watching the tape within the past couple of years too. As he finds some moments of effectiveness, as he finds some games where he can tap back into the former Tyler Lockett of old, sure. But is this anywhere close to prime Tyler Lockett? No. And is his skills been a bit diminished? And the reason the coaching have that outlook on it? Yeah. Not to mention there's two parts with Lockett that DK doesn't mention about in all of the support there in this clip too, right, Thomas? Being you don't offer any yak and you don't really block particularly well. Kind of problematic too, right? For an offense that's a spread offense that's going to need that to be a part. I get one less offensive lineman. I get one less tight end in the game. I got one more receiver on the outside. That receiver's got to block. But that's where, again, just the blind loyalty to Tyler for ability to get open and go make catches and just get open and go make, well, there's other things you got to do as a wide receiver too, right? But yeah, I don't like to have that discussion much. Jeffrey A. Thistle with 34 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that long period of time, Jeffrey. After this free agency, I think at least 5 offensive line go in the top 15. With mediocre offensive line players getting top of the market, teams are going to have FOMO for offensive linemen. It's a great point, man. It's a great point. And within your point on this, do we see a year here like this where I'm seeing guys where there's, I think on my list, I've got anywhere in the number of like 5 to 8 to at least 5 to 8 guys in the second round alone for interior offensive linemen. Does that cause this to be one of those rare drafts where you see now multiple guards taken in the first round? Second round rated guards that now go up in the first round because, like you say, the market for these players is going up so high. Guards and centers have been devalued here for years to the point that you wouldn't raise up and necessarily draft one in the first round, a second round grade guy in the first round because of the fact that you can still go out there in the open market and spend money on a guy that's not going to break the bank that gives you that functional play. But now once the bank gets broken, if you go in the open market, I think, Jeffrey, you might have a point on this, and that then drives you back now to now having to pick these players higher in the draft than you maybe would have liked to, or where you've got them slotted because of the need, because of the FOMO, because of the cost. The guy that stands out to me in regards to this, Jeffrey, is Tyler Booker. Awful combine, doesn't move particularly well in that regards. Tape is really, really clean, though. Leader in the locker room. Guy's going to probably be a first-round pick, despite really its second-round tape. It's second-round testing times. But it is enough to override it. I think it's a good point on your part, and definitely something that we could see as a given trend as we move into the future on this one. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation, Mark. On the 7-10, John Schneider said he was asked about missing out on not signing Jenkins. He was defensive and said missing out on a top offensive line free agent was based on whose grade, which analysis. I can't say the word. Sorry, I've been out for a couple of days. I'm a little bit rocky here today. And he says smells like a crap answer to me. Yeah, I didn't like it as well. It's the part John plays on this where it's like, oh, how good was he really? I mean, who really had him? You had him in for a visit. You had determined that you liked enough of what you saw to at least get that far of it. And maybe the medicals were just bad. Maybe his back is that of a 70-year-old man, for sure. But I think he absolutely had interest in some of these guys. I just don't think that in a lot of respects he was willing to go to the cost. We'll see what the Cleveland Browns gave. I would estimate that Seattle is probably in the neighborhood, like they've done a lot of these deals so far this year, where they want to get out after a year or two, or at least a year, have the ability to get out after a year if they don't like it. And I'm sure with Cleveland on the new deal he signs, it's probably going to be that he at least gets that one more year of certainty, that second year of the deal probably that gets kind of locked in to where they can get out after 2. But it wouldn't shock me if really that difference came down to just that, Mark, rather than it being about how good or how bad he was. It's that John didn't want to take that extra, year of risk on the deal with it. But that also fits in alignment with his deal so far this offseason and why we come back around to me being okay with their approach here by and large, because of the fact that I don't think the team was ready for 25. And that a lot of these moves that you make in signing these offensive linemen would have been driven by the fact that, hey, we're close. We just need to get the lines stabilized and everything else is getting ready to get sent on the rocket ship. I don't think it's quite that place. I think it's getting closer. I think we're moving in the right direction to get to that spot. But I think that there was just more work that needed to be done. And if there was more work to be done, then doubling back down to the draft and development side is not the worst way to go, especially if you eventually can pivot down to next offseason to where maybe there is more offensive linemen available, or you're just in a better position to feel more certain about your team to make that kind of signing, to feel like you're ready. That's the type of move that will help to get you really, truly up over the top at that point. But I agree, Mark. He was dancing a bit on the 7-10 there. He was dancing, and it was kind of like speaking one way, but then he'd give an answer to this that didn't kind of correlate to your guys' actions on this, Bit odd. Peter Go Hawks. Thank you for the $5 donation, Peter. What if they were saving cap space so that they can take 3 first-round picks? How would you like a receiver and 2 offensive linemen in the first round? Could be a direction that they look to go. I think that, Peter, I would much rather kind of pivot a different direction on this a bit, I would say. I mean, I like your direction on that being kind of your 3 stack that you deal with. Those the general picks you would go with in that area. To me, what I'd like to more see, though, is you take an 18 to 27, an 18 to 28. You drop back there. You flip back up maybe a 4th round pick to the team, or maybe if it really takes this, you flip a late 3rd or whatever on this, and then get back up into the 2nd round once again. So now maybe you end up with 1 less 3rd round pick, but now you've got the 3 2nd round picks and you got the 1 first. The first you do whatever you want to do with, but then those 3 2nd round picks you plan on taking in 2 interior linemen in those picks. Take another lineman later at some point. I think you can still find the good quality guys in there in the 2nd round there, Peter, to where you don't have to then go in the first to take them. that they're, unless there's a real true run at the position this year, which is possible. It is possible with how many good ones there are this year into that day two area. But I think I would more go to there. And then you get that extra second rounder and you get a bit of an extra chance to really take that one more shot in there. Not to mention then it allows you to maybe if you have more of those extra picks, maybe you have less of the push to reach for the lineman on the earlier pick versus going for the true value guy, because have those extra second round picks of good value to go get the offensive lineman just a little bit later on. I kind of lean to that being my strat. If I had to pick on it. Addis the Gamers, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, man, I really hope John knows what he's doing. Big risk on his part. It is. And, the fan base is getting a little bit annoyed already with him, or big time annoyed with him here on this in recent years on this. And he just kind of continues to keep maintaining serve a little bit in the same way. And he may be proven right on this. And if he is proven right on this, John's got to be given a lot of credit, because I think nine general managers out of 10 coming into this offseason, given the position that he was finding himself within and the narrative out there, and that he just basically hates offensive linemen, that you would just do it on that basis alone to satiate the fan base and get him off your back. But John doesn't seem to mind the heat, and he seems to really believe this with conviction in his heart, which I like. And I want to see out of my general managers them to have that sense of certainty in the direction they're going. I don't want them to be moved by the tides of opinion day in and day out. You want them to really be driven to a process that they believe in, and that they have not gotten there softly, and that they believe that this will bring out the best for them. So I hope it is that way. I hope, like you do, that he does know what he's doing on this one. It's a narrow opening he's trying to utilize here to make this thing go through. And I get it's kind of the healthiest way to do this from a team building standpoint. But at the same point in time, you've been so neglectful on this offensive line for so long. There is a little bit of it ain't just business as usual. You got to do a little bit of kind of course correcting on this sucker at this point, because you've gotten it so wrong, because it's been so bad. We'll see if they do that. We will see if they do that. But ballsy. Thank you, Addis. I appreciate you, and I agree, man. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $10 donation. Martin, he says, I'm disappointed with the O-line work and free agency, but Dahlman was always going to go to the Bears, and I agree with not giving up Freeze a 5-year deal, especially without a visit. I'll wait until after the draft before getting angry. I think that's a great outlook to take with this, Martin, in that you want to give them the full time to see what they could be doing all the way around with this. There's been, talk that there might be a secondary. Maybe you see Jenkins go to the Browns, and I know Joel Batonio is really old, but maybe that becomes the guy, or Brandon Scherf, and you go get a couple guys in the draft, and that's enough to kind of fill it out and make it work. Martin, I will say we know we got our tackles in place, we got our pillars. Josh Jones gives us the depth. Jarrell gives us the depth there. This is really about dealing with the interior offensive line solely. And I agree with you, Martin. I'm not really pissed off here about losing the offensive lineman out. And a big part of that is more than just the deals of, Dahman wanted to go to the Bears, and Jenkins has got the health risks, and Freeze wanted the 5-year deal without the physical. More than it even being about that, it just really comes down to the team wasn't ready. You weren't going to sign to me in a couple of offensive linemen in this free agency, and that would have actually, if you got in the two, if you got a Dahlman and a Jenkins, I think that would have really considerably given me much more potential confidence in this team on top of the draft, than that they would have been able to pair with it to then get the right parts of this team ready to maybe be able to contend then in 2025 at that point. But I understand completely the step back. And like I've said with the two on this, that I cannot advocate for the step back, and then they take the step back, and then I suddenly start getting pissed that they did the very thing that I asked for them to do. Because I want this thing to be built right, not built fast. I'm not looking for the microwave approach. I'm not looking for the shortcut. I'm right with everybody else as far as my frustration and the 10 years and it being so long since you've been a contending team. And that some of the same problems sink you every single year. My frustration is right there with everybody else. At the same point in time, that frustration cannot inform the direction of the future of the team, because now you're making decisions on frustrations of the past. Now you're making frustrations on wanting this done fast rather than doing it proper and doing it right and building it correctly. So it's where I get to that. Definitely understand the frustration out there, but then that's where also I come back to, Martin, feeling a little bit like where you're at with it, where at the end of the day, understand why these signings didn't happen. It wasn't the right time and place. We got a buttload of picks for this upcoming draft. Get a couple linemen in there, get this thing on the right road for 2025, and by 2026, you're set. You've got your line in place. You're ready to go get that quarterback of the future truly to get in here and roll. Maybe Sam Darnold goes out there and shows you something this year, and he becomes an asset that you can utilize and work with within that as well. I think that the team's given themselves a lot of flexibility for the future. They're still building this team up right. The defense is going to be a monster, and they're looking like that definitely. That's the part we don't talk about in this. And look, they're going to run the ball and play defense. And that's been whether you got a great line or a bad line, that is a methodology of approach that's been very successful for many teams. Saw the Los Angeles Chargers last year with Harbaugh go in there and just apply this basic approach. We're going to play defense. We're going to run the ball. Play good special teams. Got them into the playoffs. It's an old tried and true approach, but it's one that has worked for many a decade. Nick, thank you for being a member for 13 months, and appreciate again, Martin, that big $10 dono. Thank you, and well said on your part. Nick, thank you for that 13 months. Says, I think the Burrow pipe dream might have sailed. It has, Nick. I got to own it. I once had a dream. That Burrow dream has died. It was a lovely dream, but you're right, Nick. Bengals did the thing that I didn't think they'd be willing to do, but they done it. They done did it. Burrow got to them. Nick says, Burrow said pay them, and they're doing it. Who would have thought? Appreciate you and the community we got here. Well, thank you, Nick. I appreciate you as well. Thank you for being a member for so long, and I know you donated the channel too as well on it, and love our community here, man. I do. I know that there'll be a lot of different opinion today. That's the great thing about this channel is we got a lot of, I think, variety and outlook of how we look at this. And yeah, you're 100% on button with it, man. I had hopes. I had dreams. I got to now I got to just pivot to Trevor Lawrence. Suck for the forehead. That's going to be so my t-shirts on my store, Nick, are going to be suck for the forehead. And then I'm going to get a little bit of the old Manning silhouette of the big dome right here on the top. Suck for Manning. Angle for Arch. That might be the other way. I'm turning over names for the t-shirt. Angle for Arch kind of flows. It's hard. Manning doesn't have a lot of but the key will be the silhouette of that big fat forehead. That's the key. That's the indicator. That's the dead giveaway indicator right there. So get ready, folks. That shirt's coming into the store, by the way. But yes, Nick, you're right. Sadly, my Burrow dream is dead. It's gone. It's gone. Thrill House, thank you for the $5 donation. Full House. Hawks finance meetings with ownership run too long. John Schneider impressing Jody with his PowerPoint savings metric slides. DePoto there for the free bagels. Could be inherently a part of this. I'm making the guess, and I certainly could be making a little bit of a mistake on this part, on my outlook of it, in that, this has fit to alignment with some of the recent deals that they've given out, and that there is a bit of a wondering, I think, from the fan base's standpoint on this, if some of these deals and some of this lack of wanting to spend and putting future money on the books comes from, maybe Jody not allowing it as much. This is the part that we kind of come full circle on. Why does John feel so safe at hand? You got one playoff win as an organization since 2017. You've fired your coach in that time. And you're kind of why do you feel so safe? Why do you feel so comfortable with not making more aggressive moves like you'd think a GM in your shoes would? Because he is trying to more kind of keep his job. Well, probably speaks to the fact that his job's pretty safe. And I've thought with this Thrill House that maybe a big part of why he thinks it's safe is that he's dealing from some inequities. He's dealing from some of ownership coming in and guiding him a little bit on what he can and cannot do as far as how he spends the money, and that they know that they're impeding him in that way. And if ownership understands they're impeding him in that way, that they give him more rope in his ability to create a winner, understanding that they're not letting him operate loose and free like other general managers could, that he's instead being kind of restricted. And that's, to me, kind of does make sense there, Thrill House. It does kind of add up, even if just to a small degree with John there, that we know the ownership is eventually going to get around to selling the team. And we don't know exactly when, but we feel like it's going to probably be soon. And if it's going to be soon, you want to, not have it makes a lot of sense. You don't have a lot of money on your books tied up for that proverbial owner who's taking over, who's going to want to have the money freed up so he can go out there and be aggressive and go crazy and play with his new toy. And I think there's a bit of that going on there. I do, Thrill House. I don't know how big of an impactful factor. I don't think it's something that keeps us we spent a lot of money overall as far as bottom line brass tacks goes, but I think it's completely fair to wonder that in this process, as we're thinking that ownership, the sell is going to come down here sooner than later. We just don't know exactly when, and the team's not being exactly open with how soon they're looking to drive this. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $10 donation. He says, I know offensive line is a need, but if Jihad Campbell or Starks is available at, or if they trade back and they are Hawks, I will be happy. Yeah, I think the Campbell one is probably going to be a bit of a harder one to pull off because you really don't have the open position for him to play. I love Campbell, Thomas. He's one of my guys in this draft. So, I mean, we end up with Campbell, and they just love what they see and they think he's a star. And I'd be okay. I'm not going to be bad at that. I think the team is pretty hard pressed to grab him, though, with signing Ernest Jones to that extension. And with Campbell, the pass rush win rates, you look at the edges coming out of this class, and a lot of people believe in that Campbell can play off that edge and play consistently off the edge. If that's where you got to kind of have him operate while he's waiting his turn at the inside linebacker role. But his pass rush win rate was incredibly low when he was rushed off the edge in college. He's just not a natural pass rusher necessarily. He's got a natural skill set, you might think, with quickness and length and agility to be able to pull it off, but it doesn't really work with him in that way. And so you kind of draft him and you stick him a little bit there behind the depth if you do take him. Starks is a guy that completely makes sense. And this is why, Thomas, I want to do the sort of trade back to the 25-ish thing, because the difference of player to me that you'd have at 18 to 25, 26, 27 is not that big of a difference, unless there's some guy that really drips and drops down to a McMillan or a Will Campbell, Armand Mabeau. They won't, I don't believe. But if those kind of guys were to drift you, that'd be maybe a different story. But let's say they don't, and then you move back to 26, 27. Now it's much more likely that Starks guy is available for you there. I've long thought a defensive player would be the high-value guy on your board in the first round. You're then getting that extra second-round pick there for the second round to go back into need and get the offensive line dealt with at that point. There's a variety of guys that fit his own scheme, and there'll be good players in this scheme. I completely can see them going that direction. But beyond that, Thomas, I'd say you're right on the button with this, whether it's trade back or stay put, in that you're probably looking at the defensive player being the value guy. And this is where we come back to I hate drafting for need. Need sucks. Because the Hawks are going to potentially be looking at their board here coming up this draft, and you haven't dealt with the offensive line, and that needs just chewing at the back of John's brain there at that first pick. And you've got some defensive guy at the board that you've got like a star graded level place with him. Like, man, we see this guy with star power potential. And this guard here, he could be average in the league. But you're driven a little bit in that moment to have to go push so hard then to go take that offensive lineman because of how big of the need it is. And I hate that could potentially be what they're facing. And I hope if they are facing that, Thomas, to your point, go for the defensive guy. Go for the guy that's just going to hit those marks defensively and check those boxes off and call it a day and then get back to your offense on the other side of it. You're trying to build up a super defense anyway. Lean into it. Lean into it. Why not soup it up to the utmost at that point if you can? Especially a guy like Starks, which also, in addition to giving you an impact player, opening up the door for 3 safety looks, also then gives you a guy that's an heir apparent there for Kobe Bryant, so that if you don't want to sign Kobe Bryant to an extension, then especially with you already paying Julian Love and knowing that you don't want to get in the predicament of paying 2 safeties at the same time, you're getting a year out ahead of that a little bit, I feel like, Thomas, on that too. So Starks, sign me up all day with that. Team's also, of course, meeting with Nick Imawari. Could they trade back and then get an Imawari in the 20s? Go that direction as well. You kind of got 2 players in the way you could do that both with, I think. So sign me up on that approach, Thomas. All day long. All day long. Martin Lawrence, thank you for another $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. I also think the new coaching staff improves the offense with better coaching and better scheme to help with deficiencies. I do think to your point on this, Martin, I think the last coaching staff with Grubb in here kind of did the opposite of it, in that he took your deficiencies and he put them, I think, more on display. He made them more readily apparent with his approach, with his deficiencies in his own game as a play caller. And I agree with you. I think that with Kubiak and with Benton as the offensive line coach, big part of what they're doing here in their approach is to give these offensive linemen that little bit of an advantage that Grubb didn't. Through the sequencing, through making the formations look so similar, play in and play out, what you're trying to do is you're trying to remove predictability from your offense. You're trying to not allow that defense to lock in on what you're doing prior to the snap. That they don't know what you're doing until post-snap. They don't know, at least with certainty. where I think that there's been a lot, and this is not only with Grubb Martin, but I think this was Waldron as well. I saw this with Chicago last year a bunch, that with these two offensive coordinators, what stands out in both of their games, that's the big deficiency within their game, is that they cannot hide what they're doing. At least with Grubb's case at the NFL level. He can kind of do it at college, but I think at the NFL level, it's just sort of, there is no hiding what you're doing here. And when you give those defenses so much pre-snap recognition as to what you're going to do post-snap, boy, you put your players in the barrel and having them try to still be able to succeed in that environment. One place John spoke about yesterday that's completely a valid approach that's worth considering on this is when you are that pass happy, when you're throwing 67% of the time, but that makes playing offensive line so hard. When you're that predictable, when you're not working off of play action under center very often, when your whole offense is set up with the spread and shotgun, and then you throw so much. I mean, I often use the reference, Martin, of guys being able to rush the passer with their ears pinned back, but that's what it is, and it's not an excuse. It's absolutely a part of this. That is a big part of this puzzle, and that's been a big restricting factor to this offense in recent years. Waldron and Grubb both. And you see these defenders stepping towards where the running play is going every time. How does he know we've not even snapped yet? And he's like running to where the spot is. Last year, Demondre Lenore on outside corner, Martin, outside corner, comes in on a power A-gap run to make the tackle in the backfield. Like for a negative 1 yard loss. He's outside corner, but he has so much pre-snap recognition of what's going on that he doesn't even play the receiver. He's not playing the receiver on that. He's not even blitzing. He just recognized the play, comes down there and makes the tackle. It's because so much of what you were showing was so easy to see for defenses, and that's going to be removed. That's the center. It's not removed just because these are better coaches, but because this West Coast offense, because Kubiak's scheme and where it comes from, has it as inherently part of the DNA. Defenses cannot know what we're going to do. That's a big part of what we do. And it's all little details driven. You hear about linemen at times, Martin, where defenders can tell on an offensive lineman by how he puts his fingers in the ground. If there's too much pressure on it, he's going to go forward. If there's not enough pressure on it, he's dropping back in pass pro. This is one where it'll be all over those kind of details, where everything is intrinsically built for those linemen to understand that we've got to make this look the same every time to kind of trick this defense, to give you guys the best opportunity to get your guy blocked, give you that little bit of an advantage prior to the snap to get your guy blocked better. And we've been on the other end of the scale of that, Martin. 100% we've been on the other end of that scale. And that's one part I have a big amount of confidence in believing that is going to come forward this year in a major way. Thank you, though, Martin. Appreciate the double donation and well said on both parts there. You guys, as always, guys, some great comments and great insights into how you're looking and seeing this team. I see it very, very, very similar in that way. Zombie Central, Brando. Remember when we went into this offseason saying John can't ignore O-line? Well, it looks like he's done it again. As Jesse Pinkman said, he can't keep getting away with it. No, he can't. And it eventually may be the thing that comes back to bite John on that, and if this thing fails out again another year, while I don't think the hot seat is very warm underneath him, at the same point in time, this eventually will reach a point where it'll get to be too much. All situations do. And hopefully he can get it fixed this year. The coaching fixes it. Hopefully he can go into this draft and get a couple of guys, and those guys are ready to roll and hit. I've said we did the double dip early in recent years. In fact, we've only done it once in 10 years. One time in 10 years have you done the double dip. That means in the first 2 days of the draft, you've come out with 2 offensive linemen. One time. Not just 10 years, 14 years. I can't think of, maybe the Okung draft, you went back and took Moffitt the third. That may have been the last time you did it. But the only time you've done the last 10 years was the Charles Cross, Abraham Lucas. That was the only time. You double dipped in that draft. You came out with 2 pillars. 2 of the centerpiece points of your offensive line as we move into the future remain these only 2 parts of those 2 guys you took. So why can't you do it again? It worked once. Why can't it work again? And work again in giving you those immediate returns. I say it's a narrow road to go down versus getting more of the certainty in here, and you know what you're getting, and you got a pro that's a vet, and he's been through the ups and downs a little bit, and he's maybe heading into his prime from an age standpoint. That would have been an easier way. This is a harder way to do it, but it doesn't mean you can't accomplish it going down this road too. It just means it's harder. Banana, the bad guy, Williams. John has never cared about the O-line and never will, and wonders why we don't make the playoffs. He certainly has a bit of a blind spot on this one, and I don't quite get it either. I get it a little bit in that I think just what's happened over this past 10 years is that I think if you went to 1985 and I looked at offensive linemen and I looked at defensive linemen, I think the talent between those two probably was kind of somewhat similar. You'd have your freak shows, your Lawrence Taylors, your Reggie White types, but by and large, I think the talent discrepancy was not so large between the two different sides of the ball. I think the 90s, I think it was very much the same way. I think the 05 area of things is kind of much of the same way. But when we got the spread concepts proliferating college football, and then when you started to see defensive linemen getting paid so much more than offensive linemen and able to impact the game, from a statistical standpoint, as John says, there's nobody doing like sack dances from pancakes as an offensive lineman, right? It's not a cool position to do. It's much in the same way of why running backs have gotten to the place of being so devalued, right? It's because every kid on a football field, when they go out to Pee Wee, wants to go be a running back because you're going to get the ball because you don't throw the ball much in Pee Wee. Maybe now they do with these kids, but back in the day, you were going to need to run the ball, so you want to be a running back. So it was all the good talent, all the good athletes went to that position, and so you had a big glut of them. Similarly, this thing has kind of happened on the defensive line side of the ball too. This has also occurred over here, and so John's looked at that and he said, okay, talent's so much better over here. These guys coming out are getting almost worse and worse by the year. I'm not going for worse and worse. I'm going to try to go for what's actually strong and is a strength. And I get where he's coming from on that. I think it's probably just taking it maybe just a bit too much into the extreme degree of things on it. Kickup says, according to the fellows at NFC West Roundtable, you're at Cabo. How was that experience? Never been? I didn't go to Cabo. No, I had to do a little bit of a family trip up in Spokane, do a run up there real fast. So needed to do kind of a business trip for me. Hawksnest doesn't take vacations. Ball is life. Okay. Ball is life, Kickup. Nick, people are being extremely negative about this topic. I trust Kubiak and JS will draft some good players, and there is no point in even watching the Seahawks if you're going to be negative FS. And again, you're in a place where I think there are other Hawk fans in the same place you're at on this. And that I'm in a very positive area overall in this team on it. But that's where, again, I go on this too. And this is something that I run into, Nick, a lot with this at this point of it, where there's a lot of pushback that I'll get from fandom at times, not everybody, but there's a good amount of segment out there. It's certainly a vocal crew that's out there to where, they don't want any negativity at all in the discussion of this team. And there seems to be this sort of tacit belief out there that when you talk about this team, it has to be simply talked about in positive manners, in good manners. And that if you start getting negative in any which way, that is inappropriate, that is wrong, and that your fandom now needs to be checked. And I don't quite get that thinking. If the team had been good recently, if the team's been out there kicking butt recently, I could get where that thinking is at. But Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff wins than you since 2017. And again, Nick, I'm saying this as a person that really probably aligns more with where you're thinking about this team and how the outlook of this team is for the future. So I'm saying that. I'm more just saying, have sympathy for those people that are in that negative side of it because they have a leg to stand on. They're not operating emotionally. They're not just being negative for the sake of being negative. They're building their feelings off the back of something that has been real and has been true about this team for 10 years. That's the part where I'd love to have some discussions with people that on this one, if we can, and I mean really like substantial discussions today to where we can have a bit of a back and forth on this to where I can understand from the people's standpoint who say, don't be negative, never be negative. You shouldn't be talking about them. Trust in the team, trust in the process, have complete 100% faith in what they're doing. Don't question it. I don't get that thinking in that what about this team recently has earned that track record to be that? I'm not saying to be negative on the team. And again, Nick, I'm a person that feels good about where this team's going. I'm not calling for Schneider to be fired in any way, shape, or form. I've never said that. I've never come close to saying that. I think long-term, this team's moving in the right direction. But I think as well, people can be a bit negative on this and it's understandable. And that they go, look, this has not been fun roads to run down recently. This has not been good football I'm watching on Sundays. There's a lot to feel good and about the team in general, but That's been the reality of it. And so I think to ask people to face that and then tell them that they're just simply being negative to see what is really happening in front of their eyes is kind of, I don't get that as much as well. The drive to be just positive for the sake of being positive is not a right one to operate off of. Not in my opinion, at least. It's got to be based on something. And I think you can be fully loyal to this team and you can love this team with your heart and still have a little bit of a negative outlook on where you're seeing the team moving. And then that, to be fair, as long as it's truly really based on something. And you're not being, you're not being, just flippant or just angry for the sake of being angry. For instance, on this, let me give you, Nick, an example of this. I really felt like the Niners fandoms were kind of like being kind of silly, like they lose the Super Bowl and they're calling for Shanahan's head. We're on quite a different other end of the scale with this, as far as where we've been recently versus where they've been recently. But they were talking about it like they've been, and that's where it's, to me, that's where you can go to those people and go, look, you guys are being negative for the sake of almost being negative here a little bit. Yeah, you want the Super Bowl and yeah, you came this close and you missed and that hurts and it's hard, but that doesn't mean you just simply blow it up at that point. You guys are having as much success as anybody in the NFL at this point. You're on the right path. You're doing it correctly. So I that's where I would love to have a little more discussion on this with the negativity side, and true discussion. I'm not trying to make it as a debate or anything. I'm trying to understand a little bit for these people that do find themselves in that place, and I'm not one of those people, why they're so wrong for being in that state when there's so much ammunition that they have to be in that state. Where it to me doesn't seem like just emotionality that they're rolling. It just seems like, look, they're seeing the situation pretty clearly and they're kind of frustrated with it, and they kind of got a right to be frustrated with it. Orthodox Russ. Schneider thinks of fixing the O-line like Jim Morris Sr. thinks about making the playoffs. Laughing out loud. Offensive line. Offensive line. Offensive line. That's my Jim Morris Sr. Impression. If I missed your chat here today, folks, on the above, just do retype it in today. We've got a lot of folks in the chat, and sometimes my chat updates here. That's kind of hard to always. Sometimes stuff gets lost in there, but just repost if I happen to miss it. I'm happy to respond. He just says only when O-line is okay at 18 is if it's Booker. Booker, DJ, I think Kelvin Banks is a potential guy there. Will Campbell, if he does drift and fall. Mabo's off the board probably by that point pretty soundly. I think Josh Simmons is going to be off the point by that point. But yeah, you're right. I just don't think in the first round, I'm with you. I don't see a lot of guys in the first round that you go, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. June 32nd, B, what about Archer back for Manning? Hey, June 32nd, whatever it takes, baby. Whatever it takes, man. You want a game-changing talent, you better put in the work. Blue Hawk 206 says, yeah, Seattle will re-sign Walter Jones out of retirement. Then he's got to be right by now, right, Blue Hawk? He's had enough time for it to rest up. Team Bomber, if Will Campbell, Armand Mabo falls to us at 18, we'd be set. That'd be a dream scenario if you could make that happen. I'd love to see that. Duran just says, take an ass pounding for Arch Manning. It doesn't phonetically roll off the tongue, but the bottom line point is true. You gotta do what it takes here. Seth says, is somewhere north of $100 billion this season the Bengals are paying for 3 players? Yes. Yeah. And I think you can see that this is not the ideal way they wanted to go with this. I think that this is really Joe saying, you're going to let Teen, you're going to let Jamar walk. I want out of here within a year. I think that's it. Nick says, laughing out loud, Lawrence is next, huh? Hey, I get my apples in my eye, Nick, but I can pivot quickly. I'm the guy that breaks up with the girl and he's got a new girlfriend the next day. You know what I mean? Burrow, that's old news, baby. It's all about the Lawrence watch, man. We're on the Lawrence watch here. Let's go. Half Daddy, what about the Bears getting Thuney for a 4th rounder? Is John Schneider looking into those type of trades deals? I don't know. I would guess not. It didn't seem like we were even potentially interested in that. And I didn't mind necessarily passing on Thuney because he was 32. He's coming into the last year of his deal. it is a bit of an older player at that point versus really going and getting something that, is going to work there for you long term. But certainly for a stopgap for a year, as you draft a guy behind him to kind of develop, wouldn't have been the worst way to go. And I didn't have as much problem passing at the time, but I think in retrospect, a little bit you go, well, if your approach was going to be the rest of these offensive linemen why not do this? Because you bring in Thuney and now you're not putting any of those extra years of commitment onto his contract. You have him on, yes, a 1 year kind of high cost, I think at like $14 million, but you have the cap space to do that. And then that does kind of solidify you a little bit better with a guy there that you can kind of lock in at as you go, again, into the process of then drafting a couple of guys. I would have been more on that if I would have understood their secondary directions here in regards to like Fries and Jenkins and whatnot. Ian Victor, the fact the players know that the offensive line is the issue is saying something. If this goes bad, I don't see John recovering from it since this is a make or break year from him. It's getting to that point where you wonder, and I've said that I thought he's kind of comfortable there, Ian, right now. I don't know if Jody's putting a lot of feet to the fire with John in regards to feeling on any kind of hot seat, but it is a 10-year problem here. And I've mentioned this over and over, and nobody's really able to really push back against it. You might be able to find 1 year in that 10 year where they've been somewhat decent, but by and large, it's been pretty bad across the board. Go watch Chris Carson and his top 100 video that he had. And the first guy that they have leading off Chris Carson's top 100 video, he's talking about, that Chris Carson, he's a bad man. Like, he's got to do all his work there too, because they don't have very good linemen and scheme's not that good. Like, he's just got to do it all on his own. Like, even back then, they were talking about it like that. Just casually, another player talking about the Hawks team on a top 100 video. Like, it's reached that point of this. This isn't just merely for those that the offensive line's been, it's been kind of an issue. It's been horrible. Horrible. And it's not been bad, surprisingly so. It's been bad as you could walk into the season. We walked into with Laken Tomlinson going into a spread system, and he held up okay considering at his age and all that, but still you go, that's not a pathway for success on paper or how it's going to play out. This is going to go bad. This is going to go wrong. But it has been the issue. Yeah. Nick says, so does Pitt sign Rodgers and DK has a career year? Laughing out loud. I suppose it's a possibility. I'd kind of thought DK could benefit on this going in there with, the Pickens on the other side of it, and then they would run the ball, and then you'd be able to get some single coverage opportunities with DK on the outside because teams would have to dedicate resources to stopping the run against that Steeler team. And it could free him up that way. And that might still become the case. But it does seem like George Pickens is potentially going to be on the move. The heat right now is that Pickens goes to the Raiders. So it seems like they almost kind of went to find a Pickens replacement with DK more than the tandem action there, which then maybe would, I think, hold down a little bit of his production this upcoming year. We don't know what we're going to get with Rodgers. Don't even know if Rodgers is going to the Steelers. Man, that guy just is so flim-flam, wishy-washy, can't make up his mind, How does he even get out of bed in the morning? Do I want to get out of bed? I don't know. Why? I think I want to sleep some more. No, I got to get out of bed. I kind of want to sleep. I don't want to go. Maybe I should use some ayahuasca. I don't really want to be out of bed. He drives me nuts, man. Not even my quarterback. But there's a little bit there that might make that hard for DK to pull that off, especially because they're going to run the ball so much there. Nick, they're going to be heavy run. So he'll get over 1,000 yards, but as long as he's safe, Greg Pfeiffer, I think our young guns are going to improve and we will look fantastic going into next year. Greg, I love the optimism. Let's go. KZ, Hawks Nest, do you expect any of Bradford, Haynes, Olu to show improvement this year? I think Olu's kind of right around where he's at. I don't think he's bad. I think he's probably a guy that's somewhere where, week by week will be rated somewhere between 15 and 20th in the league as far as matched up against the rest of the centers in the NFL. Where does he rank? Probably about right in there. Functional, which is fine. We've had a position in non-functional states many times over recent years with Austin Blythe and Evan Brown. I think Haynes will improve. Going to the zone system and more of a fit to what he does definitely will help him out. I don't know if he's got a long way to go from the performance that he put on the field last year, but I do still feel pretty good about him. I'm a little reticent with Bradford. I think with Bradford, he's got to show me that that's going to come forward with him. He's kind of remained somewhat of the similar player to what he was walking in the door the first year. But Haynes, I do see being a little bit better, Casey. Yeah. Brian says Jonah Savania in the second feels like the move. I could see that one being the one, Brian. That's one of those guys in that collection for me. of that second round. That stock of collection that you can grab a couple of those guys, you're going to feel pretty good about either of the two. Nick says if we fired John Schneider, he'd be with another team quick. He would. Yep. But, you let go of Coach Carroll and he was with a new team within a year. Doesn't make that the right or wrong move to move on from Carroll, And I'm not asking to move on from Schneider by any means, but just that, you don't make that decision based on if the guy's going to get another job somewhere else. You do it based on purely whether or not, you trust in them being the best guy to run the ship in the moment today. News and analysis with Arturo, the Hawks Nest. We need to draft an offensive guard. Kubiak and Schneider need to get their head in the game. I think you're going to draft a couple of them, Arturo. I think you're going to draft a couple of them early, by the way that this is setting up. The stage is setting up. And that's okay. This could work going that route with it. Flack says, John talking about Anthony Bradford. He loves himself Bradford, man. And like Bradford will give you, to John's point, when Bradford gives you his fun blocks, him at his best, he can do that stuff. We knew he was an athletic kind of freak guy coming out for his size and build and length. And when it goes right, he can dominate. But unfortunately, you don't get those snaps on a consistent basis. It's kind of here and then sort of there and then sort of here. After Daddy DK saying the grass is greener is a dick move. Interesting way for him to use that phrase, because that phrase I've never heard it referenced that way. It's the opposite. Hawks have you. No worries, Brando. Hawks will draft offensive guard in the 9th round this year. We got it. Undrafted rookie free agent, man. That's the name of the game, Hawks have you. Shadowbot, how you doing, man? How you doing? Seth K. Aloha, picture this. The Saints O-line were ranked higher than ours, and I think they were missing 2 to 3 starters for half the season. Indeed. Yeah. Indeed. Max Bailey says, I think the pushback on the offensive line doomsayers is when you analyze the linemen we missed in free agency, it's all very understandable. Dudes coming off injury, getting huge long deals are kind of suspect. Great point, Max. And I think that you touch on, I think, if I can, to kind of elaborate a bit too further on this. So that's where I think that there's for the doomsayers, as you say, you're right. I think you're absolutely right on this. I think that the people that are super pro Hawk and super like John's just great are going, look at these individual deals and there's a reason that they can't be done. And this didn't make sense. And that guy at the 5th year and Teven Jenkins with his injury history. I think you're right there. But that's the part where I think that the pro Johnites out there are missing a little bit of the point on this, is that this isn't just about this off season. That's the thing with this. And that's where I say that there's the leg to stand on for the people that are a bit of the doomsayers, being that you've done this for 10 years. It's not a 1-year problem. It's not a 2-year problem. It'd be one thing if we just had this happen in just the vacuum of this offseason, Max, and it was just these situations that occurred and none of this had happened and the offensive line hadn't been as big a problem and John had actually spent money in the past in free agency or had done more to make more of a commitment in the draft to actually building up a capable offensive line. Like if that was the reality, then to come back at those doomsayers and say, look, you guys, this is a one-off season thing. What are you doing? But the fact that it's the 10-year part of it, that's the part that the people that are the pro-John people, I think, need to also acknowledge that part of it as well. This hasn't been just this offseason missing on Fries, Teven Jenkins, the Colts center, and it ain't just that. It's the 10 years of it with it. But I appreciate that's a great point on your part, Max, and I think that is the part where there's maybe two different kind of arguments going on at hand there between those two camps. Where one camp's looking at it through the view of just this offseason, the other camp's going, this is 10 years of this. I can find much more 10 years of this being a continuance, much more than there being a variance year in and year out in their approach specifically to this offensive line position. Half Daddy says nobody's paying Lockett $17 million per year, let alone $24 million average AAV. Agreed, Half Daddy. And to your point on that, Lockett doesn't exactly seem like he's got a line of suitors that are sitting there waiting for him if he's out there just able to cook everybody at every turn. A little bit like DK was intimating in that interview. Like, shouldn't he be having offers here at this point? Should there be people lining up there? Or, Seattle kind of had that one right there a little bit. Okay. Seth says, at least we have 5 picks that are in the top 100. So that's cool. Hope we can make some good picks, though. Me too, Seth. And we got some good, tasty picks, man. We're going to have a fun draft. We're going to have a fun-ass draft. Half daddy, especially considering how Seattle took care of Marshawn in his last season, and they just paid him something like $8 to $10 million that they really didn't have to, or the fact that Geno made $6 million in incentives. Bingo, half daddy. This team's been pro player. You gave a third contract to Marshawn Lynch. Like, they didn't want to do that, and it bit him in the butt, but they did it. You know, I mean, look what they did with Chris Carson, with his neck injury and all that other stuff. Like, you knew with the neck injury that this was a risk, and you really didn't want to probably do it, but the guy had been such a good soldier and a good warrior. You wanted to reward him, and you rewarded him. You know, you paid basically for past performance rather than what you were going to get in the future from the guy, if we're really being honest with it. And that's where, you know, you mentioned great point with the Geno incentives. The Dallas Cowboys this year, half daddy, to your point, I believe that they set they had the one guy, Cooper Rush, starting for them throughout the year. He was going to hit incentives moving into the final game of the season. So they sat him and then they played Lance instead. I mean, completely dicked them out of the incentives. That is what a cold-blooded NFL roster team does. That is an example of that right there. Seattle does not operate that way. That's not been their track record. And it's a place where, like, I really feel like the players should be giving John Schneider a lot more credit here, because Lord knows he's taking plenty of fire on the front end from guys like me on this. So let's give him a little bit of credit in the back end and stop kneecapping him as acting like he's this Bill Belichick 2.0 cold-blooded type that's just going through and hacking and slashing at every turn whenever he sees fit. He's been very, very good to these players, especially considering the lay of the land. And it's the part that does frustrate me when I hear them talk about it, because it's just like, it's a blind spot to the rest of the league. It's a blind spot to what John actually has done. I mean, look at how you dealt with Cliff Averill. Look at how you dealt with Cam Chancellor. You paid those guys out after the neck injuries. They didn't go back and try to, no, you made good on it. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. Thomas Cox says, Dan Van's in the battle on opinion on the O-line, so I get the optimism, but 10 years of not signing, trading, or grabbing competent O-linemen. That's it, Thomas. That's the key of this argument, this debate. This is not a one-year thing about this offseason and missing on Fries or Teven Jenkins. It's a little bit about, this has been the 10-year period here that we've run through on this. And I've seen so many years where your offensive line has sunk this team on the back of this approach and strategy. Not sunk the offense, sunk the team. And Seth Kolo, I do think Haynes is going to take steps forward. Zone scheme is going to fit him a little bit better. He's going to be able to do more of the angle blocking, more of the shield blocking, more of just get the instantaneous hat on a hat, hold it for that second and a half, and that's all you got to hold it. Versus if you're in a system where you've got to launch off the ball and you've got to just get that push in there. He's going to have a lot more with being at the right guard, where he's going to be serving double teams with the center in this scheme. So a little bit less of you one-on-one up on that board. More of now, we're together on this, and we're going to just drive this guy off at the point of attack, especially when we're running like power, for instance. Also the movement-based stuff, going lateral. He's pretty athletic for an offensive lineman. He can move lateral in that way and be comfortable doing that stuff. So Haynes will be better suited here. He will be better suited. As I said, he has a lot of ways to go from where he was last year overall in that respect of things, but I do expect it to be improved. That's for sure. Philip Castle, what happens if we are sitting at 18 and Genty and Warren are around? Hypothetical. Warren would probably be a pretty hard pick for John not to pull on. I think that I think that'd be hard pressed to not go with Warren at the tight end position there. I do have a second round grade, and some of this depends on where the team sees Warren. But it does seem like my look on him is different from where the consensus is, to where he does seem like he would be higher. Ashton Genty that's a tough one there, Philip. You know, and I think that that's one where hard to kind of quite say. John likes running backs, and he's took 2 second-round running backs a couple years ago. He's very much in favor of that approach to things. And with Genty, he may look at that guy as a blue chip guy dropping to 18. And if you're a general manager and a blue chip prospect falls to you at 18, I hate taking running backs. I don't like going this approach. But if that's where your valuation is, and that's where my valuation is, this is not just a good running back. This is a special running back. And if you see him as a special running back, you probably make the pull on it. And you probably move one of your other backs that's in the stable to try to get a pick where you can. And maybe you don't get a whole lot back for a Walker or for a Charbonnet. But you go, look, the ends validate the means. And this kid's going to be worthwhile enough to make this jump on it. And I've been kind of anti this, but I've got to admit that the brass tax bottom line of it is that this kid should go in the top 10. He's a blue chip talent in a draft that is bereft of blue chip talents. You don't have Walker here for more than a year. And then Charbonnet after that, more than a year potentially with that. So there is a bit of a decision here. I would understand people wanting to jump off buildings if they saw it. But I believe in drafting for value. And that's a blue chip prospect at 18 at that point. I don't think he's going to last there. So it's kind of it's null and void. He's going to the Raiders. If he goes to the Raiders, somebody's going to trade up and probably grab him in the top 10. Go to Dad says, even if stepping back made sense, don't teams use the money they save in stepping back to build the trenches, not just take on a bunch of mid to below mid jags at other positions? Yes. I think that when it comes to taking a step back, Cody Dad, I think that there's not there's not an exact way every team would take that step back. It would be this team taking this step back this year. I think, Cody Dad, if there was not the assembly of picks in this draft in day 2 for the Hawks, multiple second rounders, multiple third rounders, if this was not a draft, Cody Dad, where there was as many good offensive linemen in that second, third round range, I think that there would have been more of a draw than to maybe paying for one of these offensive linemen. But because it is a step back, when you're paying for these offensive linemen and you're paying for guys that might be a risk or a guy wants a 5th year like Freeze, you're really making that move because you do then partly believe that then 2025 is going to be potentially kind of the year that you could do and go out there and make noise in 2025. And the big and most important part of stepping back on this, Cody Dad, in my opinion, if we're saying that this is what the team's doing, is that you're saying, we want to compete in 25. We're going to try to do some things, but we're not going to go as hard as we've gone in prior years to contend in 2025. That there's going to be a bit of a sight line towards 26 with this. And that means that we're not looking then as a kind of as a motivation, a priority point to put a bunch of money on the books for 26 and 27. And offensive line would be included in that. All these deals they've given out, Cody Dad, when you look at it from the Kupp deal to Lawrence to Darnold even, these are all deals that you can get out after 1 year if you wanted to. And they have so much cap space next year that if they have to eat some dead money to get out from these deals, a little bit of dead money, they're still going to have just a Scrooge McDuck vault of cash to go out there and spend on free agents for 26 and 27, or to spend on their own guys in-house, or to make trades for guys that you can spend money for. So you're still in a really good position at that point. But no, I think you'd want to invest in those trenches, but you'd want the quality there, and you'd want to be certain of that quality if you're taking that step back. Meaning, Cody Dad, that it wouldn't be about 25. It'd be that I'm getting a lineman for this year's free agent period that I know then in 26 is still going to be here, still going strong. Is Joe Thuney going to still be here in 26 going strong and good? Teven Jenkins with his injury history and what's going on with his medical and that? Kind of hard to say. Will Freeze, who didn't want to have a physical, that you're on a 5-year contract, who's only had 4 or 5 games of really decent play. That's where I think that there just wasn't those items to give you that certainty for 26. So you would have, I think, maybe Kodab, but it would have had to have been with the knowledge that you knew these guys were going to be there and be good and going strong in 26 if you rolled with that. I mean, even the Colts center that went to the Vikings is 32-year-old player. Another guy you'd be going, I don't know. He might be out after a year. He might be done after a year. Catalyst says 2 to 3 years ago, the line was a bad weakness. They've certainly addressed that the last couple seasons. Absolutely, they have. Hey, Josh, did you talk about the DK interview already? Yeah, we talked a bit. I talked a bit at the front. Hey, Josh, I played a couple of the clips at the start of the show today. Right at the start, if you want to check it out there at the beginning to get kind of the expansive thoughts on this one. But interesting a little bit about just Grubb comes off looking worse and worse with every player that speaks about him in their time here. It's going to look worse and worse. And that signing bad, not only on the front of you signed a bad offensive coordinator, not only bad on the front of wasn't willing to adjust, wasn't willing to read the temperature of the room, but bad in the way that you seem to have also kind of pushed some guys out of town in addition to that. DK, Gino maybe even on this. seems to kind of stand out on that this was just a bit of a nightmare situation there with Grubb last year. And he seemed to be pretty hard-headed. He seemed to be pretty stubborn and unwilling to really listen to anybody but his own voice. And I understand you got to ride on the horse that you rode in on, but at the same point in time, when you're making mistakes right and left, you need to also listen to the smart people in the room and what they're trying to tell you. So disconcerting, the interview in that respect, hearing it that way. But I think a big part of this with DK came down to money. I really wouldn't be surprised at the end of the day that the Steelers were willing to give him either one more extra year or just extra more money than the Hawks were willing to give him. Also, part of what we know about the reports coming out of this was that DK wanted to be paid early in this training camp process. He wanted to be paid like right now. He's getting this contract right now. And with Seattle, they wanted to get through their normal order of operation and then get him to the extension down the line a little bit, maybe even after the draft. And DK wasn't really wanting to wait that amount of time period. So the money was all part of this. The contract and the timing of the contract was part of this too. But yeah, certainly you walk away with it going, all right, well, makes sense why this went this way. Makes sense why this had to go this direction of things, I guess. Just comes down to the bottom line of it, Joss, is that it's just mutual parting of ways. The timing was just right, like DK said. I think that's the real part of this. Sometimes the timing is just right for both camps, considering the situations. Cody Dad says, I think we are closer to competing, maybe not for a Super Bowl than you do, but now we're closer to a losing season than a winning one. Have different views of what stepping back looks like. So for me, the step back is merely through the lens, Cody Dad, of contending, like you say, for a Super Bowl. So you have, I think you have your teams that are in the states of coming into a season and you're like, well, if things all work out really well this year, we'll slip into the playoffs kind of right at the end, just kind of get in there. Maybe we'll even win a game in the playoffs, get some heat started for the next year, right? So I think that the team in taking the step back this year right now, Cody Dad, has the potential of having that kind of year. But when I look through the lens of how do we get to a contending state, what does it take to get to a contending state? How do you have to set the cap up right to get to a contending state? How does your line got to be to a contending state? Where do your quarterback position at to get to a contending state? When I take all of that into account, I didn't see coming into this offseason a team that's signing DK Metcalf and Geno Smith to the monster contracts they would have, not going in out then and having the money to sign in for agency then, having to rely fully on the draft then for the linemen to make it happen. I just didn't see that team. While I saw them being potentially coded out in a place that could get to a playoffs and maybe even win a game in the playoffs, not to Super Bowl. And if that's the case, as I say, I'm always wholly driven by getting the Super Bowl. Being kind of better than mediocre, just getting the playoffs, that's not worth a whole hell of a lot to me. It's nice. It's good to happen. It's not a bad thing. But it is a bad thing if it comes at ultimately the cost of not driving certainly towards the lane of being a contending team. And I'm really onto this, Cody Dad, because when I look at the last 10 years, I think that's been the part that's been missing, is that you have self-identified yourself wrongly as a team every given year. You've allowed that to then inform the moves that you would make. You sacrifice from the future for today then in account to do that, thus making it the future harder to get that contending status. So this is why when I wind this back then to saying why I didn't want to go as much hard on let's have to go drive for these offensive linemen right now and spend for them, and that this is the biggest thing that's got to have happen. It's driven by that. It's pulled by that. It's trying to correct the ways and what you've gotten wrong the past 10 years, fix where you're wrong, stay with the things that you're getting right, lean on those, but fix where you were wrong. And where you were wrong was constantly looking at yourself thinking that you're better than you actually are. Because that's what they've done, Cody Dad, for the last 10 years. And this is not debatable. This is not a topic. I have both the head coach and I have the general manager every year for a 10-year period. Anytime they had an interview and they're asked about that, and every interview they ask them, how do you see your team? Where's the outlook of your team? Where are you guys standing this year? Are you ready? We're ready to contend. We see ourselves as contender. We can contend this year. And that was both coach and that was general manager saying that. Now, is there a little bit of that's what they're going to tell? Yeah, I mean, general that's what a coach and general manager are going to say, but they're also going to, set expectations appropriately. And I think that they believed it. And I think that the proof that they believed it, Cody Dad, was in those moves that they pulled from the future for today. The giving a second round pickup for a Leonard Williams at a trade deadline deal move, right? That's not an indicator of, we know we're not really ready to contend this year, but we're just, we're going to try to do as much as we kind of can. We think we can contend with this guy. He's going to help take us over the top. So misidentification of your team for a 10-year period has been the biggest problem, even above offensive line. As bad as offensive line has been, Cody Dad, this has been a bigger problem for this team over this 10-year period. Every single season, you can't seem to identify properly where your team really is at as far as the pecking order of the NFL. You think you're up here, You're more kind of about right here. And so this is where I wanted to see the course correction and that step back this offseason. You take the step back. You don't necessarily, Cody Dad, completely bail out on 25. It's not that you're tanking for Arch Manning. I'm joking about that a little bit, but you're not doing that. There's a way this team could come together and coalesce and everything just kind of works out in the right way that they go out there and they could become that team. But you're not counting on it. You're not going to pull from the future cap space to make it happen. It's got to happen kind of organically and naturally if it's going to be. And that's where I'm advocating for in the step back. That's where I see it. So I think we're kind of similar in overall and where we may see the team with that, by and large with it. But it's that separating point of fringe playoff team, contender. I think that there's a big difference between those two slots of things. And I think we're in this slot right now rather than the contender slot. And then that then informs your moves going into a 25 offseason about how aggressive you are, whether you go out there and go get that offensive lineman for big money, or whether you just kind of remain a little bit patient in your process, a little bit of a kick the can to 26 when it comes to how you spend your money a bit. But that's just kind of where I sort of see it on that. Thrill House, Brando dressed John as a female big game hunter with big hips. It was a dude I took it off of. It was not a female. It was a dude I took it off of. I was having some fun with that one last night. Mario, we'll fix the O-line in the draft, get 2 guards in the second round. Let's do it, Mario. R. Levis, Metcalf appears to have the same issue a lot of employees have at any business. They incorrectly assume the purpose of the visit is to employ them, which is almost never the case. The purpose of the business, I think, is what you're meaning to say there, is to employ them, which is almost never the case. Yeah, I think there's a bit of that. There's a bit of that at play. I think that the players don't have to like this part of it, but I do think that they're being a bit silly. And he's not the only one that's talked about this. Players talk about this stuff all the time in the NFL, and it's one where it just goes, you chose to play the sport. You could have gone play basketball, could have played baseball, you could have got your guaranteed contracts, but you're in a sport that you walked into this thing knowing the contracts aren't guaranteed. You signed up for this thing. And if you signed up for it, the bitching and moaning about how teams have to operate in order for them to, be successful. And let's keep this in mind that if a general manager just operates with this complete loyalty to the players at every turn, and I'll do right by you, and I'll do right by you to the ends of the earth, and I'll do right by you to the ends of the earth. Well, that general manager ended up losing his job. Does then that player come back out for that general manager and be like, he shouldn't have lost his job for that loyalty? They'd be dead quiet. Dead quiet. So it's like there is a fallout factor for the GM if he operates that way. Look at the pressure John's getting right now for not having the team in a winning state and all that. That's that place where there's that blind spot with those players, Levis, where you go, look, guys, I understand it can be frustrating this sport from your standpoint to theoretically be cut any time and that your careers are so short, but this is not a new thing in football. It's been like this since the dawn of man. It's the tough part about this sport. Careers don't last, teams don't last. What is today is gone tomorrow. And you just got to accept that that's a bit of the lay of the land rather than always bitching and moaning about the fact that teams don't have the loyalty. Teams don't have loyalty, especially when you're talking about a team that's actually shown loyalty to its players. John's gone, in my mind, in estimation, overboard at times in making sure that he takes care of these guys right compared to other teams. Like I was mentioning about like what the Cowboys did last year to Cooper Rush. We got no evidence of John ever pulling that kind of move out here. KZ says, my gut tells me that John Schneider trades away our first pick. Just got a strong feeling he wants multiple dips on day 2. I like it, KZ. I hope you're right. Half Daddy, I don't know what Aaron Rodgers is doing, man. Brian's got Alfred Collins in the 3rd round. You got to sell me on Alfred Collins. I got to go back and watch him, Brian. There's so many people that are so much higher on him than I was in watching his tape initially. I got him more as a 3-tech run stuffer than a pure nose. Bill says Green or Grant at 18. I'd be happy with either one. I'd be okay with either one too, man. Defense, Bill. Defense looks like the value pick at 18. If you just stand and pick. Blue Hawk 206. I guess Seattle thinks they can go young at offensive line again. Hopefully they have the staff to actually pull it off since they never have in the Pete Carroll tenure. Hopefully now that is going to be the case, Blue Hawk. And I think in Benton, you have a guy that at the very least, bare minimum, is on an equivalent basis with a guy like Mike Solari, who's probably been one of the better offensive line coaches that we've had here for the past 10 years. He's got that kind of long track record in the sport. And so I think there's some reason to believe that they can have better success doing this route than they have in years past, where you might have had a Tom Cable there that was still trying to kind of adjust to the new rules and the spread systems and how that had taken down the talent of offensive linemen coming out. And he didn't always have, I think, a plan for how to deal with that. And that's part of what drove him to look at defensive linemen for offensive line converts at that time. But I think that this one is a little more tried and true in his ability to bring that actual ability to develop these offensive linemen. I mean, even in Dickerson's case, didn't have a guy with a long track record in the sport in doing that. Certainly not last year as well with the college OL offensive lineman coach that we had. Danlo says, like my wife would tell me, like that defended Russ to the hilt. I love my kids, but when they aren't acting right, I'm going to call them out on it. Bingo. That's tried and true. Yeah, it doesn't mean you don't love them still. Doesn't mean that you aren't still on team, whatever. But yeah, let's call out what we're really seeing and what's the true reality of the situation. Not to try to paint it up in a different way. Alien Wizard, the key is new coaches who can develop the offensive line and players we get like John Schneider said on the John Schneider show yesterday. Yes, sir. El Nino, if you pass 70% of the time, your team is going to have protection issues. And that with any team that passes as much as we do. Very true. Very true. Kirian says, here's the deal. It's not that you haven't gotten a ton of OGs in free agency exactly. It's that you can't even negotiate well enough to not get a guy to ruin his career in Cleveland. Does that not tell you something? Years of this going on, Kirian. That's the thing, not 1 year issue too. This is years and years and years of you never jumping on this or even trying to jump in this direction of things. And it's where John's taken this to the extreme. There's the general belief you want to have, and I get it, where don't pay for middling offense. Don't pay big money for middling offensive line play. Completely makes a lot of sense from John's perspective on that. And it's accurate. You don't want to do that by and large, but you also can't go for basically the 10-year period going that there's not been one guy, especially the bad as your offensive line's been, that you can't target somewhere to get this in a better state. You've taken it to an extreme place of things, John. You're spending as little money as anybody in the NFL on this offensive line. I can take just that as a basic baseline here. Let's throw out draft picks. Let's throw out the coaching problems. Like, you're spending as little money on this offensive line as anybody else in the NFL. How can that be a recipe for success? Just in general terms. Not that you just want to throw money at it for the sake of throwing money at it, but league least is league least. Angry Bucket, I don't think we'll be able to draft Arch Manning, but we might be able to get Drew Aller. You're right about that, Angry Bucket. Yeah. I'm joking a little bit about the Manning thing. I'm not being serious about it. I might do the shirt just for the memes. The shirt would be, I think, hilarious for the memes with the big fat forehead on the top, but you're right. SL Hazard, if you don't have a top 5 quarterback, you're just playing to win regular season games and get bounced early in the playoffs. Maybe so. I mean, SL, Jalen Hurts was able to get pretty far this year in the playoffs, not being a top 5 quarterback. He's gotten to a second Super Bowl there. I think it's shown you that, you can get to the Super Bowl through other areas. That's one method to do it with the top 5 quarterback. And I would give you that by and large, when you do get into the playoffs, that would be a tendency if you'd see most of the teams having that kind of guy. I'd give you that too as well. But we had 10 years ago a guy in Russell Wilson who was not anywhere close to being a top 5 quarterback in the sport when he took you to back-to-back Super Bowls. So there's a couple ways to do this. That is the tried true path, is get the top 5. There's the other path you can go down too with it. It's maybe a bit harder to do than just having kind of the magical quarterback, but there's another way of doing it for sure. Kirian says, free agent offensive line guys are not going to be saviors. They're number one depth, and they're number one depth in guys that can help your youngsters accelerate their learning and will be a starter, but man. It kind of depends on the offensive lineman you find, Kirian. I mean, there are offensive lineman free agents that come in and give you really good play. So I think there's a variance on this. Maybe there's a general rule of thumb that the guys you sign in free agency, to your point, would be in general terms that. But I think you could find guys too that are starters as well out there. I definitely think too, the savior thing is it's more about just finding the stability, because that's something that gets presented as well. I was seeing on Twitter where it's like, Teven Jenkins was never going to be our savior here. It's like, well, we weren't hoping that Teven would come in the savior, just come in and give you some stability for a position that's been very unstable, to give you even at least league average play for a position that's been well below league average over this 10-year period by and large. You have an outlier of a season with Damian Lewis here or there maybe, but it's been in that same kind of territory for just years on end. And so even getting just a stable guy in that way it's not a savior, just stability and a little bit of just a known quantity factor rather than everything kind of having a bit of a question mark behind it from depth to starter, especially on that interior line. Kevin O'Connell says, 3 teams let Jenkins walk. Something's probably off in the physical. That's why the Browns picked him up, because they are broken. Definitely a team that's not run with the smartest approach in their process, that's for sure. It's been another strange offseason watching them work here and some of the moves that they've made. But certainly Jenkins has some questions to him, whether it's the physicals, whether it's his willingness, as we're hearing about from some people, Kevin, to play through injury. Through injuries, most players would typically play through, but he wants to sit. There's a big question there about toughness with him on that side of it. DJ, we just signed River Carcraft. Yeah, he's going to be a camp body guy. Camp body guy. Sabin Sen Studio. I'd love to have Arch My Back for Manning. I don't know if YouTube would let my store get away with that one. Martin says, HawksNest, I think anyone who is feeling negative about this team are coming from a place of experience and what we've seen over the last 10 years. I'd say I'm optimistic and skeptical together. Well, great. Well said on your part. And this is where I find myself, where it's, hey, I'm optimistic and I'm skeptical, which can I be a little bit of both on that? Do I have to be hyper extreme in one or the other, where it's like teams doing nothing but great things this team, John Schneider's trash. I find myself in that kind of same place. I'm optimistic about this future. I am. But I don't think anybody does anybody any favors by covering up the last 10 years with optimism. I don't think that does any favors of us correctly looking at the situation accurately and understanding what needs to happen next to fix this. If you don't acknowledge that there's ever a problem, you'll never seek to fix it. If we do nothing but stab our fingers in our ears and say, nah, the 10 years has been great, everything's fine. Nothing's been really that wrong on the offense. It's just been whatever. You're never going to fix it. That's why I'm putting a spotlight on this. That's why I've hammered this so hard. I want to see it corrected. That's the point of it. It's not to have people to be negative for the sake of being negative Nellies or they want to just be mad at the team all the time, because they want to see it fixed. And they've got a leg to stand on wanting to see it fixed, because it has been a 10-year problem. But you can still also then have optimism for where the team's going in general on that. That's that nuanced place, Martin, that's so hard to get in this online hemisphere at times, where everything's got to be binary, zeros and ones, all black or all white. I think we can find a little bit of the gray in this situation. I think that there's a lot of reason to see that gray there. Brian says, John Schneider's here going forward, no matter next year's record. I would tend to agree with that, Brian, 100%. If something were to happen with John's job, I think McDonald gets a lot of power and fast. I trust the coach. I do too. One part that John did a great job on is bringing in this guy. I think he's going to prove to be a marvelous head coach for this football team. Every bit as high on McDonald as I've ever been with him. Just love the vibe, love how he carries himself, love the control that he maintains there, and feel very good about where this team's heading with him at the helm. See Lord of Bravos. I'm 50 minutes behind the live stream. Brandon seems low-key frustrated about the free agency approach with the O-line. I get it, but I'm also in a place of managing to find a bit more patience. No, I'm not. More of what I was trying to explain to it, see Lord, is less of my frustration. I'm really not, at the end of the day, that frustrated by it, but that's really more driven by the part that I go to where I say, look, it's probably a step back in 25, and I'm okay with that. So it's not that, it's more of just speaking to the thing that I was watching last week, a lot of online discussion out there. I watched a lot of hot content creators out there, and unsolicited advice to folks out there that do what I do on this. If you are listening, don't do any favors by lying to people. You have an opinion, But if you're coming at it with an agency or a perspective that's driven by other alternate means other than just being honest and truthful with people, it's going to come off. And I think that there is an existence in this fan base at times, and I don't know if it's a kind of a regional thing or not. I think that we tend to be very positive people in the Pacific Northwest and look for the bright side of things at all times. That's a good thing. It's a great instinct to have, much better than to be just the dour people that are always looking at the negative side of things on their side. But you can take everything to an extreme degree. And that's where I think sometimes where I watch some of the discourse online with this, with people trying to bring up valid points behind this, to where people just want to paint them as being skeptical or negative rather than, hey, no, you've got honestly merit and points to stand on here by what you're bringing up. You're not just crazy town. You're not just a poor fan. You're not a lesser fan, but you actually have reason to be frustrated. And that's where more of what I was trying to speak to on that Bravos was just that I feel like these people that are in that frustrated tone, that I may not be in that same place, but I completely understand where they come from. And I don't think that they're crazy. I don't think that they're out of pocket. I don't think that they're a lesser fan. I think that they have a right to voice concerns on this. And the people that push back so hard on that, I think, are the ones that are out of pocket on this. Have positivity, and I have positivity for the team, and I'm in alignment with those people that look at the team overall and the positive outlook of it. But don't shake the finger at the fan that's got a rightful reason to be frustrated. It comes off of you just expect them to be nothing but positive toward the team at every turn. And that's not what being a sports fan is really about, number one. And number two, that's kind of lame. Doing nothing but just explaining everything away behind the team. Everything's exceptional, everything's great, everything's amazing. If I'm operating off of that, how that's uninteresting and it's dishonest. But no, I'm okay with it, Sea-Lord. I completely get it. I got no problems. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation. Peter, at this point, I'm praying Banks falls to 18. I keep hearing skepticism about his arm length for a top 10 tackle. He'd be a good left guard for us at 18. I think that if you're talking about Peter Campbell, Mabu, Josh Simmons, or Banks, Banks is the guy to me that has the really good chance of falling to you there at 18. Those other guys, I think, probably are off the board. Somebody was mentioning earlier on the stream on this, I agree with it, that, these offensive linemen being signed for so much money and being kind of mid-offensive linemen signing for so much big money, that's only going to probably cause these interior offensive linemen to maybe be picked more than ever. And linemen in general be picked more than ever, higher than ever. And so that might be the case with Banks. And then we see that being enough to kind of push him up. But both with Banks and Campbell, with those arm length side of it, and with the arm length being maybe an indicator that they've got to be kicked inside to guard, could allow one of those two guys to drop to you there at 18. You're right, Peter. And I think the pick makes a lot of sense if he falls to you at 18. The value would be right there. Value, as I always say, meeting need is the best place that you can find yourself in the draft. You always want to go for value. But when need can intersect with that value, X marks the spot. Bam, you're right on it. So I love it, Peter. I could go that direction. I think he gives you the ability to play left guard, and I'm making a guess on that. I got to admit, I have a little bit of a hole in my own game and really knowing for sure with guys that are tackles at college that they can play inside. But he seems to have the power, seems to have the size, and that arm length would seem to be an indicator that he needs to kick in there too in addition to that. And we know that those left guards don't tend to go in the top 15 picks, right, Peter? So good chance that he falls, if that is the consensus by NFL circles, that he is a guard. If the team see him as a tackle, good chance he goes in that top 15. But if they're more driven to say, nope, going to be a guard, then he probably kicks on in there and calls it a day. But he should fit in there, I think, pretty fluidly. And I'm okay with that, Peter. Not a bad way to kick off the draft at all. I say that'd be a meat and potatoes pick. Meat and potatoes pick, Peter. Jordan coming in with a $50 donation. Jordan, thank you for that $50 donation. I appreciate you for that. Thank you very, very, very kind, man. Awesome. Says, I don't get the anger at John for not offering a right guard 5 years, $88 million because we wanted a physical. Then Jenkins is passed on by us and 3 others. That tells me they don't trust his body. We also haven't had a good offensive line coach in almost a decade. Well, Jordan, thank you for the $50 donation. I really, really do appreciate that. That is very, very kind of you for doing that, man. Thank you so much, brother. Yeah, I would echo your deal on this. So this is where I'm trying to wear the couple hats on this, Jordan, where I fall in alignment with the people that look, I didn't want Will Freeze anyway. So giving Will Freeze 5 years, and I'm on record coming into free agency saying Will Freeze doesn't excite me in the least. Reason being is because you have no real performance you're basing off of what you're giving this guy money. You're just sort of giving a guy money at that point. I know there's other teams that are willing to give him. A few teams were in on it and all that, but I didn't want to jump for that either. And with the Jenkins thing, it is understandable as well, especially that they brought him in to poke and prod at him, that they walked away and they said, okay, Jenkins, we don't trust the physicals with this. We don't trust where he's at or he wants too much money. We'll learn on that one where really the Jenkins thing is. We might as much find Jordan on that they didn't want to give him an extra year, that Cleveland maybe is willing to give him. And so more than it being about the individual players on this one, Jordan, if I can say, and I know a lot of people are referencing to being mad at Will Freeze and everything else, I think that where we have is a bit of a gap between the Hawk fan base right now. And on one side, we have the folks like yourself saying this, where who were the linemen we were going to supposedly go spend the money on. And then the offensive line coaches have been craptastic here for many, 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 many years. And then you have the folks on the other side of it going, but this has been a 10-year problem. So it's like your folks are completely right in saying that these individual offensive line item guys couldn't go for this guy here, couldn't go for a guy there. I would say at the same point in time, Jordan, it shows a little bit of a lack of foresight by the team that they didn't have pinpointed to the guy that they were going to go get to bring in here. That, like, for instance, you let a Joe Thuney slide through, a guy that you could given up for a relatively, not high pick. You could have taken your fourth rounder, an extra late pick, and you could beat their offer that Chicago essentially was throwing at him to bring a guy in here on a 1-year deal at $14 million. If your plan was to be so hesitant with these other offensive linemen down the line, that you didn't like the rest of the guys, you weren't going to go to the 5th year, you thought there was going to be some questions on Jenkins, that's where, to me, there's a little bit of lack of foresight. But I think, too, where the frustration really comes from on these fans, Jordan, is that they're looking at this as from that 10-year standpoint. And they don't just look at it from that 10-year standpoint of it's merely just the bad coaching. I would give you that that's a big part of the element. But the part of the last 10 years has not just been merely bad coaching. That's not been the only problem here at hand. It's been a part of it, but it's been the lack of willing to spend on the offensive line, too. You made one major trade in 10 years for an offensive lineman. One major trade. I understand they're hard to find. I understand they're hard to get. But a big part of the reason that John's not made that trade for that offensive lineman these past few years as well is that you have to give up more assets than you would like to go get that offensive lineman. More than maybe you feel real comfortable doing. But if you're not good at drafting, if you're not good at development, if your coaching staff sucks as bad as you're, kind of saying with that, and I mean, he has just now get oversight over the coaching staff. I know Carroll ran most of it prior, but that's where, to me, when it's been a 10-year thing, that it's not just a 10-year thing to where we can go, well, bad coaching, John's off the hook. This offseason, we look at it, Jordan, and we go, well, I can explain each individual one of these signings as to why you passed and why there's a good reason why the passing. It's that this has been a commonality for 10 years. And it's been a commonality for 10 years at the same point in time of that your offensive line will sink your team year after year after year. We spent as little money, Jordan, as anybody else in the NFL on our offensive line last year, and that has been the case for 10 years. We haven't paid one rookie offensive lineman a second contract over that time period. The biggest contract that you have on the books that you have signed in John Schneider's era here for a free agent offensive lineman for 14 years is the 4-year, $15 million deal that you gave to Robert Gallery in 2011. Walter Jones's contract remains the biggest contract you signed for any offensive lineman here in Seattle Seahawks history, and it was signed back in 2005. Now, I think that those are all, none of those are indicators in themselves. I'd say, Jordan, that this is the smoking gun, so to speak. But I think all of that definitely adds up to a reason that people have a rightful reason to be frustrated with the process, frustrated with John's approach to it. I'm with you in the outlook of understanding why you didn't go with these guys and taking the patient approach and all of that. I'm really am with you on that. But that's where it's kind of like my heart's going out to some of these fans that are in this frustrated point, where I really get where they're coming from, and I feel like they're getting kind of battered around at times online by folks, out saying, well, you're being short-sighted. Well, what do you expect the team to do that? And rather than being like, well, no, this has been a 10-year problem. And I think that that's where there's rightful acknowledgement there to say that this isn't just a Johnny-come-lately kind of situation. It's been something that's been happening year after year. And every year, Jordan, every year there's a reason, one way or the other, right? This year it's, well, Freeze with the 5th year and, Jenkins with this. And a previous year it could be, well, we didn't want to go up to that amount of money, or we didn't want to go to this amount of years. Or it's like there's always a reason, but you never end up jumping, You never end up actually making the move. You always kind of have a reason you can go back on which is, look, the reasons may be completely valid, Jordan, but at the same point in time, it does start to look like after 10 years, it's more of less a reason and more of you just trying to find the happy excuse to get the fans off your back at times. This is where we come back around to me on saying I can understand where the frustration is at from the fans' perspective on this one. And I think that there's some validity behind it because it's 10 years of any individual problem on a team is kind of unusual for any team to encounter. No team in this league that's been looking at a positional group for 10 years outside of a team at their quarterback position, like a Bears team or a Cleveland Browns team, right? But outside of a quarterback position, there's no team that can look at their positional group for a 10-year period under the same general manager and it failing for a 10-year period. And then you looking at the potential failure coming up again this upcoming season. Because I'll tell you what, folks, you think Sam Darnold's going to deal with the pressure in the same way that Geno Smith dealt with the pressure last year? Not going to happen. And even if that pressure is half of what it was last year, Darnold doesn't deal with pressure particularly well. That's one of the weaknesses of his game and one of the weaknesses of his game that can reduce him down as a player very, very, very quickly. So I thank you for the $50 donation. First off, again, Jordan, your support to this channel is amazing, as well as being a member of this channel. I really, really do appreciate that. I'm with you completely on their approach to this free agency and not going for these particular linemen, considering the situations at hand. I just do feel like there's a bit of this that's certainly valid from the people that are frustrated and look in the situation going, look, I'm tired of this at 10 years, and I got a right to be tired of this at 10 years. It doesn't mean that I think John should be fired. It doesn't mean that I think John should be on the hot seat with it, but I do think that people are not just being emotional when they bring this stuff up, or they're just simply being kind of a prisoner of the moment, but that it's hey, this has been going on. This has been lasting. And he's not only has it been going on for 10 years, Jordan, but he's showing you all of the hallmarks of taking the kind of same approach that he's taken for 10 years. I mean, maybe he drafts a couple of linemen in the first 2 days. Maybe he only drafts one and tries to draft a bunch of guys on day 3, which has been more in alignment with what he's done in the past. So I get it, man. I get it on this one. It's definitely it's a hot debate watching the past week from the Hawk fandoms on this and where it is going back and forth on it. That's for sure on it. But I do think people have a bit of a right with the 10 years on it. I don't think that's out of pocket for people. If you tell them 10 years, you're running into something to go, well, why are you guys getting so emotional about this? Well, no, it's 10 years. And whether it's those individual players, you didn't have a plan for doing anything to upgrade this position until you got to the draft. That part, I think you'd agree with me on that, Jordan, is that they didn't have a real good plan in place. They didn't have foresight in place to deal with any of these positions prior to the draft. Maybe that was their full intention the whole time, but it's also been their full intention for the past 10 years, and it's not led to success. Certainly not led to success on the offensive line unit. And I think you're right about the offensive coaches being a part of that too, and that them making that weakness look bigger and worse, maybe even than it was. But it has been the part of the process. It's been the story of the Hawks here, for that past 10-year period. But thank you. I appreciate you, Jordan, for the $50 donation. Very kind of you, man. Very, very kind of you. The HHG, thank you for the $5 donation. As DK wants to go to a contender, warm weather with a franchise quarterback. Seattle, best we can do is Pittsburgh. Yeah, I think, look, DK, like all players, is being informed by his agent of what he's supposed to say. Like there's the Q rating and there's the, hey, when you get moved, these are the exact things you want to say. You don't want to say that I wanted to get out of there. You want to say it's this, it's that, it's this, it's that. Because this will make you look better as a player with these quotes coming out. And DK's playing that game, and I don't hold him. There's nothing wrong for playing the game in that way. This is what you're being instructed to do. You listen to the experts who inform you. You don't just try to write it on your own and just kind of freelance it a bit in your responses on this type of stuff. So stuff is buttoned down in the NFL, and these guys are very much told the right things to say to keep as much heat off them as possible. It doesn't necessarily make it add up. HHD, to your point, it doesn't mean that like, well, it all adds up and tracks, and that's accurate of DK and the way his outlook is of this. No, it's not. It's not, for considering where he ended up. It more just comes down to he wanted out, but that doesn't sell as well as I want to go a contender, or I want to go wet and weather, or I want a franchise quarterback. That stuff to most people, the general fan that's just sort of not like in it, watching every detail of it, but just kind of casually watching who DK's really talking to, they go, oh yeah, that explains what he wants. They lost Russ and it's Pacific Northwest, and that sells sort of to the general fandom out there. His Q rating doesn't take the hit, so to speak. That'd be just kind of what this is a guess, of course, HHG. Captain Oreo, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Captain Oriole, I appreciate you jumping aboard. Welcome aboard here, the Hawks Nest. We just did a call-in show about a week ago. We'll be doing another one next week on Saturday. So if you are a member of the channel, please do keep a look on your community post. That's where I post out all the membership benefits, and on the community post. We'll be continuing to get more streams up for members this off season. But we're going to be doing a call-in show. I'm bumping it up from once every month. We're going to be doing it once every 2 weeks now. So if you want to call in and talk and chat, just chop it up here on the Hawks Nest here on Met Members channel, you can do so. But thank you, Captain Oriole, for becoming a member of the channel. I appreciate you for that. Orthodox Russ, thank you as well for becoming a member of the channel. Welcome aboard, Russ. Appreciate you doing that. Thank you so much, folks. We've got more members right now on the channel than ever before as we're in the off season, which is saying something, as most people are kind of sometimes tend to bail away a little bit in the off season. Thank you guys to everybody who is a member of the channel and continuing that support. You guys are awesome for that. The HHG, thank you for the $5 donation. Anyone else notice B went on vacation not long after the JFK files were released? Coincidence? I think not. Hey, they're releasing 4,000 pages. It's not, I got to go through each individual. You can't search by anything. So you just got to read them one by one, man. One by one, one by one. Yep. Some interesting stuff coming out in those files. Nothing smoking gun on those either, but some interesting stuff, HHG, coming out in those. And we're going to learn more here as more people can kind of get through all of that data information. And hopefully they'll finally release out the last of the redacted stuff here eventually to where we can just see it all and that there's not any kind of questions on that stuff. But no, not a coincidence at all, man. I had a lot of reading. I light reading I need to get done over the last week. 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. HHG, thank you for that double dip dono, bro. And Jordan, you're the man. Thank you for that big $50 dono drop as well. Nick says, Bradford is the worst offensive line I've ever seen. Worse than Ifedi. His awareness is essentially at 0. Definitely has a share of whiffs on tape. That is for sure. Curious, I don't think John Schneider can fix this O-line through the draft. He might be able to marginally improve it, but that's not fixing it. If I take you from an F to a D in math class, he has certainly made this very hard as we come back to, especially getting this fixed for 25. I think he's very much made it a very narrow path to getting this to happen. And maybe Benton will be that good of an offensive line coach. Perhaps maybe these youngsters can come forward like a Bradford, like a Haynes, like an Olatimi, and then you can combo that with a really great draft. It's possible, but it is a bit of a narrow path, Kieran. You're right. It's a little harder to get through. Joseph says, John wasted the end of the Legion of Boom era, wasted Russ, and wasted DK and Lockett. Now looks like he's wasting the current team's potential. Could be. Come find that. It's possible. Brian says, Japans can get on John Schneider's case for the O-line, but he is the general manager who built this team that finished 10-7 and missed the playoffs by a 5th tiebreaker. He's fine. True. Yes, sir. Tucker, friends keep telling me I'm wasting a 4th, 5th round pick on a good backup. I keep trying to tell them I'm wasting a 4th, 5th round pick on a good backup. I keep trying to tell them you're saving at least $30 million over the next 3 to 4 years to sign a backup instead. Kind of couldn't quite understand that one there, Tucker. I might need you to rephrase that if you can. You mad, bro? Hawks Nest. I don't think it's doom and gloom like some people. We forgot that a lot of prior years' calls were made when Pete was VP. We're 1 year removed from a new coach. Should we give him a bit more time? 100%. You mad, bro? 100%. Yeah. And I certainly have said on this, I don't think that John Schneider's on the hot seat. I haven't called for him to be fired. I've not even approached into that realm of things. I myself have not. It's it's the hard place to get to because, frustration ultimately has to lead to that, where people are at the wit's end with John, don't have a lot of confidence. Well, that means he needs to be fired right now. For some, it probably does mean that, to your point on that, you mad, bro. Not where I'm at with it. It's where more of it, I think the frustration is rightful. Like you mentioned with it, the part to not overlook with this is Pete is a VP and having oversight of John and that being the reality of the situation up until the last season. And that Pete's approach to offensive line play and development and having good offensive line coaches in here was not particularly good. And that is a part of this process. So easy to try to just find the one, bad guy on this is so it's an easier way to go than having to get into kind of the depths of the variety of different points of blame that needs to be pointed out to the right and who gets the heapings here and who gets the heapings there. But yeah, can't understate that part there, with Pete's influence here. I will say, you mad, bro. I've not seen since Pete's gone over the last year, and especially after having another free agent period that we've gone through now, the second free agent period here with Coach Carroll removed, I haven't seen a lot of a difference in the approach of John Schneider versus what it was under Coach Carroll. So I know he's moved off Tyler and DK on this stuff, but with Tyler, that's him getting to the end of the road. And with DK, he wanted out of town. We don't know for sure if Gino and DK wanted to actually stay, if they might have just signed into a contract extensions. So, yeah, that's where I'd like to see a little bit more you mad bro now from him. If that's the case, if Pete was kind of restricting, if Pete was holding him down, if Pete was saying, no, you're going to put the money here. No, you're going to put the money there. Now, then I need to see a different approach then as you've been let free, if you've broken free of your chains, as your wings are now able to unfurl to their fullest and you can fly free and fly high and go, John, go. Okay. Show me the different approach then. Show me something that then is not you doing exactly of the same over the last 10 years. And, when we come to this, the way they're setting this up right now, you mad, bro, you've not spent any money off on the line free agency, been doing that for 10 years. Still haven't signed any of our rookie guys like Charles Cross on a contract extension. Maybe you'll do that for the first time, which there'd be a bit of a different approach there. On that one, haven't made any trades for any new guys out there. Probably at this point are going to do more of the same of looking for that sort of veteran guy that's on his last legs. Cleveland lets Joe Bitonio go and you take him and let them take Jenkins. That'd be kind of like a Seahawks move. And you go into the draft and you hope the youngsters are going to make it happen. It may work, but that's been the same approach for the past 10 years in the process of how they've dealt with this offensive line. And that's where I say, well, it could work, but there's also, I think, a lot of reason to be a bit skeptical, being that the approach for 10 years hasn't. And that it really does put the onus on the coaching staff to have to make this go all on their own at that point. Maybe they can do that. It's possible. I'm hopeful. I want to see it. That's for sure. I agree, Jordan. I don't think DK is a Pickens. Pickens has got a lot more of the diva vibe, especially like Jordan, to your point, as I was running up, the stuff DK was talking about with the situation with Grubb, and you hear a little bit more of his insights on that. I said at the time too, when people were freaking out about him screaming in the headset on the sideline, I'm like, look, this isn't him being a diva saying, throw me the ball more. There's something else extra at play. You can read it in his lips. Can we please throw past the effing sticks? And he very much explained it on the Get God podcast as to the thinking behind that and what was at play with that, and makes a lot of sense. And you hear him talk about that and you go, why wouldn't a coach listen to that, take that into account? I agree, Jordan. Jordan says, what you're saying is deal with it, which is the case. Nobody wants to hear it. People are allowed to feel emotion, be upset about something. Exactly, Jordan. That's why I kind of, even though I'm not in that camp of being at my wits' end on John, that's where I say, look, I see a lot of the discourse out there for those people in that place of things and them saying to them, shut up. You're not a real fan. Stop being negative. Don't just, where there's a lot of, let me control how you react to this news. By the way, I want to see it. And that's the part that I always get up in arms of, where I would say, let everybody be the fandom in the way that they want to be the fan. You want to be positive, then be that way. And that's all right. You don't have to be hypercritical of the team or to be critical at all of the team. You can just support them and just look at the positive. That's okay. But there's also, I think it's just as okay for those people to look at it with a critique, especially with how closely people follow the sport and how in depth they get into tracking it and looking at it. That they're not just speaking sometimes from just a pure casual nature in their outlook of it, Here in Hawks Nest, do you see improvement for these same old linemen in the zone run scheme when last year our better stats definitely leaned towards a gap runs by the end of the year? Just Charbs or what? It's a good question. I do think that, and first we start with Cross and Lucas. These are guys that are movers at the position. So they're going to be able to operate the lateral based stuff. They can pull, they can get to all the stuff that you need to get to, reach blocks. So I think with them, they're kind of okay and they're set. They're built for this. Haynes is the guy who didn't play much last year, Kieran. That's the guy that you're thinking is going to take more steps forward into playing, more of that zone. I think Lumea comes off of zone coming out of Utah. I want to say that they run almost, I think, predominantly a lot of zone. They do a lot of pulling and space stuff too, so they probably run a little bit of a mix. But Oluwatimi, there might be a bit of a question where him on that one. I think with his track record in Michigan, it wasn't as pure zone centric in their nature of it. Bradford's more of kind of a guy I would think being more of a man-on-man kind of blocker than a pure zone guy. I don't think of Bradford technician, So I think that it just depends on kind of the players, Kieran. Bradford, Lucas, and Cross, yeah. Oluwatimi, Bradford, I don't know. I think Lumea would be okay with it too, as a guy in the scheme on that. So it's a bit of a mixed bag between the talent you have on the team of who fits to this and who doesn't. I would like to think that there's going to be some built-in gap stuff this year with how good they ran, and especially when Charbonnet's in the game. That you want to, as an offensive coordinator, run your system and scheme, but if you've got players that are talented at doing that type of stuff, you want to lean into that as well. Cross, Lucas, and Haynes, and a couple guys on this that can move in space and get out there and pull in that way. But Haynes is those main three guys are the main three I have the confidence in there, Kieran, with Lumea in there. And the other two guys I'm not as sure about with that. Kieran says, I don't see a giant zone run improvement coming with these same pieces. I don't either. I think that's where you come down to having to do the double dip in the draft, Kieran. Now you're driven to have to take two guys in the first 2 days. And that you're hoping then with that brought in with what you have, that gives you the improvement. Mock draft time, please, Brando. We'll do a mock here before we leave out today, man. 100%, Alien. Great suggestion. We'll roll one. Thomas says, I'll believe in action, and until I see it on the field and actually see them change their philosophy, then my mind will change. But I believe DK and Geno trade will help them be better. Well said, Thomas. Agreed. Got to see it, man, right? Sonny, I will fly from Texas to Washington if Will Campbell falls and Schneider drafts him. Let's go, Sonny. Will would be a great get. Young player, tough as nails, just a football player out there. Goes into guard, day one starter to me. I feel very good about that pick too. Jordan says, I get the last decade. I'm just talking about this year at the Hawks Nest. Understood, yeah. And I agree with you on the thing. More of what I'm speaking to Jordan is kind of a separate thing from what we're talking about here a bit. It's just kind of intimating. It's more of that. What you're seeing online in the discourse of this, though, is sort of you got the one camp on the one side that comes at it and they say, well, who were these guys that they missed? They shouldn't have gone for these guys. These weren't the right places to go with. And the other camp going, yeah, I'm pissed about this, but I'm pissed off almost more by and large the fact this has been 10 years of the same route of it. And then the other camp comes back to them and sort of says, you guys need to shut up and stop being so negative. They should have done this stuff. And then the other camp comes back and goes, yeah, but it's been a 10-year thing. And then what you do kind of see here, Jordan, is then that camp is sort of that first camp there that's saying be positive. And I know I'm not saying you're in this camp or one or the other. I don't know which camp you may be in, but that first camp then comes back to that second camp and says, 10 years? What do you mean? What? Huh? And that's where it's like, let's be honest in our back and forth on this, where those people bringing it up are, yeah, this year, these guys, Jenkins, Dahlman didn't want to come here maybe. I'd love to have the Ryan Kelly one explain to me a little bit, because still a good player. Why wouldn't be willing to throw for that? But okay, none of these guys were right, but this has been the story for 10 years too. There's always a reason you don't go for this guy, or a reason you don't go for that guy. And there may be valid reasons in the moment, but when you go over a 10-year period of those always having those valid reasons, there's something that doesn't quite add up on that. But yeah, I'm with you on this year with these guys and the ones they didn't go with. Alex says, why is Kelvin Banks' arm length problem when he has 33.5-inch arms? Did he have 33? I thought he was a little shorter than that. Maybe I'm misremembering. That would not be too short if it's at 33.5. I thought he was shorter than that. I'm bringing it up right now to verify. Okay. Yeah, 33.5's fine. That'd be enough there to do it. You're right, Alec. My bad. I was going off what I thought I'd seen him at 32. So I had misread it prior on that one. So he could still possibly do that. And that would be enough for him to be able to make it work at tackle, for sure. You're right about that. Yeah, Atlas Banks is realistic at 18, though. Is that worth it to draft him to be left guard? Wouldn't that be drafting for need? Well, unfortunately, Catalyst, when you don't take care of it in free agency and you don't trade for anybody, and has been mentioned above on this, that the natural guys in house are probably not going to take this that far forward. Yep. Yes, sir. You are then driven at that point, because you've not taken care of business on the front end, to have to then draft for need early in the draft. And indeed, that is not a great path to approach when it comes to NFL drafts in general. But this is what John Schneider has done, unfortunately, by what he set up as far as the stage. And so they're going to, unfortunately, it's not completely horrific here, Catalyst, because in prior years, there wouldn't have been a guy like a Banks or Will Campbell there at 18, an actual quality lineman that is kind of worthwhile at picking there. Maybe it's a bit of a reach where he should be going to 25, 26, 27 rather than 18, but it's not you taking some insane jump or leap at that point. So I would say it on that. But there is going to be a part of this that's now driven to John to have to go take a couple of linemen in the first 2 days because of his approach to free agency. And that part does kind of suck. You can cover it up. You can get around it because the guys are so good in the draft this particular year at that spot where you'll be taking them. But it's not the ideal way to run an NFL draft. It's not a pathway to success. I do completely find myself there. Mark Sanchez in the house. What's up, Mark? Thank you for the $20 donation. Appreciate you, brother. Jimmy Horn Jr., I hope we draft him. He's not related to Joe Horn. His size worries me, but he can add on 10 pounds. Can't do anything about that 5'8". However, Steve Smith Jr. is 5'9" and ran a similar 40 time. Indeed. I had a chance actually on my little break there to take a look at Jimmy Horn. Jimmy Horn Jr. Mark. So I had a chance to do a little bit of tracking on him and looking at what he could bring. I would say that the football speed wise to me, I think that there are definitely some different players to them on it. I do. Because with Steve Smith Sr., Mark, he did his damage in the NFL on the outside. Like that's where he made his hay. He was very, very explosive. Could jump through the roof and got probably easily 42, 43 like inch vert on the field. Really could play bigger than his size in so many ways. I'm looking back here a bit of the pro day for Steve Smith coming out, and don't have a lot here for where his vert. Yeah, they had the vert right around the same ways, but just there's a difference to them to me turning on the tape in that what you get from Jimmy Horn Jr. is you get a guy that's going to be a slot guy at the next level. And in Steve Smith, you had a guy that's going to be an outside corner, outside receiver at the next level. But in watching Jimmy Horn's tape, I just don't see a guy that's going to be able to make it work on the outside. And another guy, like I say on this too, Mark, that if he's a guy playing all the time in the slot at the college level, that's not a guy that now suddenly transitions to the outside at the pros. It just doesn't happen. You just don't have the size, the ability to kind of make it work on that outside. And if you're going to be a guy on the outside that's going to be that small guy, Mark, that is in that vein and can make it work on that outside, then you got to be fast. And while Steve did kind of run like a 4.48 on his pro day, I would argue that Steve kind of on a football field was more of like a 4.3 kind of guy. That if you really got down to like how he really rolled and when he strapped it on, that was what you were going to get. I don't get that feeling in watching the tape from Jimmy. He feels a little bit more of a guy that's more quick than he is fast. Fun receiver, really cool with him too as well, in that he can do some things after the catch and be very creative. And he's so comfortable catching the ball, Mark, and that, it's second nature to him, and that he can start to catch it, not even have to look it into his hands and start his move. He sort of starts this dead leg before he even makes the catch fully. So he's got the defender sliding and the defender is going to start to feel his natural momentum go this way, but he's got that dead leg cut where now he can just cut it right back against the grain, get upfield, extend the catch. Great ball tracker, great adjustments to the ball in air. If you're going to be at 5'8", you got to be able to do that. So falling down, falling away, can extend his hands out away from his body and make the catch. He's very tough. He'll give you a little bit of yards after the catch. He'll work hard in that way. He's got some good cuts and whatnot. He's not big, so you get your hands on him, you're bringing him to the ground. But that would be just my issue with him, is that I think, Mark, he is a slot guy. That's where he's going to operate off of, like 100% of the time at the next level. Not 100%, but 90% of the time he's going to be operating out of the slot. At that size, I think he's just going to get pressed to death on the outside, and he doesn't quite have that same 4.3 kind of speed you got to have to work. So Tutu Atwell, guy 5'8", 5'9", but he can work on the outside. I was trying to think of a couple other guys that are in this kind of neighborhood of things too. There's been a few different guys. They're really rare, man. They're really rare to be able to be at that size and still make it work on the outside. But he's got about 30-inch arms as well, Mark. You'd like it to be about 32 for a guy on the, if you're thinking of he can play on the outside. So it's a little shorter arms, a little smaller build. I think that does kind of ding him into more of a slot range. But he'll be an NFL player. He should be a very functional slot receiver for an NFL team and be very good in that role. Maybe even could give you a potential of an upside of maybe not to like full Amon St. Brown, but come up and surprise in that way from the slot and how effective he's able to be. I would be very surprised though if he was able to make it work on the outside, Mark. Because just with Steve, he was just so much more explosive and the speed was much more true on the field where he was really running away from people on the outside. I think that Jimmy's going to have to try to do that from the slot mainly. But his tape was a lot of fun and he's a baller and he can play. I see him as an NFL player there, Mark. But that size stuff it's really legit with him. It's not just small. It's not just light. It's also those short arms all working in tandem. And my track record on those kind of guys has been that they're going to go to the slot. They're going to have to get it done out of the slot to make it work. But you're also referencing Steve Smith's one of my all-time favorite receivers too. So I'm going to have a hard time ever putting that comp on any guy, Mark. I like my Steve Smith so much. But Jimmy's fun. I like Jimmy. He's good. I just think if you add 10 pounds to him too, he goes from a 4.48 guy to like a 4.54 guy. And now there's even less of an ability for him to get that done on the outside, for him to win on the outside and, go get it done on the outside. Thank you though, man. $20 donation, all your support recently. I really appreciate you for that. Jordan says also, my O-line coach comment was more of an everything together type of thing. If you don't even have a good O-line coach, you probably won't have a good line, even with good players. Possibly. It's possible on that. I think that's a valid point for sure. Yeah, I think that the offensive line coach certainly is a big part of the play with the process, Jordan. I think though too, that it can't be the only explainable thing that it's been sort of like, well, it's the coaches that have just held us back these 10 years. It's the coaching that's been the main problem. John's actually drafted really great. It's been just merely that development. And I worry on that, Jordan, because that's the explanation John's leaning on heavily right now. And you see him doubling back down to it many different times, and it becomes the patsy for everything. It becomes the explanation almost for everything, or it takes over so much of the explanation for everything. And I don't think that that's valid completely, and that there's other things that factored into why this offensive line's been bad. That's been a part of it, but a part. Sonny, I don't blame Schneider as much as other people do for failing and getting an offensive line. Let's double up on Georgia offensive linemen. Sign me up, Sonny. Fairchild, and Tate. Fairchild and Ratledge, Sonny. I'll be a happy man. Happy man. Lethal says the free agency doesn't allow you to go pure BPA, and pure BPA is a fantasy anyways. If the true BPA was a cornerback every single time you selected, you wouldn't draft just 10 cornerbacks because they're BPA. Yeah, you're not going to take things to an extreme level of, to the extreme degree of it. There's always going to be a little bit of a balancing game there with it, Lethal. I will say that in looking at these drafts the past 10 years, the team 3 years ago took a much different approach to how they had been drafting prior, and that they went to a value-based model. And John has said this numerous times over the past 3 years, but this was the change of their direction of their approach. And he's literally referenced it as that they did not only change this direction approach, but it was also about the identification of the fact that the prior approach was what was causing them to fail. The reaching for need was causing you to fail. So there is obviously a place where you can't take this to either extreme, to the ultimate either extreme, Lethal Lance. But when you are taking a Byron Murphy last year, and you have already on your roster Jaron Reed and Draymond Jones and Leonard Williams. Those are all 3 techs. All those guys are 3 techs. I know you moved Draymond Jones to the edge, but he's a 3 tech. He's going to go play this year as an inside guy this year. I don't think he's going to be operating off the edge again. And so because value was driving your board, and because you had Byron Murphy as the best defensive player in the draft, you overlooked that, And so that's where the team's been operating from recently, and that's part of why these last 3 drafts have been so ultimately successful, especially when you compare them up to the prior drafts of the recent 5, 6, 7-year period, which have been by and large failure after failure after failure, especially when accounting it up against the rest of the league. So you're right, can't take it to an extreme, but you've also been changing your way to go to this route of it. You've had a lot of success in staying with that route of it, and as you're setting the stage up for this draft, you may have to go away from the direction of approach that you've taken the past 3 years in order to deal with this offensive line. And that gets you back to need. And that's what caused you to fail that 5, 6, 7 period in that draft. So that's where it's, gets a little bit tough on that. Alien says, we are one of the few NFL teams that have been to the playoffs the most. Why are we acting like we are the bottom seller team? Alien, walk me through this one. This is a thinking that's out there, Alien. It's a pervasive one, and I'm trying to wrap my head around this one because this is that disconnect that's existing in the fan base on the argument between the 2 different camps on this one. Because there's the camps that say, "Hey, stop being you've been spoiled. You guys, what are you bitching and moaning about? How dare you guys complain? What are we even mad about? You guys are talking. Nobody's talking about this team like a seller team. We're talking about a specific. This again, let's not straw man the argument." The argument's about the offensive line. The argument's about how you've dealt with the offensive line. Is it going to continue to the future in the same way as it's been? Is it going to sink the team? Has it sunk the team so many times over the past 10 years? You have 1 playoff win since 2017, Alien. Let's not reference how many times we've totally been in the playoffs over a 30-year period, or whether we got to a Super Bowl 10 years ago. Let's look at the last 10 years and what's happened. Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff wins than you. They've been through like 5 coaches since that time and like 3 general managers, So it's like their wins haven't been looked at as a success by their fan base. Their wins in that time haven't been like, hey, we're an example of a successful organization and how we're running. They're frustrated. They're mad. And they've got more playoff wins than us. So we shouldn't be in a place you can completely have John's back. You can completely say this is going to go into the future and be really great. This has not been a last 10-year period of success for your Seahawks. This is not going to be looked at this 10-year period from 15 to 14 as a shining light of an example of success of this organization. That's not how we're going to look at this. We're going to look at it as more of like, man, we should have gotten more done in that. You had Russell there through his prime. You had your DKs and your Tyler. Man, you should have done more. That's how we'll be looking at this team. So I can't quite get into this camp thinking of somehow like we've recently been riding really well and doing so really good. So why are we even mentioning anything negative at all? The team has not been that. We've been mediocre for a 10-year period. We've been at our best a fringe playoff team. That's not success. That doesn't earn the right then for anybody in the fan base to say that this team needs to be looked at as a team that's been just getting it right lately. So don't question it. No, it's not been getting it right. It's like, I feel like are we looking at two different realities of what's been going on with this team for 10 years? Walk me alien through it, how that Jacksonville Jaguar team has more playoff wins than you, but you look at that from that same point of it, that it's been successful, that this has been good, that we've been right. I've not ever said this team's a seller team. I haven't seen anybody in my chat speak about this team as being a seller team. It's been more of speaking to the specificity of what has derided this team, has held this team down, has kept them back, and kept them back for a decade. That's where people are specifically going to. And I think we've got to maintain specificity on this with the hope, again, of dealing with the problem at hand. Thomas, or Nick, if we draft Gray Zabel and another center or something, I will have zero problems with the offensive line. People need to chill and calm down, freaking out about this stuff. That's it. Yeah, we got to go, Nick, to the discussions back and forth, to the arguments at hand, right? If we want to have the debate on this and the discussion on it, if there's just one side saying, you guys are just childish, you guys are just being negative Nancy's, you guys just need to chill and calm down. That's not an argument from your side of that camp of then getting those people on board with you. Like if you tell anybody just chill out and calm down, that's not an argument winner. That's not a debate winner. That's just you telling people how to moderate what you see to be inequities in their modulation of behavior. This is where I'm harping on this, Nick, because this is what closes down conversation rather than open it up. If we have the people that stand on, if we do this and we do this, we'll be fine. That's fine. But what's, again, at the heart I'm driving to, and what I'm seeing on the people that are pro-John on this keep kind of pivoting away. I keep watching on the pro-John people's side of this on the comments, and I appreciate where you're coming from. I really do. And I love this conversation. I really do. But the thing I keep seeing you guys kind of do is you're sort of moving off of the point at hand of what people are actually saying. You kind of keep driving over to here and over to here and over to here rather than what it is that people are specifically pointing towards. And that's where I think there's a disingenuousness involved in this discussion because of it. You can disagree with that other side of it, but simply telling them to modulate their behavior or you're just wrong without actually building your case for why they're not correct in their outlook of the situation is not a real good point of discussion at that point. That's just you telling people how to act. I'm not here to tell any people how to act either way. You want to be pro-John? I'm with you guys on being largely pro-John. But I think you can do two things at once. I think we can be pro-John, and I think at the same point in time, we can say that he's been a failure when it comes to this offensive line for 10 years, and that he doesn't get to just simply pass that away to somebody else, that that's somebody else's problem. I don't think that that's true or right on this. So I share your feeling of having the optimism for the future. But I would also say that that just telling people to stop being negative and not building up your case as to why that confidence needs to be there, because you say, we're going to just draft Zabel, we'll draft another center, and we'll just be fine. That's been the approach, Nick, they've taken for 10 years, and it hasn't been fine. That's been the approach that you've gone at in the prior history, and it's failed out. So we get to come back again to why people have valid reason to believe what they're believing on this that might be on that camp of it. And I'm not even on this camp. I'm just trying to explain what these people are thinking and where I think folks that are on your side of this camp, Nick, are not quite trying to even understand their perspective of it. Instead, it's a jumping to conclusions that they're just being emotional or negative or aren't pro-team enough, aren't waving the pom-poms strong enough. And that's where I think that that's not where they're operating from. I think the people that are painting that picture of their opposition in the side of it are doing more of the straw manning rather than steel manning, Nick. Let's steel man what they're really saying. For the people that are pro-John, if you can for me in this chat, you find yourself pro-John and you're really against these people that are taking this trek, steel man these people argument for me if you could. What is it that they're truly stating? Don't straw man them into what they're, that they're freaking out. They're losing their mind. They're good. Right? Let's not do that. Let's go, what is their steel man here, Nick? What are they saying here truly? Some are calling for the head, but I think by and large what people are saying is, 10 years this has been a problem. You've taken a certain approach every single year that's been very specific and is very true to a type of form for a 10-year period. We've gone into this offseason now. You're showing all the same hallmarks of taking that same very approach that's failed for 10 years, and it magically might work in year 11. The new coaching staff might magically get this thing to go. But that doesn't mean that it's necessarily a successful approach or process, or that it should just, no doubt about it, bear out optimism for success into the future, given that track record. John says, no one's expecting top-tier O-line. We don't have a left guard. Just figure something out and do the job. Exactly. League average play would be a big, big jump at this point if we could get to that point. Dealer dives, you hear something about Brandon being Cabo. I did not go to Cabo. Those guys are lying. I wish I was in Cabo. I wish I was in Cabo. Jordan says, I would say John's a top 10 GM, but the O-line flaws are alarming. I agree with that, Jordan. I see John as a top 10 general manager. I see him as with so many things in his bag that are so good and are such pluses in his outlook of the team and his approach to the team. You know, I do really believe that. My only worry and concern, and I don't have a definitive opinion on this, of course, with this, Jordan. It's just a worry I have at this point. And the concern would just be that, is this sort of hole that you do have in your game, and every general manager is going to have some hole in their game, do you let this hole, like a black hole, overtake everything else, or are you able to kind of get around it and overcome it a bit? And that's going to be kind of, to me, the pressing question when it comes to Schneider as we do move into the future on this one. SL says, silver lining, if Darnold dies on the field, we get to draft Archie. Angle for Arch. Angle for Arch. Be out there. Sam Darnold drops back to pass. Instantaneous pressure up. His head just came off, folks.
Fatality.
I got a new soundboard, folks. I got a new soundboard with all these buttons now. So I'm gonna get totally lame with the button pushing, you know. Like, I gotta mind your chickens, Marshawn. I'm gonna get some drops here for you guys. Sonny, I like Zabel a lot. He's a good player. I see him falling down the boards a lot, though. He reminds me of Cody Barton, too. Yeah, I've called him this year's Cody Barton, Sonny. And, or not Cody Barton, but Graham Barton, sorry. And he, of course, went kind of into the 20th range of things. I think this will be about the same there. So if you could get him at 18, get ahead of everybody a little bit. It's Patagucci. Another issue with not finding ways to solidify our O-line over the years is that we waste other players like K9's talent. Why would we want to resign here if we can't block for him? Agreed, Patagucci. It's been a big part of why I wanted to drive to make the offensive line a priority, is that it affects everything else. I mean, Harbaugh had that great quote talking about how it's the real one position on the whole NFL squad, the offensive line, that is not relying on other people for success. They make their own success. And with that success that they make or break, they drive the success behind them with other positions. Quarterback, running back, wide receiver. We're going to eventually be doing a show this offseason, Patagucci, about our running back room and about John's approach to taking those 2 second-rounders and taking those 2 second-rounders before he had built an offensive line in front of them. And then he went, we'll have a middling, bad offensive line, but our running backs will be such star-driven talents that they can overcome this. And this is, of course, ran counter to the analytic thinking on this, that you've got to get the offensive line on point before you go get that star running back. And that if you don't, you're going to then kind of waste that running back's ability and potential. And this has played out across the sport in different areas that we've watched running backs in different positions. Since John's taken these 2 guys in the second round, he's been kind of disproven on his approach and his path. Saquon Barkley is the shining example of this, as a guy that goes to the Giants, isn't a bad talent, get you a 1,300-yard season with some catches in there with the Giants and be a really good player, back in this league, one of the better backs in this league. But maybe he's the best looking back in the league once you put him on the Eagles, when you actually give him that offensive line that's there to make it flow. And it's one of the bad parts about not dealing with the offensive line, in my opinion, on this, and it being such a big issue, and why I keep harping on it, is that it sinks so many other aspects of your team. You can't get the most out of DK Metcalf because you can't block long enough for you to run past the sticks. We got DK begging on a podcast as he's begging Grubb, can we please throw it past the sticks? And Grubb coming back to him, I'm sure, saying, I can't throw it past the sticks because we can't pass protect long enough. So it affects everybody when you don't have that on point. It depresses all of the production when you don't have that on point. And could be a place where we see it. A guy like Walker wanted to move on. He's like, I can't get the blocking up here to get anything done. Bravos, I find myself increasingly sheepish about defending Grubb as much as I did. Yeah, I'm doing the same. He looks horrible in retrospect. It's tough. Catalyst, Tyler Booker, isn't he like 352? No. He's 320. So I think people underestimate how John Schneider drafts in these desperation years after trades. We've seen him completely fix our roster after trading away Russ in one offseason through the draft. We have, Sonny. And to your point, that's the year we double dipped early in the draft on offensive linemen. So maybe, probably, hopefully, do the same thing here. Hoop says, if you watch the DK Get God interview, he did not like head coach change and Grubb hire. Yeah, it seemed that he just kind of felt on the outside from the jump a bit with the new coaching staff, and then the furthered relationship with Grubb only did more to set that in further, it seemed like. I got the same feeling. Brian said, I don't know what it is with Brandon's channels. Maybe he's got some accelerators or something, but my system can't handle his live streams. I don't know what it is, man. I did just get, we got a sound mixer board here. I should have let you guys know this today, but we're working off the new sound mixer board here, hoping to get the audio problems fixed up, Brian. So I dropped some dough on this to try to get a good one in here that's hopefully a little bit more, I don't have to go through my cloud lifter and all the other stuff. I'm kind of directly to the source now. But, I'm sorry, man. I didn't know. I don't know if there's anything separate. It should be just pushing out through YouTube pretty normally on that front of it, I would think. But hard to say too. Maybe there's something there. I'm trying to fine tune this though, Brian, on my side. I just got the mixer. I've been working the last day on it to try to kind of get it perfect if I can. Hopefully it's sounding okay at least. Steelers says, I may have to bail too. About to start the tequila drip feed in Cabo. Tequila is almost cheaper than water. Let's go, Bravos. Let's go. Nick, I wonder if somebody like Benjamin Morrison or Ravel fall due to injury concerns and we take a flyer on one of them to be the other outside cornerback. Could see McDonald, Levin, Morrison. I could too. Multiple hip surgeries on Morrison. And boy, those hips, you get worried about it, Nick, because those can be, as we saw with Percy Harvin, those can be problematic. You can get them surgically repaired and they can still be problematic. But his tape was really good, and he was the third-rated cornerback I initially had on my board before I was kind of aware of those injuries that he was dealing with. Same thing with Ravel, where he would probably be your number 3, 2 cornerback in this draft if he had made it through the full season last year. But as it is, he'll probably dip into the second round. But he's a real good player, tall and fast and athletic. Both of them are good players. Fun players, Nick. Daniel says, Will Free's contract was actually 2 years, $24 million. Why did we match that? That's so low risk. The last 3 years are 0 guaranteed. Ooh, the worm turns on this one, Daniel. I was unaware of that being the contract parameters, as everything's been about that 5 years that they offered in there. I think that there's a lot of risk-adverse nature to John in his approach to these offensive linemen in free agency. And I think that he just does not want to spend the price on them. He does not see the value in spending the money on him. I think he said to you in the interview yesterday, and I think he's being honest, that he feels like he's paying upper level prices for middling play. And my counter to that would be like, you haven't been able to get middling play. Middling play is pretty huge for you right now, considering what the track record is for the position recently. But that does seem to be kind of his standpoint on it a little bit, if I'm to make a guess. Hard to say. Kind of hard to say. Sonny says, I wish we need an edge. I'm a huge Jalen Walker fan. I like Jalen Walker too, man. He might be in play. Don't discount maybe edge, you know. Fly says, Brady Henderson said the only time Pete overrode John was Rashad Penny. John wanted Chubb because Brian Schottenheimer coached him in college and was rallying for him. I could see Pete driving. Yeah, that is definitely the reports we've heard at it. You could see Pete driving the Adams trade. Yeah, and I know the Brady Henderson report is on that one. I think that some of this is that John is not going to be open up flag let's say Pete overrode him a bunch, let's say it was over a dozen times in the last 7 years or whatever. I just don't think that John's the type of person that would air that out to make himself better and put Pete down on that. I think he's kind of like, protect the team. It's not important. We were a partnership here. He had the override, but it was a partnership. I walked into that partnership. I knew what I was getting into. I'm not going to lean on that as an excuse now. I say that to John's credit. I do flag, but I also say that it is probably also evidence the fact that information we're hearing coming out is not necessarily as accurate as it might appear. Sonny says, Horn is a strange prospect. He's an athlete, but is a straight line speed kind of guy. Yeah. I just think too, it's that size coming off the block, off the edge, man, when you're getting pressed or just trying to get up the field off there with that size, it's hard to make that work in the NFL. These corners are all super big and they're just as fast as you. And so now you're not able to run away from them. Now you don't have the separation there. Now you get to contested catch situations and that big long corner can get his arm in there and make a play on the ball, and your little 30-inch arms can't quite get to the ball. And it's where those outside guys can get neutralized at that size so easily because of that. But he's a fun prospect in that, look, he's a dog out there. You can tell. He's going to give you a lot. He's going to leave a lot on that field in how he plays. And I do like that a lot. But I do see just kind of slot seems to be his future. Bubba was my religion. DK got his bag. I'm happy for him. Hopefully he stays healthy, but plays like absolute garbage and regrets portraying us. I hope the best for DK. I mean, this was a mutual parting of ways situation more than it's DK being a malcontent. And I hope he does well out there, man. I mean, if he goes out there and has a great rest of his career, we're talking about a Hall of Fame type football player. If he can put a 4,000, 5,000 yard seasons together here and still young enough to potentially do that. Roland says, there is one truth in football, and that is that talent wins championships. It is certainly much easier when coaches have good to great talented football players who want to do the work to win. Well said, Roland. Very well said. Bayfilm, I think about our draft, and I can't say that won't bring some magic like it has the past few years. I agree. With all those picks you have, B-Film, that's so many picks. Right in the right spot of this draft to have so many picks. Brian says, B, good to have you back. So looking forward to more streams as we head towards Draftmas. Later, Al. Have a good one, Brian. And we'll be getting some heavy draft streams coming up here for you folks. So strap in and get ready. Hoop Craze, what if Will Johnson is there at 18? Same thing as kind of the Genty thing for me, Hoop Craze. And that this is one of the rare players that I have the blue chip grade. And I've took a while on Will Johnson. I didn't just arrive here off the jump. I've been thinking about this one. And his 23 tape is so great. And we know he was fighting through an injury that he should recover from through most of this year. He was a good soldier out there trying to fight through it, but he was diminished. He wasn't his best self. And so I go back to it and I say that 23 tape is true. It's right. It's real. He looks like Patrick Surtain out there on the tape in 23. So I'm going to lean back on 23 tape. And if 18, I got a blue chip guy that falls to me in a draft where I've got maybe 5-6 blue chip grades that I've given out in total, I think you jump on that, especially for a position that is a relative need as it stands right now. He's a good all-around player and knows this defense too, by the way. Knows this defense. B-Films is so true, Brandon. And we can literally watch our O-line suck and, we don't know about football. Oh, man, come on, man. Yeah, this is one where I just think this should not be as much for the folks pushing back so hard on the people that are having this opinion on it. It's like, people have a leg to stand on it, this man. They do. And I really believe this. And it's a place where, hear the words that I'm saying on this. I'm with you on the pro Schneider camp people. I'm with you on that. We don't sign these guys. I'm with you guys. So I'm not saying this is one of those people on that side of it. I'm at my wit's end with John. Fire his ass, hot seat, burn up below him, get him out of town. I'm with you guys on it. That's why I'm trying to have this heart-to-heart with you guys on this for this pushback you're doing to your fellow fan. And that these guys are not acting emotionally. They're not just being immature in their outlook of it, that they're operating off the standpoint of a lot of watch football, know football. And they're going, this is an issue. It's been an issue and you're not dealing with it. You're not putting the onus on it. You're not putting the priority on it. And it costs you then as we go into the future. It's cost you walking into the past and cost you in the future. And it has a good chance of costing you in this upcoming future on it. So it's one where I can understand disagreement, but I don't understand disagreement of I'm going to shut down this other camp on my disagreement. I disagree with you and you just need to shut up. Not you got a right to your opinion. You may have a leg to stand on. We disagree and no, shut up. Stop being negative. Don't have that opinion. That's an unproductive place to operate from, and what should be really an interesting discussion to unpack and get into the depths of. And where I think that honesty, if we have that point from both of these camps, the pro-Schneider camp and the, hey, I'm done with them. We actually come to the point, I think, of getting in a discussion of this to try to find, there is common ground to be found here. There is kind of a compromise of understanding here to be had, but there won't be if it's just, you look to the one side and say, you're telling us to shut up. Like, I get where you're coming from, but you're not getting where they're coming from. You know? Kieran says, look, I'd be far more willing to accept the draft and develop strategy, not spending on linemen, staying young at the line, if that actually worked. If our player development was actually good. It's not. Yeah, that's that benefit of the doubt thing. And people go, well, our coaching's not been good, and that's the reason. It's like, okay, so now I have to just accept that Benton's going to absolutely be 100% this grade A improvement that's going to be able to take this whole thing all across the country on himself. You know, it's kind of like it's all on his shoulders to make that happen, Kieran. And the track record's been what it's been on that. It's Carroll's fault. It's the Dickerson's fault. It's this lineman's. It's Tom Cable's fault. And it's like, well, it's everybody's fault but the guy actually drafting the players. And track record's been what it is, which is that you have not developed particularly well over this 10-year period. You might develop as we go into this future, but you haven't. And this has not been a course correction outside of, they just have so much certainty in their heart that Benton's going to be that guy to get it done. I think you're asking a lot of him to make that all kind of happen on his shoulders there. You know, it sort of just, it puts all the blame into kind of one area, being Grubb and the O-line coach, or Waldron and his O-line coach, rather than there being an extra factor to the process. Kieran says, you need vets to be examples for the kids. Talking shop and helping their development. When a coach gets on their ass and they've only ever won their whole life or something, and now they're in the league. Agreed. Hard to do this across the board with just youngsters, isn't it? Part of why you get a little bit of that. People would say this carrying of, well, Jenkins is going to be the savior, or Freeze wasn't going to be the savior. You just wanted to bring guys in for stability. Give me a vet who's stable, who's not super old, who can come in and just stabilize things a little bit so I can get the rest of the other positions stabilized, like center, like right guard, or like center, like left guard. Be nice. Catalyst, I agree, B, fully. They're setting themselves up for a needs-based draft, which is suboptimal. It is. Doesn't mean he can't pull it off. He might be able to get it done. Somebody was mentioning below that, John did some of it. I forget who said, maybe been Nick on this, who was mentioning about the fact that, John did some of his best work a couple of years ago, draw under that same need. You needed a left tackle coming in that draft. You need a right tackle coming in that draft. You came out of the draft with the two best ones. So maybe John Schneider is just a guy that does his best work with a gun to his head. Maybe that's what it is. Nick says, you don't need to mock people and tell them they are stupid if they slightly disagree with them. Terrible way to argue. We don't control who they sign at offensive line, so who cares? Agreed. Yeah, and I'm not mocking anybody on my side of this. I would not at all. It's what I have seen, Nick, though, over this, and I've kind of spent a week back here traveling around, just looking online, watching other streams, seeing how the discussion's taking place out there on this. And something that has stood out in watching it really closely is that there is that mocking that occurs. And the mocking doesn't tend to occur from the people that are on the side of being a bit John on this and a little bit like disappointed in the offensive line approach, and that they're raising their concerns with that. And then the other camp comes at them hard and at times even in a disrespectful fashion. You're going to speak to people and you're not on this thing. I mean, I'm speaking more to the general discussion out there, not you on this, but that general discussion goes like that just shuts down any of the discourse. And really, I think that this should be a place that we should be having really open discourse with it, because number one, it's an issue we want to see corrected. Number two, I don't think it's as simplified as just this or that. There's a lot to it to get it right, to get it fixed, get it corrected. But you're right. Mockery doesn't do any good on it all. And it's one thing, it's why I kind of am so kind of harping on this a little bit, as I do at times on this channel with certain subjects like this, where it's, because I want to see it out of the fan base. It's not helping this discussion. It's not bringing us together. It's a separating factor if we talk about it in that way of mocking, rather than, hey, build your argument up, build your case up. You believe something and you believe it true in your heart and you believe it with certainty, then you should be able to build it up without having to mock somebody. The second that you got to insult somebody, you've lost the debate, because it more speaks to the lack of what you have to base to build your argument more than it does the latter. It speaks to, I got nothing to base my argument on. This guy's bringing up facts. I don't have that, so I'll attack him. If I attack him, then I can shut him up. And that's why this is one where I kind of hammer this a bit because I want to, let's move off that mentality a little bit. We're all wanting the same thing. We all want to see the same thing happen with this team. We want to see the same success. We're going to disagree at times in how that success happens. And the more we can kind of listen to each other on what we're trying to say, I think the more we can maybe come to common understanding. Shadowbot. It's funny. We went from being a Sunday night football team like 4 times a year. Then we traded Russ and didn't have a Sunday night football for 2 seasons, I think. Yeah, I don't know if we're getting a lot of primetime games this year either. Might have to wait a bit on that one. Jason says it's probably due to Seattle's decline in primetime viewership. Seattle was 7th least in watched team in primetime in 2024. It's true. We are not a highly watched team on that side of it, Jason. Great point. TheSeahawksNest was interesting listening to Kelsey talk about how he hated going up against Poona Ford the most. Long arms and low to the ground. Yeah, that was a fun soundbite. Definitely, if you guys get a chance, check it out. Jason Kelsey talking about the guys that gave him the most trouble in his career. And Poona Ford's name came up, which was kind of interesting on that, I thought. Yeah. And Poona, one of the more, I'd almost say, dominant defensive linemen last year for the Chargers. I mean, he had a monster year for them. But boy, it was very interesting, the discussion of Kelsey talking about that and how, he's like, well, if I can tend to get up against bigger guys, I can usually get up against them and get lower on them and win the leverage battle. And if I can't get under them and then they're smaller than me and they're getting under me, well, at least we'll have the long arms that I can get them with on my side of it. He's like, but Poona's got me beat on both areas. Yeah, it was kind of cool. Who's River Crowcraft? He's bounced around the league a little bit. He's not going to bring a lot to it. He's a camp body. Camp body. Greg B just signed wide receiver River Craycraft. Go Cougs. Go Cougs. Oh, we got a Coug in the house. Jordan says also, does YouTube crash for anyone constantly? It's like every 3 hours. I use Chrome. Not sure if that's the issue. That's interesting. I'll look up and see if there's some stuff of this happening out there. It shouldn't be anything, Jordan, with what my system's causing on that, but you never know with this stuff. I'm trying to fix some stuff in the background. If there is anything caused on my background process of this, Jordan, I'll try to do what I can to make sure we're doing alleviate. I was hoping the soundboard would kind of fix some things if we're having issues on that part of it. But I'll try to look up and see if there's something else going on. Thank you for letting me know of that. Poncho Honcho, thank you for the $2 donation. Is there any way we sign Lockett back after the draft? Well, I mean, I guess there's a slight possibility of it. I would be probably pretty low on the chances of it happening, Poncho. I don't think that the fit would be quite exact to what you want with Lockett here now. I think the 2 big parts of his game that stand out that are kind of missing now that need to be kind of more at the forefront in this particular offense are going to be yak and blocking. And I think with Lockett, those are kind of 2 places right now in his game that are as much of any receiver in the sport, maybe kind of as weak as any receiver in the sport on those 2 areas of his game. So probably not going to bring back Lockett at this point because of that with the new offense. But interesting to see too with Lockett kind of taking his time on where he does want to go or if he's going to have a landing spot. I kind of wanted to see where the NFL was going to be at with him on their feeling of it. Was a contender going to sign him? Looking at his tape going, yeah, he's got enough there on the tape that this is going to be workable for us next year. He can provide impact like a Chiefs team. I thought the Chiefs team was potentially make a lot of sense with some of their needs of their wide receiver position, but he still does remain out there, Poncho. So it's possible, but very, very small chances. I'd say very, very small chances. Thank you for the donation. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. How soon do you think we make the playoffs? We would make the playoffs 2026, Dogzilla. My feeling on a general prediction for this upcoming season as it would stand right now would be something like this. You draft these young linemen. They give you some good. You get some bad. You get your ups and downs with rookie linemen like it is. You've got a new offensive system that you're putting into place. Those things don't tend to hit the ground running as great as they're going to hit in year 2. Kind of sometimes can take a year for an offensive coordinator to get his system kind of fully on board. It'll be improved. Defense will be improved. I think you fall just barely short of the playoffs this year. I think it happens on the back of you give up too much pressure to your quarterback in Darnold in this year, that the young linemen in some of their down moments have that occur. And I think Darnold ends up getting injured at one point or another and missing a substantial amount of games. And that's just enough to either get you just below the line to make the playoffs or even get you in a place of 6-7 wins kind of spot. I think there's a good floor on this team, Dogzilla, but I think that you're setting yourself up for a little bit of a recipe for not a disaster, but just to get Darnold broken here with this offensive line as it's currently set up and structured just a bit. So 26, I would feel much better about that being the year that you are able to engage things, get the line completely right, get those second-year players back that you drafted from this year's class, just have things stabilized, the scheme more on point, the details understood to the nth degree. Kind of like this year, Dogzilla, this defense and the players within this defense are going to be more on the details. There's going to be less blown coverages, less assignments, not sure of what you're doing. Everybody's going to be more on that same page in year 2 in McDonald's scheme. Kind of the same thing to the offensive side of the ball, that you're really going to get those benefits into year 2, I think, more than you're going to get them into year 1. So 2026. Jose Garcia, thank you for the $5 donation, Jose. What's up, Brando? You think the Hawks end up in Hard Knocks this season? I would think not, Jose. I would think not. But we are a candidate. We are a team that could very well be in that alignment to be one of those teams to get it. So, you're part of a collection. I'm trying to think of who would be, No, I don't think, Jose. I'll tell you, I just had an idea of why. Somebody was just mentioning on the donos or on the chats a second ago about the fact that they were just mentioning about the fact that we were back in 20s as far as our nationally watched games. This isn't a team that nationally right now is resonating with fandom throughout this country. And if you're going to go pick a team for Hard Knocks, you want it to be a team that's going to pull some eyeballs from everywhere. So I don't say this happily, but there's a little bit of a disinterest in Seattle right now, organizationally speaking, throughout the league. We got to generate some stuff to bring the excitement around us. We got to get the heat. We got no heat right now. We're kind of a little ice cold, a little bit on the aura. Aura's a little light, Aura's a little bit dimmed. We got to get that aura back to, vibrating off of us. So I think not because of that reason, Jose, which is a good thing. I don't want to be on Hard Knocks. I think Hard Knocks isn't good for teams to necessarily be in on. But thank you, man. Appreciate the $5. It's good to see you, brother. Thrill House, thank you for the $2 donation. The Redskins get Tunsil for a 4th. Why did the Texans do that? I mean, you talk about a team this offseason that I've had very little understanding about what it is they're doing at all. It would be the Texans. I don't. Teams 10-7, they're coming off being at the top of the stack as far as their division goes. It's a weak division, I'll give you that, but they were still the team that was number 1 in that division. They've moved off of Laramie Tunsil to go to Cam Robinson, who was kind of a revolving door for the Vikings last year when he took over for the guy they lost there midseason. They got old Trent Brown over there at right tackle. They've got Juice Scruggs playing right guard when he's really a center. They've just brought in Laken Tomlinson at left guard. I mean, their line is going to be atrocious next year. The only thing I can think is they're trying to go way more run heavy centric, I suppose, in the outlook of it a little bit, but I don't get what the Texans are doing. And then they gave Danielle Hunter a 1-year, $36 million deal. Thrill House? What are we doing? I mean, I know they got to pay Will Anderson after next year, but I don't quite get it. Tunsil must just have a little bit of a reputation through the league of not being all about ball. As talented as a left tackle as he's been in this sport, as productive and as consistent as he's been a left tackle in the sport, to be bounced around this many teams is really unusual. And it does seem to indicate a little bit that there's maybe something extracurricular at play other than just what he does on the football field for whoever he's blocking for as a blindside protector. But I thought they gave up a second, Thrill House. It was a second and a 4th, I believe. I'm double checking this, by the way. Oh, there we go. In exchange for a 2025 third and seventh round picks. And seventh round picks and 20 and 26 second and fourth round picks. Okay. So Commanders exchanged a 25 third and Tunsil, and they got a second and fourth back. So they had to give up a third round pick in that deal. Boy, just to offload Tunsil, you had to give up a third rounder. You got the second and the fourth back, but you lose a third rounder in the process, Thrillhouse. So you're kind of right. You essentially get sort of the equivalency. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing there. They're definitely going to be drafting a tackle in this draft, and probably two of them. But you have a young quarterback in Stroud on a rookie deal. It's why I hammer. This is why we come back to the offensive line again and again throughout house, and why I say that this is the approach you have to take on this. Because when you get it wrong, when you don't show foresight, when you react to only what's happening in the moment, you're going to get it. You're going to blow it. You're going to blow it even when you get the right quarterback. Even when you land that guy, you're going to blow it. And what do I mean by that? Texans are there available with CJ Stroud to be picked. They look at CJ Stroud, they go, hey, we love this quarterback. Great quarterback. How lucky are we to be able to pick this guy in this spot? We got to jump. You got to jump on this guy. Got to go. What about the line? What about where we're at team building wise? Doesn't matter. Jump on him. You got to do it. Just take him. You're there. He's there. You got to take him. Now you get 2 years in the future heading into his third year, and the line looks like it's going to be worse than ever before because you didn't have a plan in place. You just reacted to what was there in the moment from a draft standpoint of things. This is also why I'm being very supportive about John. For those people that are negative John, that are out on John, this is also why I'm being supportive about John and the approach to the quarterback position. Is that he's going to probably draft those young offensive linemen here in this draft. And you're going to have Lucas and Cross coming back. And then if you do go into next year and you go get the quarterback there via either a trade for a guy like Trevor Lawrence, or if you just draft a quarterback high in the draft, now you're putting that quarterback behind a line that's structured and set up and is in place. You don't have to get it done after the process. It's already there. And of course, one of my great examples of this is the Russell Wilson situation. When you brought Russell Wilson in here, can you believe it? You had the highest paid offensive line in the sport. You were putting more money into your offensive line than any other NFL team in the sport. Worked out pretty good for you, didn't it? Worked out pretty well. So you got to set the stage. You can't get jumpy. You can't go grab a guy. Set the stage or you're going to be left scrambling. And now what's going to happen to the Texans? Scrambling. Stroud gets through the third year of his deal. He's outperformed his 3 years. You got to give him a contract extension. Now you're paying him all the money. Now you have less money to go out there and spend on the rest of your team. He's making $60 million a year at that point. You're still now trying to figure out how to get the offensive line right. Hopefully you've drafted correctly because Lord knows you're not going to have the money to spend to get it fixed out and outfitted correctly. And this is the pickle you can get yourself in when you just let merely go get the quarterback be the only guiding light, that everything else is irrelevant, that everything else doesn't matter. It's simply just go get the QB. Just go get him. That's where you go trouble. And the Texans are running into that right now, big time. Be film higher chance T. Lockett hauls in 700 highlight reel yards for the Chiefs. Martin, HawksNest. Like most things, the O-line problems are caused by multiple factors like recruitment, talent, personnel, development, coaching, and scheme. Each year, the main reason changes equals frustration. It does. Yeah. And nothing is ever, as I always like to say on this, Martin, in football, it's part of the beauty of the sport. Nothing is usually ever simple or explained by some point of simplicity. Usually it's got a lot of layers to it, a lot of different parts to the explanation within it. And you're best suited to try it as you can, as it's hard to do, to try to understand all of those factors, because it then I think tells the full story of what's going on. You know, you're seeing the situation kind of clearly at that point. Jordan says also, don't most Michigan defenders end up being at least good? I'll tell you what, that slot corner last year, that kid that came out of Michigan with like 6 picks, and then he went to the Redskins. To your point, fantastic slot corner for them first year. I'm trying to think about we're kind of getting just some of the defensive players recently come out. I think the inside linebacker Colson had kind of a quiet year. I think he was fighting through some injuries. He was the other Michigan guy that went. But if they're not injured, I'd say, Because you have Aropro, the Michigan kid that had the Achilles on his pro day tour. He's still kind of coming back for the Ravens, though they really do like his potential. Aiden Hutchinson's been great when he's not been injured. So yeah, at least the Harbaugh Michigan defenders. Though I will say, we got some guys too. There's the Maze Smith's been a bit of a disappointment. Catalyst point. Seth says, I'm not using the pro day to evaluate Kenneth Grant. Watching him in the game, he's a game wrecker. I've not understood the thing with the Kenneth Grant pro day. I've heard the same thing today, and I'm like, what am I missing? The comp on Kenneth Grant is Haloti Ngata. So he comes into his pro day at 8 pounds less than Haloti Ngata at 300 pounds versus Haloti Ngata at 338. They have almost the same arm length, and their testing times are right in point all the way down the line. Like he's an equivalency to Haloti Ngata in his testing times. And I was Haloti Ngata at not the combine, but his Oregon pro day. So Seth, he's a game wrecker, man. And again, like the pro day numbers aren't that bad. I've seen people out there like, well, I thought, he's going to break a 5 flat 40. It's like, no. We've had a couple guys on the offensive line this year that have broken that. And you have the one guy a couple of years ago from the Georgia defense, Jordan Davis, was able, I think, to run like a 4.85 at that size. But guys at this big don't run 5 flat 40, and he was a 5.11. Not that far off of the 5 flat. It's not like he was like a 5.4 guy or something, right? It's not like he was just ploddingly slow. Like we have seen some of these nose tackles come out, Seth, in that way. Yeah. No, the Haloti Ngata comps for Grant are as real as ever, and even made even more the real on the back of this pro day. Yeah, this is laughing out loud, that fatality. I'm going to be using that one a lot. I'm going to be using this bad boy a lot. We got this one too here.
So, you feel me? Start taking care of y'all mentals, y'all bodies, and y'all chicken.
Got to keep that handy. Or, if I got a joke, I do, I got the little rim shot ready for the jokes. Amazing Mario Brothers B. The John supporters keep saying he tried for Freeze, but contract was ridiculous and there weren't any other great options. Even so, why couldn't he have made some trades for interior offensive line like the Bears did? Yeah, there's a lot of running to explain why John couldn't do this or why John couldn't do that. And that's where I say on this, I start to wonder on some of the camps of people that take this arc out there, especially in the, let's say, the content creation side of it. Are you being driven by the need to stay positive? And here's what I'll say on this. And this happens to me a lot. And I've been in so many battles and wars over this, and it still remains a war and battle I got to fight a lot of times on the stream, which is that there is a draw by a contingent of the 12th man. There is an absolute draw. It's a contingent. It's not everybody. It's not a wide measure. But there's a contingent of the 12th men that want nothing but positivity from people, from fans, from content creators. It should only be positive. Don't go negative. Don't you dare. And it's a don't you dare is the attitude on the back of it a little bit. And I see a lot of people scrambling on that explanation game for these linemen. And what I see on it is a little bit of less of, I'm just looking at the whole situation's happening, and more of rushing to find the explanation for why they can kind of cover up where John's been light on it a little bit. And where I feel like are we operating here on this from a bias standpoint? Or are we operating in this from I'm just trying to look at this clearly as to what it is? And that's not to mean they have to agree with me on it. It's just that they work so hard to do so many acrobatics to explain why this. No, it's not a big deal. For 10 years we haven't done it. You couldn't do it. What you can do? You just can't. It would have been silly to do that. And then we are learning with this too, that when we actually now do get the Fries deal, that we were hearing on the surface from these folks that you're not going to give 5 years to Freeze on the thing, but now we're hearing it's actually a 2-year 26, and that you weren't willing to overlook a physical for that. Well, then doesn't look as good in retrospect from how they were trying to sell it on the surface. And one reason we got to be hesitant to try to just sell this stuff on the initial numbers that we hear on the surface, it might come to find out that there's more to that story on it that might make it harder to explain away or just overlook. Again, I'm not wringing my hands over Freeze. I'm not wringing my hands over any of these guys with it. I'm okay with the patient approach. I don't like running into this draft picking for need like we're going to have to on the offensive line, but it could work. It has worked in the past, but it is certainly a valid approach to be looked at and have criticism derived from it. People are not out of pocket if they look at that and they go, I don't see something right here. This is not working for me. And that's really the key on this one, I think, is that they've got, as I say, a leg to stand on with that. I hope Reed is going to the nose tackle, Jordan. I am hoping. I will say it would seem to be a necessity of the situation if we're hoping to see Byron Murphy actually get to do some work there from the 3 tech or with a little bit of a widened out alignment. Dogzilla, you still alive? Had to run to Lowe's to pick up a new bar fridge. A new bar fridge. Let's go. That sounds exciting. Randy Roberts, draft a good left guard, a future right tackle since Lucas can't stay healthy and needs replaced next year. Bonus would be draft a good center. New offensive scheme, play calling, coaching will help O-line improve too. Well said, Randy. And I love your approach, especially getting out ahead a year ahead on that Lucas thing, just to kind of give yourself that insurance policy. Great if we could find Randy, that guy that's a right tackle that can play some guard and give you a little bit of equivalency on both. Post Eminescence, dang, missed most of the stream. Hey, Chad, hey, Brenda, what's up, Post? How you doing, man? Blue Hawk 206, Evan Brown, Austin Blythe, Ethan Prosick, Justin Britt, Patrick Lewis, and the current center. Are any of these players real starters? Not so. Why is it acceptable to have this happening over and over? Great points, Blue Hawk. Something that speaks to this being a bit of a perpetual issue. And part of the reason I say that people like yourself that have that outlook of it are completely reasonable in coming to that conclusion. People can certainly find their disagreement if they want to on the other side of it, but you are not in crazy town for thinking that way. You're going track record, player by player through this, and you're seeing a strain that connects between all of them. Like I've seen a motivation, I've seen a process, I've seen it go year in and year out in much of the same way. It's not a wide differential in how you approach it. It tends to be very much the same approach, the same kind of process. Hopefully that will change this year. Jordan says, I wish Nazir Jones turned out to be good. He had that 6-game stretch where he was destroying the O-line and then couldn't stay on the field. Yeah, the health thing just caught up to him, Jordan, and we've seen a few prospects through the years that it has been that way. A guy that definitely had some flashes and times, little moments there, just couldn't quite, fully bring it together. Planning for Manning, says Roy. That's the Steve shirt, I think, right? Roy nailed it. Planning for Manning's got a way better phonetic ring than angle the back for Arch. Whoever said that's so wrong in the chat. Angle the back for Arch. Jason, Denver even had to pay Russ $40 million to play for Pittsburgh, and they're still in a better long-term situation than Seattle. They might be. John, it's not a coincidence that for the last 15 years, we've come up short for every free agent offensive lineman since Chris Thielman. I guess he hasn't heard creep back towards average. You can't have weak links on offensive line. That's where there's problems. It is. And that's where that makes this issue with the line even the bigger issue than that, John, because it's not only is that the thing that sunk your offensive line, the weak links, because to John's point, that's a big part of what you hear about in building good offensive lines is that it becomes about thinking about sometimes the high-end talent you have on the team on the line rather than thinking about what's our weakest link. Because teams are going to attack your weakest link and they're going to exploit it. And with Seattle, it doesn't even get down to the weakest link because you've got multiple weak links. Sometimes you're trotting out there 3 weak links on a weekly basis. John says, I think John, if he wants to pay an offensive lineman, he wants a guy like Larry Allen who will move people and be physically imposing. I agree. Certainly something that he's referenced in that way. Yeah. Kieran says, point was made on Seattle sports. John Schneider has drafted 8 linemen over the last handful of years. He's hit on 2, Cross and Lucas, which is close to league average. But the spending is bottom of the league. Exactly. That's where I say that, to me, Kieran, there's 3 outlets to improving your offensive line. Let's target that. You can spend money, free agency, on your own O-linemen, like, rookies coming off their first contract. You can trade for guys, or you can draft and develop. There are 3 methodologies of approaches to getting this done. And to me, Kieran, the best teams with the best offensive lines utilize all 3 of those approaches. Hard to do the trades, I get that, but at the very least you utilize 2 of those approaches to make it happen. Currently, right now, we're only utilizing 1. And that just makes it all the harder to then find improvement on that group because you're you're taking two of the advantages you could utilize to improve that group, and you're sort of throwing them away and saying, nah, we don't want to use that. No, we don't see value in going that route with it. Makes it harder. Doesn't mean it's impossible for you to pull it off. It just makes it's going to be harder. And it also explains why it's been a 10-year problem. You pay for what you get. You go buy that crappy ass toy that was built in China for $2 in a dollar store versus, going to a true toy store and getting a true toy. You have a bit of a difference in how those things hold up. Jordan says, it puzzles me the Steelers never trade up for a quarterback. Indeed. Yeah, they've got a strange approach to the quarterback position in general. They certainly haven't had much of a plan there since Roethlisberger has left. And they definitely don't seem to have a vision either for the position. I think even the Pickett selection was really driven, Jordan, by the fact that they didn't want a Dan Marino 2.0 on their hands. Dan went to Pitt. Dan was awesome. You passed on Dan because of maybe Coke rumors or whatever it was, and it bit you in the butt. And they didn't want to have that happen again with a guy like Pickett, but John says Trent Brown got $3 million for Trent. Why not sign him to swing tackle instead of 40 rated guy we signed? Well, I think because with Trent, he would not be a fit for the scheme. He is a monster of a human being, John, but you put him in zone scheme and ask him to have to block in space or move in space. That's not going to be as much his game. Not at his age and not at his size. He's 6'7", 340 freaking pounds. He's a big boy. Dogzilla, surely decent OL guys can excel in any blocking scheme? Not necessarily. There's blocks that you've got to get to, especially like this system, where you got to get to reach blocks, where you got to be quick and agile off the line of scrimmage. There's a lot of guys, offensive line-wise, that just go straight back. That's kind of what they can do. You get them trying to be agile and move laterally, and they can get exposed in that way, even good linemen. I would say, Dogzilla, to your point, it's become a little more ubiquitous with time. There's a little bit more of one scheme to the next. There's not as much of the differentiation that was there once before. You take the Shanahan scheme of the 90s and the type of lineman that you would see there, where there'd be you'd have a couple guys in that line that weigh 290 pounds. Yeah. Where it was really different from the other teams out there running guys out there at 330, 340 sometimes. So you don't see as much of that, I think, separation between the players in that way. John says the same story, though, every year with John. So freaking cheap. You'd rather spend $100 million on 6 pairs of shoes than fall apart than one leather pair that lasts a lifetime. Wow. Well said, John. Beautifully put. BP says, like I understand, we should be criticized for not taking O-line serious, but I'm not with overpaying anyone. Well put. That's a great outlook. This is the kind of outlook I'm trying to drive towards, BP, with this kind of different camps that exist in this. It's exactly the place I'm trying to get to when I talk about compromise on it. We go, okay, yeah, let's acknowledge 10-year issue. Maybe the biggest issue standing on the team as it stands right now. Something that we've got to kind of think about this and not just go, well, no, it's not a problem. We don't cover it up. Don't wash it away. But at the same point in time, you're right. You also don't want to be overpaying on the other side for the course correction necessarily. But it doesn't mean that we need to start understanding where this thing really lies at and not kind of covering it up or not saying it's not a big issue. It's not a problem. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Meanwhile, the fire's over there. But well said, BP. That's kind of where I want to, if I can find that middle ground, I'm kind of trying to drive to on both camps on this, to find that place where we can shake hands and get on that same page. Greg Pfeiffer B, it's been a roller coaster. We just got to believe. I guess I'm excited about the draft. Our new coaches, bottom line, go Hawks. Hey, bottom line is go Hawks, Greg. And I want excitement is true and right. As I've said with this, it's not what I think a lot of people want to hear. And then I've said, look, I advocated for the one step back this offseason. This has been kind of a one step back approach. Have you signed a Kupp? Have you signed a Lawrence? Have you signed a Darnold? Yeah, but you can get out from under all those deals after this year if you really wanted to, and it not be that costly. So they've taken that step back. But why I advocated for that approach was not just a happenstance. It was not just sort of willy-nilly. I thought a lot about it. And I thought that it would also bear out ultimately the best results for you long-term. It would open our Super Bowl window for longer once we got to that window. And I still do believe in that. So no matter where we may have some disenfranchisement with the current team and how they're rolling with certain things, especially the offensive line, overall, there's a lot to feel positive about this team. You got the right coach. Your general manager gets way more right than he gets wrong. Has a little bit of a hole in the game, and hopefully he can kind of get that course corrected a little bit. But I do feel encouraged about where this team is going overall, and you should too as well, Greg. Well said, man, and go Hawks. Have a good night. Have a good one, HHG. Thank you for the multiple donations, brother. Appreciate you for that. Thanks for hanging with us. Jordan says, the Hawks Nest, it's not just your stream. All streams crash on YouTube for me about every often. I wonder, Jordan, do you have do you have an ad blocker on? Do you have the YouTube service on? I'd say if there's an ad blocker on that might be like working, but YouTube's always trying to get on top of that a little bit with the ad blockers. So I wonder if too, they have that little thing where they eventually maybe catch it and then they just kind of, but I don't know on that one. Interesting. Sam Hutchinson B, I just hopped on, but I believe Kubiak will be a better scheme-wise for the O-line. Run game helps. O-line gets Bradford back in there with second year of Haynes and a good guard in the draft. Lucas back from the injury. I love the positivity, Sam, and I agree with you. I have no doubts. I wonder about how much, because some of it feels like with Kubiak and Ben, there's so much on their back to get this driven forward from where it was at. We're down here. You guys are going to take us up here. And I don't know if they're going to quite get up to that high water mark to pull this group on their own, that it's going to take a couple more horses hitched to this wagon to get it there, specifically talent-wise. But no doubt about it, Sam, that it's going to be improved off the back of this coaching and their approach. Because so much of the approach is built upon helping the players prior to the snap be set up in a fashion to where the defense can't predict what you're going to do. You're not going to be as pass happy as you were. These are things that are going to improve the offensive line in itself. Just these two mere things in itself from Kubiak and Benton. Say nothing of being better, probably developers at the position. Hard to be much worse. And when you look at the track record, Sam, of that Saints offensive line last year, everyone basically had a career year from starters to backups on that Saints offensive line under Kubiak last season. Have a good one, Holy. Kieran says to give JSN an out, if you go BPA and stockpile blue chip linebackers for argument, you have too many amazing players to keep and have got to move folks. That's how you could get an A-plus lineman to move from other teams. Go BPA and stockpile blue chip linebackers for argument. You have too many amazing players to keep and got to move folks. That's how you could get an A-plus lineman to move from other teams. There you go, Kieran. A little creative way to maybe get the a trade to happen that way. I like it, man. Yeah. Trade is a way where I know it's hard to do. John spoke to how hard it is to get these trades done, where it's like, you make calls to general managers and you don't even bring up offensive linemen because you just know it's a need for everybody. But if there's a way, I think that there is a way that these kind of trades can happen. The tendency is that if you're going to make a trade happen for a lineman that's certain, you're going to probably have to give up max compensation to make it happen. Team's going to want to have to be bowled over by your offer. But if the lineman's worth it, swing away. Thrillhouse, Josh Simmons is LT or a bust. I think Josh Simmons is going to be a good player, Thrillhouse. I think he's a left tackle. I think he's going to be the second tackle taken off the board in this draft and before a Hawks pick. Dogzilla, Hawks Nest, whereabouts are you and are you using Xfinity? Smooth from here. No more interruptions other than any other channel. Oh, yeah, no, I think I think we might be Xfinity here. I have pretty good luck with the internet here as far as I haven't had many problems on my side. But I do have I do think, like Jordan said above on this, that there's something with YouTube's got a weird thing at times going on in their process, especially for the longer streams. I don't know if Simmons can play guard. Don Jackson sure can. Yes, sir. I think with Simmons, he's just too good of a left tackle. It remains the most valuable offensive line position. If you have a guy that can play it and play it really well, you're wanting him there because they're not easy to find. Blue Hawk, Mekhi Becton signing with Chargers from the Eagles is a great signing. Agreed. He'll fit in really nicely there with the Chargers. Gary and Hawks Nest, stream is smooth as F. I'm watching at a 1.5 speed and no problems. Anyone having problems is on them or YouTube. Too much X-rated content going on in the background. Laughing out loud. Good to hear. And hopefully the mixer is sounding good for you guys, because this is a new mixer board today. I completely changed my audio setup this past week. So we got the big dog mixer rolling right now. I got a Rodecaster 2. I mean, this thing is too much fun. I'm going to enjoy myself too much, especially once I get all my buttons down. Like once I get all my settings down, this thing is going to run right. Ross, yeah, Kuiper draft, they literally skip our pick and go to 19. EIO. There is not a difference maker on the line that is available. The success of the O-lines is a real team effort. We need to be patient. We don't want to miss an all-pro for a flyer on an interior offensive lineman. Well said. Well said. Agreed. MJ Slicker. The only thing I can find silver lining is maybe some continuity between Cross, Haynes, Olu, Lumea, and Lucas. Hopefully you can get a little bit of returns from that, MJ Slicker. It's an important part of building an offensive line, is continuity and chemistry, and you don't get it by microwaving it. It can only really come about by a long-term amount of reps and working together and getting to that stage where you just really know each other right and left. Kieran says there's a lot of rules for Hard Knocks. No team that made the playoffs in the previous year. I don't think you can have a new head coach. There's so many, I can't remember. Can't say no, though, either. Yep. Can't say no if they ask to do it. So it's possible. John says, why does Jack Sawyer keep falling on mock draft simulator boards? Well, I can speak to where my perspective is at it, and maybe it's falling in alignment with what people are looking at with Sawyer on tape. He's, a guy that is a real hard worker off the edge, and a guy that's going to fit to be in kind of a sub kind of, he's not a pure power edge guy. He's not a Landon Jackson type to me. I don't even think he's like a real Shamar Stewart type, edge in that way, and that you're going to get a real hard edge. It's a pretty hard edge. Sometimes you can get a little bit of movement on him. He just relies on really being active and a high motor guy to get his job done. He's got some pass rush moves, but he doesn't give you first step quickness. He doesn't give you dip, and he doesn't give you bend, John. And those, as I've often said with edge rushers, those are the first 3 points of skill sets that not only I, but most of, I think, NFL evaluators look for guys coming off the edge. They'd like to see one of those 3 things, 2 of those 3 things. If they see none of those 3 things, get you a little bit worried. Because now you got to get it all, you got to have to accomplish everything you're going to accomplish by being either more powerful from the tackle opposite you, or you've got to be just a supremely master technician with your use of hands to make it go. And that's harder to make happen. There's less of those guys that are successful in the NFL. They don't have like kind of one of those 3 skill sets to fall off of. And if he was just really super powerful to the other side of it, or super really long John on the other side of it, that might be enough to maybe overcome that, but he's not. Good power, but not great power. But I'm also a little bit lower I'm just lower in general on Jack than others are. EIO, Brandon, do you have a blue chip grade on Tyler Warren? If not, can you share why? Yeah, absolutely. Tyler Warren is a guy that I have a high second round grade on, right at the top of the second round on that. I think that if I'm looking at a tight end that I'm going to have in that area of the first round, and I'm going to put a blue chip grade on him, that I kind of need to see the full meal deal from that guy. And there's a lot to Tyler's game. There's no doubt about it that he's going to give you great contact, contested catch ability, and that the ball's in the air, it's his ball. There is a little bit of that Gronk stuff to his game. I think it's in a very specific place of things where it's how he runs his routes and being able to still kind of run full speed, have a little bit of tight hips, but somehow, even with the tight hips and running full speed, still be able to change direction at full speed and running your routes at that size. Makes him very unusual in that way, and it can help him at times to create some separation there. Excellent as a yak guy. As good as you'll kind of find there from the tight end position, from a yak standpoint position. I think his blocking is just okay. I think he is more of a pure H-back type than I look at him as being an inline guy, E-I-E-I-O. I also think that there's not necessarily pure speed there in the way that I'd like to see it from a guy that I want to take at 18 in the first round. I think on tape, he's more of a 4.65 guy, So not bad speed, but also not really good speed. I don't know what I see from him as that defining skill set to his game right now that stands out the way to make him that first round pick. I see good. And he is my number 1 tight end in this draft, so I do like him a lot. And right at the second round point. But that's where I also see a little bit of the blocking's okay. I don't think the speed's going to be great. I think he's going to be more of an H-back guy, pure in how he operates. He is kind of a weapon guy because you can use him in fullback role too, with all the direct center snap stuff that he took and how dynamic he is with the ball in his hands. I mean, He's hard to bring down to the ground with the ball in his hands. And just don't want to undersell that part. So I do like the good stuff he brings. It's just not good enough for, to me, the first round guys that I would have there in this draft up ahead of him. And what I'm going to get in those guys and what I know I'm going to get in those guys. And Armand Mabeau or a Will Campbell, a Kenneth Grant. I don't see where I can kind of quite find the proverbial holes in their game. And it's not big holes, by the way, because again, still high second round, right on that edge of the first round kind of graded guy. But I can't quite get there at 18 for me with him. If he was a little more of a dominant blocker, I'm on board with it. But even a guy like Gronk went late second round, I think. I don't think he was a first rounder, was he? Let me be right on that one. I might be getting that one wrong. Yeah, second round pick, 42nd overall. So it's like I like the Gronk comps to a degree. Not the blocker Gronk was, but Gronk went in the second round as the blocker he was, as a dynamic mover for the position. Some questions with him at that time, I think a little bit with health concerns, which is why maybe he dipped a little bit, but kind of in that same sort of place of things. EIL. This is his Lander, reminds me of how athletic J.J. Watt was as a prospect. J.J. was very athletic. Landon, I've got in the third round. Another guy I've been a little bit slow to warm up on. Sainus Drill. That's right, Catalyst. That was the guy that had a great year for Washington last year. Chieferton, Kenneth Grant will be picked too early for us. I could see it being the case. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, you're right, Catalyst. Sainus Drill. You got it right. Well, hey Brando, what does Mr. Walken think of if at 18 you have on the board Golden, Emawari, Campbell, Dart, or do you still address offensive line, Booker Simmons? Christopher Walken doesn't reach. I'm a value guy, value all the way. Women, wine, football players, value is the way we go. Emawari, no. Second round, not the value. Campbell, I've got two inside linebackers. Not going to be able to play off the edge. No, I don't see it. Dot, third round grade. No. Offensive line, Booker, slow. Combine, bad. No. Simmons, left tackle, can't do it. No. I'd look at more of Banks. Maybe him. Yeah, I like him. He's good. Pick him. It'll work. But if you went with Golden, Matthew Golden, not bad as well. Could go worse. Number 2 receiver, Z receiver, he'd be good too. Walken just wants value, man. That's all he wants. Just give him value and he's a happy man. Carmen Schofield, thank you for the $5 donation. Carmen, I really appreciate that. Brandon, after O-line, what is our next priority in the draft, in your opinion? Ooh, good question. Great question. Because we don't have a huge priority. I think that I would go to the next priority point for me would be I'm probably driven 1-2 punch on this, Carmen, would be wide receiver. And then the second one would be nose tackle, defensive nose tackle. I think those are the two that would stand out as absolute kind of necessities at this point versus where the rest of the roster. And some of that speaks to Carmen, how strong the rest of the roster is in various places. But you kept Noah Fant, so the tight end position really doesn't become much of a need past maybe a day 3 situation. And running backs set. You've got you got 1,000,003 techs. You got 4 edges on this team. You got your 2 starting inside linebackers, your 2 starting safeties. Reed comes back. Job comes back. You signed the Shamar guy today. You still got Pritchett coming back. So I'd probably do that. The third one would be corner. So that'd be my pecking order, Carmen. Be wide receiver, nose tackle, corner would be kind of your needs at that point. Great question. Chieferton, Brandon, do a Walker of threatening John Schneider's job security if Darnold's a bust. You better get it right, John Schneider. Now, if you get this wrong, Donald, he's going to get him injured. Lose bad. It's going to happen. Nothing you can do at that point. He goes down. Your season goes down. John, you hear me now? Listen, John, all on this. And look at your line. No good. It's not going to last. He's going to die on the field. You're going to get a football player killed. Why, John, unalive him? You could let him run free. No. Losing your job next year, if he goes down, it's on you. All of it on you. Real House Hawks Desk, Brando, can you show the updated cap room for the Hawks with so much money to spend? Looks like we just extend some guys and keep the rest for midseason emergencies. Unfortunately, right now with where the cap is, it's not in a good state. So, let me say this appropriately on this. It's not in an accurate state. So the big issue here comes into play mainly on the two contracts being Sam Darnold and Cooper Kupp. So we do not have those deals yet on point. DeMarcus Lawrence's money has also not been added onto this as of yet. They technically have they have the Sam Darnold deal kind of quasi on the books, but right now I've looked into this and Over the Cap is kind of guessing on this one. So the numbers are not right. It says $64 million right now, but the numbers are not Thrill House correct because they haven't added in those deals properly, and we still have not got the exact structure on Darnold's deal and how the numbers will work on that one either. So we have to see all those deals to kind of see where they're at. We're more likely in the place of about, in reality, and actual cash to spend, we're probably more into like $25 million versus the $64 million that are showing up right now, would be my guess. Because I know you front-loaded the Sam Darnold deal, probably front-loaded the Cooper Kupp deal, or at least took the hit where you took the hit on the first year of that hit. So you get out after it after a year. And I would estimate it's very similar to the DeMarcus deal too. BP says, do we trade our 18th pick and move down in this draft? I'd like to see it, BP. That's my favorite direction to go right now. That's what I want to see. Go 18th, move your happy ass down from 18th to like 27th, get a very similar player, pick up an extra second round pick. I mean, the trade that sits in my mind is that you typically would get, you move back from 18 to 26, you get a third round pick back, tend to get a third round pick back. So what you do is maybe you move up from 18 to 26, and maybe you package one of your last third round picks, one of the depths of your third round picks that you have. You package that together with your first that they're moving up for, and then you pick up that team's like high second round pick. Kind of try to make a move. So a team that's in the second round wants to get back up in the first. They still retain back a third rounder. You pick up you get the second rounder, so you get into more of the prime territory of this draft at that point. That would be my direction right there, BP. I think that's the winning model. Martin, Hawksnest, do we need to get defensive end in this draft? To me, we seem to have a need there, or am I missing something? Well, you've got Boye Mafe on the last year of his rookie deal. So you're going to have to decide what to do after. He's a free agent after this year. Derek Hall is a guy going into his third year, so he'll have only one more year of his rookie deal till he's out. DeMarcus Lawrence is not a long-term option there for the team. You hope he can play a couple of years here, but he is an older player coming off of an injury-riddled season, or at least an injured season. And then you have a Uchenna Nwosu. It's a little bit like Lawrence, coming off a couple of injured years. But is it a need when you're 4 stacked deep right now? It's not really a need. It's it's a situation you can get up ahead on, and that you can get that fifth guy in here especially if the intentions here are not necessarily to pay Boye Mafe, then you bring in a little bit of getting his replacement in the ranks a year early on that. And we know with edge rushers that they can tend to take about a year to develop, Martin. They don't tend to come in hitting the ground running. So then you give them that year to develop while you have your frontline guys rolling, and then you just push him into it. And I think it's less about it necessarily being a need as much as it could be a value-based pick, where you're selecting somewhere in this draft and you just love the player where you're picking at, and you're like, we're in the 4th round and we're getting Savion Jones, and we see Savion Jones as more of a middle second round guy. We can't pass on that. Kind of something like that is where I would see them being out on it, but not driven by need on it. Just because you are 4 deep and you have a lot of these guys under really multiple years of club control, I'm anticipating Boye Mafe is going to probably be signed to some kind of a contract extension eventually. Goomba Nuka. Brave browser blocks YouTube without an ad blocker. Nice. Lee Lance, B, do you think it's worth to spend money on Risner or Hernandez? Or should we just put all our eggs in the draft basket? I kind of lean at this point of, you've already taken it all most of the way here, right, Lethal? Let's just take it all the way home. So there's a part of me that's just like, just let it ride into the draft. All right, we didn't want to be here. This was not the ideal. Is what it is. Got to do what you got to do. And I'm okay with Hernandez is a guy that I think he was my highest rated free agent target for our Hawks as a potential guy. Another guy coming off a little bit of an injury season last year, but a guy who's played really good ball for the Cardinals and is not going to cost a lot at all at this point if you want to bring him in. I'd be more on him than I would on Risner. Risner's been a little bit more for me lately, but Hernandez could be a guy in play. He is a pure right guard, so he's not going to solve any issues with you on the left guard side of things, but gives you a little bit more solidity in there. A right guard, perhaps. He's a possibility there. But there is a part, to your point, Lethal. I'm kind of driven on just, let's go. We got in this lane. Let's drive it all the way down to the end. Any opinions on Goomba for fullback? I haven't had a chance to take a look at Goomba for fullback yet. It's on my list. I was traveling this week, Dogzilla, so I just didn't get a chance to really pop in and check out. Brian, he says, Hawks says, yeah, I don't think it's your setup in particular. I can live stream your channel on my iPhone all day. It's my desktop that acts up on your channel and a couple of others occasionally. Well, if it's happening like that, it's hopefully a big enough a problem that where then there's been a ticket somewhere put out on it, Brian. If it's only impacting you on an individual, it's some weird setting to your deal, but it sounds like it's more of something that's happening a little bit more widely than that speaks to they've got to have some kind of ticket on that they're probably got to get resolution to. And stuff's always changing so often that stuff can get messed up suddenly. It takes a little bit of time for them to get back around to it to figure it out. But good to hear. Good to hear probably not my setup. And it sounds like my audio is coming through pretty good today, which is good to hear. Post-Eminescence, forgive me, but did Gronk test the combine? I don't think that he did. No, I think he was. I don't think so. I'm going to bring it up here and take a look now. I'm not sure. Yeah, no testing there. According to the numbers on Gronk, it looks like we did get some pro day numbers. So he did 4.68 40 with a 1.58 10-yard split. So I was saying I think he's a 4.6. I didn't even remember on that with Gronk's times. I didn't even remember he was in that area. So his pro day, 4.68, he had the 1.58 10-yard split, which is really the important part for Gronk, is that explosive. That's the part I would like to look for on Tyler Warren when he does his pro day. I don't think he has yet. Yeah, don't think we've gotten the pro day out of him yet. It's coming up in a week. So he runs the 4.58. Like, let's say the testing times right around what Gronk are. I don't think he's going to have quite as long arms as Gronk or as big of hands as Gronk. Big part of what made Gronk so good with his hands is that he's got these just monster mitts. But he does not block as well as Gronk as well. And this is for a player in Gronk that win in that second round range of things. And that's why these historical trackers are very important when identifying these players in the right place, because you can kind of have a guy that you fall in love with, and rightfully so. He's a really good player, but you do want to make sure you're grabbing the guys in the right areas of the draft to make sure you're maximizing the value of the draft. And if you start reaching for guys you fall in love with, it doesn't tend to lead to an area of success in the draft. Lethal is basically every elite tight end has a good 3-cone and shuttle times. That's another great point, Lethal. That's the big important thing for the tight end. The speed's kind of a bit, but not as much. You're not having running 40 yards very often. 10-yard split's more important than the 40 for a tight end. But then you're right. The 3-cone and shuttle times are extremely important. These are guys that got to run really quick routes and create the separation really fast. So you want to look for that in their skill set and their testing. CD Woods, talk to me after the draft. Our tackles are good. I feel like right guard will be figured out between the three. We just need a left guard, and we can get someone like that in Banks. I think we can improve from last year. I love it, CD. I'm hopeful as well that they can take that step in that direction too. Well said. Dollar Store, John Schneider. Thank God you're back, Brando. I had to listen to the John Schneider simp Dan Viennes all week. Glad to be back too, Dollar Store. We're going to cook this back up for the draft coverage, man. But thank you for rolling with me today. And Dan's standing tall. Dan Scott, John's back on that. He's definitely has a little bit, I think, of a different outlook than where I might be at on it. Goomba Garth in the house. Roy says, am I losing my mind? But does it sound like the birds chirping every so often while he is taking timestamp? I do have my, so I have my window open and I've got the mic set pretty high. But thank you for letting me know that, Roy. I'll probably keep my window closed on the next streams I do if it's coming through. I got birds outside. So I've got a new mixer I got today, Roy, for the stream here. So I'm still working out a bit of the kinks, especially on the low volume side, hopefully it's adding some nice ambiance at least with the birds tweeting, but they are being very loud outside for some reason today. I just noticed that as well. Roy, but you're not you're not taking crazy pills. It is me. It's them on the outside, but it's me. I got to fine tune this mixer. So I did a little bit of testing prior to going live, but I wasn't, you never know until you're actually, fully in the moment on it, knowing if it's rolling well or not. Let's close up here on the poll here. Let's see where I'm kind of interested to see where people stand on this poll number stuff here today. So let's close this thing off in the poll. So we've got, the poll was, what is your current concern regarding the offensive line? Was what we started off with this. I presented the poll at the start of the stream. We got over 500 votes here on this. And the 4 different markers were this. It's kind of 4 different states you could find, kind of A, B, C, D, right? Just like a rating system in that. So the top of the mark was ask me after the draft. So 50% of the people said, hey, I'm not drawing any conclusions where it stands with this draft right now. Get back to me after the draft, going through the full process, and then I will give you my opinion. The second highest with 20% was Kubiak's got this-ish. So a lot of confidence, 20% of confidence in the fandom that Kubiak is going to get this and allow this to happen. The bottom option for me, the D-rated option, coming in at 18% just below Kubiak's got this-ish, is danger. So shows a little bit of that split I've been talking to where I'm trying to breach this gulf that exists between the fandom right now. This gulf that exists out there. That's that gulf that's there. 20% Kubiak's got this-ish, 20% saying danger. We are in trouble town. So trying to broach that as we can. I don't know if we've been able to do that in the stream today. Hopefully a little bit, maybe on both camps, understanding a little bit more of the other side to a degree. As the discourse has been a little bit rough the past week, as there's definitely some open frustration. And then 9% see a slight improvement this year. So, wow, I find myself in the 9% on this one. But a lot of people saying, no, let me see the draft. And you want all the information before you reach a determination. That's a pretty smart way to go about your business. So like to see that as well. Thrillhouse Brando, do you have a favorite for the men's college basketball tourney? I don't. I haven't don't have as much time even at this time of year to really get as much into college basketball. It kicks off kind of end of the season as you're in NFL and you're hot into it and trying to get back around to it. Just never have much of an opportunity to break back in on it. So I don't. I think I saw UW was in it though. So let's go UW. CD says, I know we have Fant, but I hope we pick up Harold Fannin in the third. He's my guy. He's one of my guys in this draft too, CD. He is. And what's nice about him is I think that even though he plays a lot of H-back and what you're going to project him to play at, number one, you get a year out ahead of the Fant thing. Fant's going to be a free agent after this year. You get your third tight end on the roster. Fannin can get in there and block, and I think he can block even inline if you need him to do so. But then you have a guy who can be your fullback. So even as he's kind of waiting to take over Fant's job a year from now, he can play that fullback position in the interim, an important position in this offense, and play it really well. MWM, Hernandez is not an upgrade from Haynes and Lamea. Might as well stick to your house guards. And I might need you to walk me through that one on it. I love seeing MWM, the confidence that's out there in Haynes and Lamea. I like that confidence that exists out in the fandom and yourself included on this one. But they've not played it anywhere near Aaron Hernandez's rate in recent years to what Hernandez has played at. So that might exist and that might be the truth of it. But that's taking the leap of projecting rather than what you've actually seen on the field from those players. While LeMay blocked at a functional level from a run blocking standpoint last year, he was a nightmare in pass protection. Nightmare in pass protection. Haynes, it was a little bit of an inverse there on the other side of it. And I'm hopeful for both of these guys moving in the future. I'm not saying that I'm down on them, but there's a difference between we're basing what we're saying on guys on what we've seen on the field, and we're just kind of hoping on the development to come, and then that will come with it. Haynes looked really bad last year when he was on the field. And it speaks to something to where a guy like that who was supposed to be pro-ready, who couldn't even step off in the field and be functional and overtake guys like a sixth rounder in LeMay. So I'm hopeful that the guys take that step forward too, but Hernandez is a better player than those two guys are right now. They may take those steps forward, but all that stuff is kind of guesswork. That's not based on, we know what they are. We know what they're going to be next year. That's more of, I hope they'll be better than Hernandez. But Hernandez has been a better player. Injuries are the concern with Hernandez as much as anything else. He would have been signed at this point, but I think people don't necessarily as much trust his health and where it stands. Roy says, that's good to hear. It's storming here in Washington. I'm going back to double check. You probably heard it right, Roy. I can hear them outside my window. You might be onto something there. Young says, hope you enjoyed your time away, B. It was kind of a business trip. I know the roundtable said I was out in Cabo, but no, I was out in, I had to go out there back to Spokane to take care of some business on a few different things. So it was all business. That's all right. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $5 donation. Kevin, I really appreciate that. Very, very, very kind of you. Jihad Campbell could drop due to a potential labrum surgery. We afford to draft a redshirt first-round pick. Also, which wide receiver would you love, and why is it Isaiah Bond? Ooh, I love seeing the Isaiah Bond love, Kevin, because he's been a guy everyone's been on the golden, and a lot of people have been kind of where I've been a little bit lately, where it's just I was more hot to trot on Bond before I got into the depth of this receiver group, and he's been a guy that's more dipped for me than he's risen, and in that time because of that just a bit. He kind of strikes me as a guy I think is going to do more of what he's going to do out of the slot. He'll be able to do a little bit of stuff on the outside. He's more of, to me, a manufactured touch guy than he's a guy that's really going to create separation with his route running and his hands. Got some concerns with him a little bit. Jihad Campbell is going to be, I think, a hard one to pull at here a little bit. The reason being, I think, comes down to, if you're taking Jihad Campbell, less than it being about the injury, I think that if you trust in his talent at his age, you're fine with the injury and taking him there with that. I think it's more of that, where's your pathway to getting him on the football field? You just signed Ernest Jones to a multi-year deal. He's going to be here for the next couple of years. You've got Tyrese Knight just going into the second year of his rookie deal and playing at the best. He played the best will linebacker rookie season for you of anybody going back to Leroy Hill 20 years ago. I think on either of those players, you're not really looking for the pathway to try to move off of them unless you think Jihad Campbell has like superstar potential. I don't think he's got superstar potential. There's maybe even star potential there for him as an inside linebacker. But if I've got to wait for it for 3 years, Kevin, I don't think that that's going to be the best utilization of draft resources to make that happen. And let me give you a reference for this, okay? Jordan Brooks. You took Jordan Brooks when Bobby Wagner was still on the roster. Jordan Brooks is a Mike. He's an inside linebacker. That's his natural position. But you had Bobby Wagner on the lineup. You decided to go and take him. You had KJ Wright as well on the roster at that time. And so when Jordan Brooks came out in his career through the first couple of years of his career, he was playing the will linebacker role, which was not really his natural position. It put him into coverage too often to where he would then get exploited. So you'd be kind of also setting the stage for something similar with Campbell, where he's an inside linebacker. You got to have him out there moved out to the will linebacker role. Not necessarily as much of a fit for him. So I love Campbell, but I just don't quite see the fit. The other pathway that's been brought up on this one is maybe you can use Jihad Campbell as an edge, but the times he was used as an edge the past couple of seasons, not been, or at least this last year, not been particularly good as an edge. It's not been, and let me show you here off my profile. I had this knocked out a couple days ago. So let's see here. So here's the pass rush win rates for edges in this class. We got the top. We got Josiah Stewart, Michigan, Braden Swinson up there at 30%, incredible rate. Abdul Carter up there at 28%, Pierce at 27%. You can see all the prime names in this draft are up in really good places of things, okay? But when we get down to the bottom of this list, about right here, this is where we come to problem town. And Jod Campbell, 14%, doesn't speak to his ability to even be able to really give you, edge snaps into that role until he can be ready to then, Kevin, move to the inside linebacker role. I'm trying to find that way we can kind of creatively use him if you're having him kind of sit behind the ranks of those guys at the front side of this and ask them to kind of wait on that. And I can't quite come to that optimism with him because of that, to where you're just going to kind of do like a Jordan Brooks situation where you weren't maximizing out his best value in that first 2 years either, playing him out of position. Let's also remember, Kevin, that this has been a bad track record of the team in recent years, where there are a countless number of guys that we can go through where the team has drafted the player who's played there, moved him to this position here, which is not his natural position, and then he didn't excel in that non-natural position. Ethan Posick, for instance, being a guy like this. You played him at guard through his first couple of years. He wasn't a good guard. He's a center, pure center. Keep him at center. Byron Murphy, he can play nose tackle snaps. He's a 3-tech. He can be one of the most dynamic 3-techs in the entire NFL, but he's a 3-tech. Play him a nose tackle. Kind of been the team's modus operandi in recent history, and it's not been for the betterment of the team, and it's not been for the betterment of the players. Dogs, it's funny how this number is, Kubiak's got this-ish is 20%. Not super high, that's for sure. Not super high. Manny says, I think Jaden Higgins would be nice in the second round. I do too. Yes, sir. Kieran says, my sense was Haynes mostly needed to hit the weight room this offseason. I'd much rather have a pass blocker who needs to bulk up to be effective in the run than a guy who's a liability in pass pro. And that's fair. Yeah, that's absolutely fair. What's up, Cool Breeze? Been here all the time just listening. My cat had a procedure yesterday, so I've been tending and taking care of my guy. But shout out to y'all. What's up, B? What's up, man? It's good to see you, bro. Lethal B, can we see Sharp's grade on outside zone runs? I have a feeling he really struggled at that, and I'm concerned how he's going to see many snaps excel at what we're going to do 70% of the time. I can kind of give you the base number on that. I can show you the inside-outside. It doesn't quite give you what you're talking about, which I wish it did. But it doesn't quite give you the depth to that. But it does give you a little bit of what you're looking for here. Bringing up the information here. Rushing. I'm trying to figure out where I saw this last time, by the way. So half the snaps last year with Charbonnet were split between gap and zone. Okay. So hard to read this, I know, but this gives you a little bit of an outlook here of runs for Charbonnet and where they went. And so, where is this thing? Find my deal here on this one. Okay, so you can see that this gets aligned. So you have the alignment at the top here. It's kind of a complicated little chart. Bring it up. It's hard to show this without. I got to make it small. Sorry, guys, so you can see all this. Okay, so first off, look at this chart at the top here. This would be right here that you want to take a look at. I'll highlight it. So this tells you LE, lefty, left guard, ML, up the middle, MR, right guard, right tackle. This shows you where the runs are at. So this doesn't give you the zone versus the gap thing you're kind of looking for, unfortunately. But it does give you the effectiveness of where they run the ball the best. And what we see on this, of course, is that a big part of this is going to, you get the 137 here on this one, 137 yards over LE, which would be outside that tight end. So those are kind of like, those are going to be the gap runs outside there. Those are going to be the wide zone kind of runs this out there. That's a 5 yard per carry average. Also averaging going over the left guard at 4.7. So good there. If you actually look here, it's, middle 3.2 yards. MR, that's going to be, A and B gap. You're basically right around 3 yards per carry. And so certainly when he gets in tight, run to the right, he's a little bit sharper there. Like here at right guard, when he goes over that B gap there, he's in a little bit better shape. But not bad numbers getting out to the edges of things. And I'm sorry, I wish they did have that they could break down. I might be able to find that on the NFL site. I'll try to look that up on the NFL site if I can. I know they're doing really well with some of that advanced stat stuff, so I might be able to locate there too. The advanced stat stuff's been really nice. I want this one. Bear with me, folks, for a second. See if we can find it. It's a great question. Running back. Why is it only rushing? There we go. Not in here either, man. Sorry. Would love to have that stat. Nothing out there I could find, Lethal. They got a lot of other good stuff in there, but nothing that would speak to. I wish there was more of that where we could see where the zone versus the other on that. That'd be nice. Who Grays? I thought Christian Haynes was overhated. There was a rep where he pancaked Aiden Hutchinson, spring canine open against the Falcons. Also felt like Mike had a vendetta against him for some reason. Definitely seemed like he was a bit in the coaching doghouse. I got a bit of that sense too as well. And I love the kid's tape coming out. Who Grays? I did. Just wasn't quite ready to go last year, which sometimes can happen. Some prospects need that extra year to kind of roll. JB Burner, NFL says we're getting Colston Loveland at 18, laughing out loud. I can't see it. I don't get the Colston Loveland, another guy in the first round. I don't get that from the tight end position. Yeah. I didn't see it on tape. Yeah, let's get Kenneth Grant instead. That would be better. I'm about to jump through the screen. What are you doing? Be nice. Be nice. Yeah, she's got something going on. I don't know if she saw a bird outside or something. It's damn better. Better than I thought. Makes me feel better about Charbs. Yeah. And those outside zone, that's the key with them, though. Those are the gap, those gap runs, right? That's him busting off that 60-yarder or whatever he did against the Cardinals. Because technically when you get those pullers and then he gets out, he's outside that tight end shoulder. So it ain't coming from outside zone on that. But that's where it'd be great, to your point, if we did have that stat that actually could show you the zone gap runs. I mean, there should be that stat. JB says the Seahawks front office doesn't seem like they know what they're doing. I think they do overall. There's some holes in their game there. That's really where the question is. Is the holes that do exist in their game going to overcome the good? But I think that there's a lot of good there in this. My mic keeps cutting in and out. Let me know if the mic's still weird here. Relis goes to Lovelands from Washington State. It's a cool story. That part's cool. More just a second round guy. Our front office or Minnesota? I would still take our front office. It's good to see that Minnesota's being aggressive and that they believe in themselves. And maybe the timing is right on that. Maybe it's not. I think they're putting a lot on J.J. McCarthy coming in there like as a rookie to be a contender. I don't know if the timing aligns up for the moves that they've made to be so aggressive there. But they're also trying to get their offensive line in the right shape to make sure that they're protecting J.J. because I'm sure they're very worried about him getting broken again. But I would still take us over them. They make good moves. They're a smartly constructed organization, and they do a lot of stuff that makes a lot of sense. But I'll give us the nod. Crazy. This offseason felt like Kubiak became head coach with the changes. You're riding on his direction and his guidance, Hoop Craze, to your point. And that's what you want. You want to have that faith in the coaching staff, and you want to let them know that they can feel that faith coming from you, that you're not trying to go your own way and that they got to work around it, which I think some general managers do. I do. MWM, even though I'm a Kenneth Grant as well at 18, coastal level would be a great pick too. He's so good. I think he will be a good player. And again, with him, I have him as a high second round guy, so I do like him. I just don't quite see the first round blocking, and I don't see quite a guy that does enough as a pass catcher to jump at 18, with it. HHG, I'd jump on Kenneth Grant at 18 all day long. All day long. Mike, sounds good? Okay. Brian East says Mike plus video is 5 out of 5. Well, thank you, Brian. I'm glad to hear that the new mixer worked out well today. Makes me feel good about this one. So thank you for that. Young says, I'm hearing it's pretty difficult to trade back in this draft this year, at least the first few rounds. Yes, because you have only so many blue chip players. Teams are going to look at the players that you have to pick at 18, and they're going to say, why should I move up from 26, 27 to 18 for a very similar player and give up draft capital to do that? That's where I do wonder if maybe you can find a team that falls in love with that player at 18, who's not a blue chip, they love him. And then they go, okay, make this make sense for us. We don't want to give up our pure prime pick to do this, so let's make this make sense. And I think that's where the creative way of doing this is you take your late third round pick, you move up from 18, you go to 26, 27, you have them give you their high second round pick, and now you got a little bit more of a primer player to pick from rather than those two back end third round picks that you're kind of sitting on right now as it stands. That would be to me, that'd be the nice way to do it. But Young purely to move back 18 to 26, 7 and get a third round pick back, probably not going to be able to pull that off. Kelly, hey B, sorry if you already saw this, but did you see Jihad Campbell's hit on Jackson Dart? It'd be so cool if you could play it, but damn, it's on YouTube. Yeah, I got to be careful on the playing with the college stuff, Kelly. They're almost sometimes a little bit more touchy with the college tape than they are with the pro, but I have to specifically kind of edit it offline to get it in the right thing so that YouTube doesn't freak out and lose their stuff over it. It has to be done very, very specifically. But I'll check it out. Check in with me on the next one. I'll take a look at the hit. Campbell's a dog, and he's by far the best inside linebacker in this draft. He's got Carsing, Swisinger beat left and right, and I think he's even better than Knight, more athletic, faster. Just a hell of a player, and with a lot of upside in his future on it. I wish it was kind of a need because I think there's a good chance that he could be kind of falling to you, and he's one of those guys kind of like Armand Mabou or Campbell or, a few of these other guys in this draft where I'm right on the line of wanting to put a blue chip grade on him. But I'll check it out. Jihad's a hitter. Is Nick or Starks a hitter or any? I'm missing these in the draft. Can you remember Kitchens last year? None of them are like Kitchens last year, Kelly. I don't even think either of those two guys are necessarily that you mentioned in Nick and Starks like Mustafa and how, he hits and tackles. But those guys are better as coverage guys. More pure as coverage guys, more multiple. Like they can play zone, they can play man, they can play down near the box, they can play to depth as a cover center, as a center field safety. They can do all that. So they're a little more. They've got the more rounded skill set than the safeties out of the last couple of drafts, I would say. I mean, Kitchens fell, I think, to the third round or something like that. And these guys are not. So they've got just the more pure, well-rounded talent, but they're not necessarily hitters. You can find some hits on their tape here and there. But with Kitchens, I mean, he was almost going out there recklessly. He wanted to light people up. And you can feel that from those kind of safeties in college versus the guys that'll do it if the right opportunity presents itself at the right time. Thoughts on CJ Dupree? Was a legitimate receiving option for Maryland, but was mostly an inline blocker at Alabama and did a good job of it. Testing was great. I have not had a chance to take a look at Dupree yet. So, and I'm sorry, last week I've gotten, between free agency and traveling, I have been super behind on my scouting. So I've got to hit it hard this weekend. I'm planning on really trying to rip through this. But I've wrote him down, Lethal. I'll take a look at, check with me on Sunday. We'll be live again on Sunday, and I'll have an update for you on him by then. I'll take a closer look. Got a little delayed. Free agency caught me off guard. There was so much going on, especially with all the Darnold and DK, or the Geno and DK trades. It auto-corrected you, Lethal. Testing was great. Was a legitimate receiving option, but was mostly an inline blocker. Okay. I'm stoked, man. A little bit of a full rounded skill. It's hard to find a lot of the inline guys, Lethal. You look through this draft and Arojo, Warren, Colston, Harold Fannin, Gunnar Helm. These guys are all H-back types and really pure H-back types at that. I think Warren can give you a little bit of inline snaps, but he's going to be mainly an H-back. Carmen, Brandon, did you by any chance already answer my super chat? I had to step out for a few, so I'm not sure if I missed it. Yeah, that was my bad too, Carmen. I was late on. I did read it. I did read it, but I know I was probably like 20 minutes late on it. So you know how it goes with me. Sometimes I get caught in the chat and I just miss it. But I don't mind answering it again here. You asked Brandon, after O-line, what is our next priority in the draft? Your opinion? So I think my pecking order would go I'm very certain on this pecking order, Carmen, where I feel pretty strongly about this would be where I'd line to. I think receiver, nose tackle, and cornerback. Those would be, after you get past offensive line, those would be my next three, the next three that I'd like to see taken care of, suited and booted. You like the receivers you have with Cooper Kupp here, but Cooper Kupp, MVS could be 1 year options in what they're doing. You got to pay JSN a year from now. You need some more depth. You need some more outside impact on this team, especially from the receiver position. And it's kind of a necessity, I think, a little bit. A nose tackle is right there, nose step for step. You don't even have really a nose tackle on this roster with the exception of Cameron Young as it stands right now. You want to get Byron Murphy out of the nose tackle position to the 3-tech. This would be a way to do that by addressing this. And then corner. You're a year out from having to decide on Rick Woolen if you want to pay him or not. J.C. Horn, who I don't think anybody has ever said is the best corner in the sport or anything close to that, just reset the market for the cornerback position. So maybe a way to kind of get yourself out ahead of something of money that you don't really want to pay to a particular player by getting a little bit of that reinforced there on that side too with the cornerback position. So those would be my three. Doesn't mean that I necessarily draft them in that order, Carmen. You might take a corner one like a Will Johnson at 18, but those would be the ones you want to keep in mind of that priority after offensive line. And I would expect those three positions somewhere in this draft to be addressed somewhere. If not early, they will be addressed. Prezons, it's funny how Beat advocates for the head coaches to stay out of offensive play calling, but when it happens last year, it leads to your quarterback and both your two starting wide receivers leaving. Well, I didn't get the impression that when DK was talking about Grubb not listening to them and them having interactions with Grubb through the week, and hey, me and Tyler came up with this stuff, that these are routes that can beat this kind of stuff. My impression from that DK interview was not that Grubb was coming in there and influencing the offense. We had Grubb speak on radio a couple times throughout the year about wanting to see more of the running game and that there being more of a commitment to the running game. But we never saw any proof, Prezon, that Grubb actually took that to heart and then leaned on that running game. But outside of him mentioning a couple times in the interview that he would like to have seen them stay a little bit more committed to running the ball, I don't think that there's any proof that you can point to of how McDonald had some sort of overhauling influence on the offense, and especially nowhere near the level of overhaul influence on the offense that Coach Carroll had. It's not an apples for apples situation, in my opinion, at all, or at least that there's not the proof of that being the situation at all. I don't see any evidence of that outside of a couple quotes him talking about running the ball more, and understandable the coach might be mentioning that when you're passing the ball at almost a 70% rate. And so maybe you can elaborate, if you could, for me on this, Prezon. Where were the parts and pieces of McDonald having heavy influence over the offense and the offensive play calling, aside from saying, I'd like to have seen us run the ball more? That's the only thing I can remember. I might be misremembering a couple things with it, but yeah, I am in that camp of it. You don't have the coach completely say nothing about the offense, but you don't want him guiding and putting his fingers in the pie, right? It's getting into that place you get to. Because I think what you're referencing back to your president is a little bit of my outlook, especially as it pertained to Coach Carroll. And Carroll didn't just come in there and have a kind of a quasi effect on the offense. He came in there and stuck all of his fingers in the pies. We're not going to run outside. We're not going to throw to the middle of the football field. I'm going to have my quarterback whistle it 10 yards over the top of my receiver's head on a fade route in the end zone because I don't want any red zone interceptions. You know, his impact on the offense could be felt year in and year out and was tangible. But I don't, again, please, I'd love to see what is it that's the proof of Mike Macdonald having that same kind of impact in that same way, and that I lamented in the past Carroll doing it. And if I see Mike Macdonald doing it the same way, I'm going to lament it. But telling your offensive coach who's throwing the ball at a 70% rate on dropbacks that are 7-step drops that are getting your offensive line exposed, getting your quarterback destroyed, and causing your run game to have no effectiveness, I don't think that that's a coach putting his fingers in all the pies. I think that's him pointing out something that's pretty self-evidentiary to pretty much everybody watching, including even the casual fans out there. Kelly says, thanks, B. Wait till you see it. He knocked his damn helmet right off, laughing out loud. I love Jihad. He's a dog. Jihad's a real good player. And I can be mad as I can't find as much a fit for him on the team as it stands with how we're set up, but I do trust in his talent. Gary Nakamura, Cam 2.0. He's not the hitter Cam is, but he's got more of a skill set that's a little bit wider than Cam had as far as a coverage man and more ability as a coverage man to do a variety of different things. MWM, Craig Woodson from Cal is a safety that loves to get in guys' faces and hit you. He's also a real ball hawk. Watched a little bit of him. He's an interesting player. Got him more into kind of like a 5th roundish range of things, but I like the tape. Not a bad player at all. You know, not a bad player at all. Versatile, athletic, free safety. He was all over the Bears defense. Speed is just barely above average, but 3-year starter, comfortable being the last line of defense or attacking the backfield in the run game. He would definitely fit in McDonald's defense in that way. Solid in coverage. It will stay tight in man or zone. His instincts are a little slow to click in for me at times. He can be misdirected and he can be fooled. I will say he does a good job of correcting in play, but it's there. Not always the most high effort of guys when it comes to the running game. He'll do what he has to do if the run comes to him, or will certainly tackle hard if he's attacking. But when aligned far off ball, I don't think he likes that part and will take elongated and laborious paths to the ball carrier. He does not get tested when he's in single high situations either from the safety position, but solid guy in that sort of 5th round area of things. Could be interesting, MWM. JB, I think the Seahawks can get Matt Stafford. I think it'd be hard to do. B, where do you rank Latham Ransom? Mid to late second? No, I'm out on Latham. I have guys, there's always guys in the draft that people just love more than me, and comes to safeties in this draft, especially a position that's one where there's just more differentiation between the players than ever before on that. I find him to be fairly nondescript as a player. He fails to elicit much excitement from me watching the games I watched. He scoots around the field with barely above average quickness and speed. His instincts are slow to react, slow to diagnose. Mainly played free safety, but does have some history of playing the box and in the slot. Average as a tackler with his share of misses throughout his college career. When he's in man coverage, he's not going to turn back and look for the ball. You can exploit him on that part. You can watch a Tyler Warren rep on this where Warren completely smokes him in coverage, never even gets his head back around for the ball. There's no separation on the play. He appears tentative and unsure when approaching from center field or on shorter routes underneath. He gets stuck on blocks when he just can't shoot the alley free. So when you get him running the alley free, he can look really good, but you get a block on him and he's going to stay blocked. I mean, he has a hard time getting around him. Don't ask him to set any edges. I just, honestly, watching his tape, I just found him to be pretty boring as a player in the grand scheme of things. He didn't do a lot for me, Chris. I liked Hickman better last year with Ohio State and the tape I saw from him. Hook Rays, B, are you also jumping on Twitch later or not? Yep, I will be on Twitch tonight, 7, 8 o'clock, somewhere in that range. If you want to catch me over there too. TheSeahawksNest, did Holmgren get lucky with O-line? Looking at 0006, I see Hutch, Womack, Locklear, Spencer. Do you really just know linemen? Seems like under Holmgren we took line, but not much more. Little of a different era, I'd say, Thrill House. More of an ability to keep your starting kind of 4 or 5 guys through some years. So you can get more of the continuity chemistry than ever before. But I would say no, he absolutely understood that lesson about getting quality offensive linemen. Holmgren came in here and he had Walter Jones already on the books. So left tackle was taken care of. He didn't have to address that. You then spent a high first round pick on Steve Hutchinson. You want to talk about this being the time when guards don't go high in first rounds as it is? Yeah, even more so the case back then when Hutchinson came out. But you made him a first round pick. You drafted a guy in the worst miss for the Seattle Seahawks in their history as a draft pick, the biggest loss, the hugest gaping shot you took was that Holmgren drafted a first round tackle out of Wisconsin by the name of Chris McIntosh. He got injured in training camp, had a problem with his neck, had to retire. Never played a snap. First round pick. You had Locklear was, I think, a third round pick when he came through. So Holmgren did more. He had more solidity to work with, so he didn't have to hammer it as much in the draft because he put the quality up. You get a guy like Hutchinson in the first round, you're set until the poison pill situation. You have a Walter Jones out there as your pillar. You don't need to look for another guy out there on that. And they got a center that was a free agent that they brought in. And obviously Chris Gray was fine, but I would say that he was willing to put a little bit more on the table there. Would be my outlook on it. Manny, how do you feel about Dante Thornton? Seems like he can get a good fit learning under MVS. Another guy that I swear, man, he's on my list to look at. I just have not gotten quite around to him. That's my bad. But he's one of the next guys up on my list. So check with me on Sunday, Manny. I will for sure have a breakdown for you on him. I spoke too soon, crashed again. Damn it. All right, Brian. Garth Crowcraft is more of a sneeze, actually. JSD, K9's the most underrated running back in the league. He's got a lot of talent, JSD. He has not had consistent blocking here from the jump. Give him that, and we're going to see the best version of him, and we've not gotten to see that best version yet. It's not been his fault, for sure. Lance, rumors of Pete wanting to trade for K9. What's the lowest pick you take from him? I'll take a third-round pick. I might go with a high fourth, Lethal, but it better be a high fourth. And I guess the Raiders would have a high fourth round pick. I don't think the plan here long-term is going to be to pay him. And if you're not going to pay him long-term, and this is a draft that's stocked with running backs, you can go get a replacement that's a pure fit to this scheme and system and what you're looking for. If you can get good value for him I'd really like to be in kind of a third round place where you're getting at least some kind of decent value back to make that turn. But if it's the Raiders' fourth, considering I don't think that we're going to sign him to extension, I'm okay with it. Jeff says, hell no to MOR in the first. He's way too overhyped. Agreed. Can't go with MOR in the first either. I think even the second round, you're on that line. You're really going for the tools more than you're going for the actual player at that point. Dawson, is underrated. He's just the most underused. There we go. All right. Well, I think we're kind of right at about the end here. We almost got about 4 hours, 45 minutes put down today. I think we put in some good work and some good time here. Maybe we can do a little bit of a mock here to finish this up. But we will go ahead and kind of finish this up on this. I got a couple donations here I might be behind. Let me get this. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, Campbell, Ernest Jones, only 2-year deal, backup inside linebacker and edge duties. Mike McDonald can mold him to Parsons Light. It's a rich pick for the Hawks. Much love from San Diego. Whoa, hey, we got another San Diego in the house. Let's go. Well, thank you, Kevin. It certainly is a hot point of topic right now. A lot of people in this mode of it. I was just showing this stat right here that I think is a kind of an important one on this, Kevin, because let's take this out. If you're drafting a guy in the first round to then sit for 2 years to eventually ascend to that starter role. I mean, that's kind of a luxury pick to be able to make that. And for a team right now that's not really in a luxury situation, it doesn't add up to me. That makes a lot of sense if you're talking about making that guy wait. I was also speaking to this a second ago, Kevin, on the fact that you did this with Jordan Brooks. You took this very same path with Jordan Brooks, and it failed out. And not only with Jordan Brooks on this, let's remember with this, the team has recently had so many players that they have signed and that they have drafted, and then they move them to the positions that are not their natural positions. And then it fails, and the player is less. And it's not been a winning strategy for us, Kevin. You know, like if we had done this and we had guys we've been moving to all these different positions, and that paid off, and that paid off, and Jordan Brooks at the will linebacker role through the first 2 years of his career, awesome. Let's keep doing that. But it hasn't worked, you know, and that's where I come back to on my mind on this. You're not alone. There is a collection of growing 12s, and I've seen probably, I think, about 8 or 9 folks that have mentioned Jihad Campbell now as the guy that they are looking to target there at 18. But I just don't get this. I can't wrap my head around it. And you know, with me, Kevin, I love Jihad Campbell. I love him. But with the pathway you've taken with Jordan Brooks and doing this very same thing and how that didn't work, with the fact that you've taken other guys like Byron Murphy last year and you moved him to nose tackle, he's a 3-tech. He's a 3-tech. He's not a nose tackle. He's a league average nose tackle. He's a dynamic 3-tech. So I go, I'm always a guy, as I say on this, that says every team's going to make its mistakes. Every team's going to get some things wrong. What you want to be is not the team that's going to always be looking to never make a mistake. Mistakes will be made. What you want to do is not make the same mistakes over and over and over again in the same way. If you make a mistake in a specific way, course correct, learn from your ways, adjust, and then go to a different track and a different approach then after that. But this would be, if you were to take Campbell to me, Kevin, more of an example of you doing more of some of the stuff you've done in the past that's had failing results and you expecting it to suddenly work this time. What probably ends up happening is you end up sticking Campbell behind guys for 2 years. You get to finally year 3 and okay, you move off Ernest Jones, but you basically blown out the first 2 rookie years of his deal. And that's not good, to me, valuation of a first-round talent. I get a first-round talent, I'm expecting an instant starter. I'm expecting instant productivity. That should be what we're hoping for. And you mentioned the Parsons thing, and again, I know that the hot to trot thing on this, and I kind of think Dan Vienne's kind of pushed this thing. If I'm being honest with you guys, I've been watching Dan like really hammer this one, and I'm like, Dan, we're going to have to eventually get into some kind of debate on this, because you're looking at right now the pass rush win rates for edges in college over my left shoulder. At the top of the bar, these are all the top end prospects in this draft operating off the edge, and you've got 38% for Josiah Stewart and 30% for Brady Swinson. And you can just see these guys up 20%. And all over, all these top end prospects are putting productivity on tape. Even a Jared Ivey, second, third round guy at 18%. You've got Campbell down here at 14%. As low as you're going to find in this draft as an edge guy. And you already know with him, he's going to be a raw edge guy coming out there. He's played most of his time as an inside linebacker, but because of the success of a Parsons, people now think these inside linebackers can just fluidly establish themselves as elite edge guys. Parsons been the only guy that's done this here in recent years. Maybe you want to put a Trayvon Walker as a guy. The guy's been somewhat of an off-ball linebacker, but he was more edge at Georgia than he was off-ball linebacker. Whereas at Alabama, Gial Campbell's been an off-ball linebacker who's done a very small smattering of edge play. But that's where I come down, and I could be wrong on this, Kevin, because again, there's so many of you out there that feel that this is such a good approach that it maybe is just an example of how maybe I'm not seeing the Campbell situation correctly. I love him. I don't buy him as being an edge. I think he's an inside linebacker. I think you're going to be waiting 2 years if you draft him in the first round. I don't think where the team is at on their process. Like if we were a team that was like the Eagles, Kevin, we're riding high and we're kicking ass and taking names, and we can make luxury picks like the Eagles were able to make that luxury pick of Jalen Carter a couple of years ago. You can find yourself in that place. That's great, but you're just not in that place. You're more in trying to build this thing up rather than, build on what is already kind of a strength for something you're going to wait a couple of years down the line on, to kind of get it back on that one. So I love Campbell. I do. He's my favorite inside linebacker in this draft. I don't buy that he's going to be able to operate off the edge. He doesn't have the hand usage. He's not a natural edge rusher. It would take him a long period of time. Say nothing of the fact that if he comes here as that edge rusher, he comes in here as the fifth edge. So how many snaps is he really going to get operating off that edge even if he's mildly effective. He's not going to be better than Uchenna. He's not going to be better than DeMarcus. Not going to be better than Boye Mafe. Not going to be better than Derek Hall. So you just draft a guy in the first round to kind of sit him. And that's really only the centerpiece of it for me. But I love him as a player, and he'd be a great tool for McDonald to be able to have at the inside of his defense. Don't get me wrong there. But you just kind of have made your bet, I think, already with this, with the Ernest Jones situation, on it. But again, I want to preface here, Kevin, that this may be just a bit of my own kind of outlook on this, that there's been the many 12s out there that I've heard from in recent shows, not just today, a good 7 or 8 people that have mentioned it, who are really hot to trot on Campbell and kind of, in a lot of people's mind, I think, kind of a little bit quasi in that one of their number one guys that they would like to jump at, kind of a favorite. And his tape's great. Kelly was talking about it, like his tape is so much fun. It is. But it's not fun with him operating off the edge. It's fun with him just being a pure Mike and going out there and doing, middle linebacker things. I think that there's just, the Parsons thing is going to be more to me the exception to the rule than the general rule. And I think that he's going to benefit a little bit of this, of the Parsons coming through here. And then we have this particular draft where you have a Jalen Walker, who's a lot like the Parsons, off-ball linebacker who presents more to being an outside guy at the next level. That's really where he should be making that transition. And then, of course, Carter, who's going to be doing the same kind of thing. So I get where people are coming from and looking to make that leap with this. And he has played some edge to add to some of that. It's just that he's not giving you that same ability off the edge when he transitions like those other guys. I mentioned those 2 guys that are this year. So you have Jalen Walker here at almost, 21% as a pass rush win rate. And that's with him as an off-ball linebacker, rarely used there up at off the edge. And then, of course, one of our top guys at the top of the pops here, the 4th rated on this board at almost 29%, is Abdul Carter. So those guys, and I would estimate too, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I would guesstimate on this that if we went back and looked at Micah Parsons' pass rush win rate in college, it's probably going to be up much higher than Campbell's, giving you much more of the feeling that he's going to be able to tap into that. That's less of you doing the projection and more of, he hasn't done a lot of it, but when he did do it at college, he was kind of dominant in doing it in college. But I might be off on this one, Kevin. I might be missing this one, And much love to you as well as a fellow San Diego guy. Thank you for the donation and the support, brother. As well as I believe you are a member of the channel too. In addition to that, we're having a good one. Me in the house. Let's go. Let's go. Me up in the house dropping his $100 donation. Me's just been dropping 100, 200, 150. Just dropping these big fat donations on my butt every stream here. Man, thank you for that, Me. Really, really amazingly kind of you for that big monster donation. $100 donation. Let's go. Let's go. He says, been a minute. Hope you're doing well, Brandon. Here's to the upcoming draft. Go Hawks and go 12s. Y'all have a great weekend and stay safe out there. Well, you do as well. Everyone have yourself a great, safe weekend out on that side of it. But Me, thank you, man, for the $100 donation. I really, really do appreciate it. We're now, to Me's point on this, we're starting to do a little bit of a pivot here now as we get into what I would essentially call the wave 2 of free agency, quickly shifting into wave 3, which means that we're going to start to pivot here very, very succinctly as we get to the end of this month to the draft. And we're going to do a lot of draft-centric stuff here, sleepers, your hidden gems, your Seahawks players. We're going to be doing a lot of streams kind of based around some specific items in this draft. In addition, of course, me and Brendan doing the individual look at the positional groups one by one here as we lead in this month. And of course, we'll be doing all 3 days of the draft, end to end, 1, 2, 3, day 1, 2, 3. So do please join me here for that, as we'll be having a lot lined up. I'm hoping to have a couple of guests come through here through the couple of days of the draft to kind of mix it up and spice it up a little bit here for you guys. So do please make this the destination location for you guys on draft day. But thank you, Me. You are awesome, man. Go Hawks, go 12s, go you for all of your support here to the channel. And I've been doing great. Sad to be away here for a week. I missed you guys, not being able to go live on that and just kind of get some stuff figured out. But we're back. We're hot. We're going to get this rolling. And I really thank you, man. You've been tremendous in all of your support this channel. I mean, just absolutely tremendous. Keeping the Hawks Nest going here through this through the quiet, dead off season. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so very much. He says, great suggestion. I'll be preparing to head out to Washington the next couple of days. Have a great trip, Me. Have a great trip. There's Me with the donation. Hey, Lance, if we head into the season with Sundale and a rookie center, do you think Kubiak still has them call on the protections, or do you think he shifts that on to Darnold? I understand that the protections in this situation, in this scheme, come from the center. I think that there's a purposeful point to that being that you want to try to pull that off the plate of the quarterback. You give the quarterback some say in it, and if they see something or recognize something, you let them have the control to get it fixed. But I think that you want the center calling them so you can have the quarterback looking at coverages, looking at alignments, changing the play to the right play, adjusting things as they need that goes outside of the protections. It's a lot to take off the quarterback's plate if you can. Oh, well, I will tell you this, guys. We're gonna do a mock draft. You know why we're doing the mock draft? We're doing it because of me. Because me's dropping a big fat donation at the end. This is a mock draft that's brought to you by me and their subsidiaries, me subsidiaries. And we're going to do a draft today that's going to roll in the direction of exactly what I'm advocating for this to be in this draft, which is I want to move back to 26. If I got to factor in a third round pick or whatever to do that, I'm going to do it. I want to get back in the second round a third time. I move back in the first and get back in the second round a third time. That is what I'm driven to want to get done here. So let's roll. Grant's on the board, but I'm passing on Grant. I'm doing the hard thing here. All right. So if we want to get back to, let's say we go back to Texans, they need picks, they need help, right? I want 25. We get 18. I want 58. And I'll give you Detroit 32. They're not interested. Jesus. We're going to force it. Something like that. I think that's realistic. You're giving them a late third round pick. Give them the first. You're moving back to 7 spots. This is our scenario. This is my scenario. All right, so we're 25. We got Burden. We got Pierce there off the edge. Colston Loveland, Jalen Walker. A lot of good players here. Shadur Sanders, quarterback drifts. They've got him continue to predict him to fall. James Pierce, got the edge here. Character concerns. May provide John a little bit of hesitancy. Got Jalen Walker still on the board here. Walker could be an interesting cat. But Kelvin Banks there is kind of a draw. I think we get our left guard taken care of with Kelvin Banks. Can always come back, I think, and get edge later. Let's go with Kelvin. Oh, second round, Jack Besh. I got Besh right there. It's too good. I took care of my offensive lineman. I can go a little bit more free here. We got Cooper Kupp to teach the next future Cooper Kupp. I'm not a big Alec Ianamore guy. I'm not there. I can't sign up. Okay. So we've got 2 second round picks remaining. We have taken Kelvin Banks and Jack Besh, offensively speaking. We have some fun players here. Arante Arce is a guy who's taken a lot. Mason Taylor here. Josiah Stewart with that huge pass rush win rate. That's early for me with him on the second round. I can't quite do it. But we do see as well that don't necessarily have an offensive lineman standing out here. Big Schmarz Turner guy either. Xavier Watts. Xavier Watts is my 3rd highest rated safety in this draft. Ball hawk at the safety position. Ooh, I am definitely drawn in a couple different directions here. Benjamin Morris, but you don't know where his injury situation's at. Who's our value pick here? I have a second round grade on a lot of these guys. They're all right in the same territory. Kyle Kennard, Arisay. Arisay I've got a first round pick on, but you're already taking your tackle there. You got Jordan Phillips, nose tackle down the board, but you can get him later. I kind of like Andrew Makuba better than I like Xavier Watts. I think I got him higher on my board than Xavier Watts. Tough. A lot of good players you go with here, man. I'd be really pulled on this one if they're at this spot. All right, we're staying with value here. Man, Phillips might be the... I'm a little worried about Makuba's size, but I have Makuba a little ahead of Watts on my ranked list than this. I like Makuba a lot. I'm torn, you guys. I'm really torn here on this one. So Arisay, I do have a first round grade on. I probably should trust my value board on that. I got Makuba over Watts. Yeah, I can come back and get that later there. Okay. Well, we won't go pick. We won't go pick here. Let's go outside. Let's do Watts. We'll do a value-based board here as much as we can on this one. All right, come back now. I got Arisay, Jordan Phillips. We will be picking once in the third round. So we'll go with Y Millions, so would Vania. See, I have Arisay higher than those guys. I know I've picked Arisay a bunch on this, but I just have him higher than these other guys. I'm trying to go different directions on these drafts as I can. So far, we've taken left tackle, wide receiver. Ooh, it's had me. I didn't mean to take IM on him. I did not mean to take IM on him. Ah, hell. Damn it. Ignore that, you guys. You saw who I was really trying to take on the last pick. Grab the wrong freaking guy. Damn it. Oh, my God. This is what happens when you get 5 hours in the stream. Your head starts going zzz. I know you guys love your mocks, though. All right, let me try this again since the thing didn't pick the right thing. The hell with it. I don't care. God, I can't believe it didn't pick the one I selected there. I didn't. Sorry, guys. This is what it gets hard 5 hours in. My head just starts to go bip, 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 bip. I have to do this stuff live. It is. Okay. 1892, offer trade. Trade accepted. All right, let's try this again. Banks. Oh, Jack Besh is gone. Somebody took Jack Besh. Jesus. This gets harder and harder, doesn't it? Oh, Lordy. I don't care. I want to go through this. All right. Arisay. So we got a wide receiver, got our tackles. Jordan Phillips will take a nose. Wide receiver here. All right, so we've got our left guard, we got our right guard potential fixed in here. We got our 2 wide receivers. We've got a nose tackle. We're in the 4th round here. A lot of good stuff over here. It's kind of weak over here. We can come back and still get a center later. I don't think Tyler Shock's last into this spot, so I would pick Tyler Shock here, but he's going in the 2nd round at this point. No chance that he's going to land to your Seahawks. Go Jalen Connors. Kyle McCord. Gets lean in here. Gets very lean. All right, so we got McCord. Where are we at with centers? Fairchild. We got Drew Kendall in there. Cooper Mays is kind of interesting. I think he'd be a decent. All right, so we pick a little bit soon here. Let's get some linebacker depth, shall we? Let's make sure we come out of this with one center in the mix on this. I grab Drew Kendall. Bring the Kendalls back to Seattle. All right. bear with me on this one, you guys. And sorry, it's not my best work here. It's a laggy here. Okay. Here's our mock here, folks. We've got Kelvin Banks is number 1. Not big Alec Ionamore guy at that point. I would like to them that Jack Bash, but the value is right. He's a route runner. He's got a lot of stuff that he brings to play that I think is a little similar to Jaden Higgins. And then he's a bigger body guy that can create some separation. Kind of gives you some of that typical kind of build size look you look for the West Coast offense guys into. Long arms, angular build, just kind of looks like a West Coast kind of receiver. You know, he's sort of a Packer kind of look of a receiver that you tend to look for in those guys. Aricet gives you the tackle guard convert. You get a little bit of insurance in the future for Abraham Lucas, a guy that can move into right guard as well. In Banks, I think I'd be my left guard guy, / also gives you some insurance on the cross thing if the negotiations don't go well there. Jordan Phillips is one of my favorite nose tackles in the draft. He is not in the same place of Kenneth Grant, but certainly worthy and deserving in second, third round range, I think. Very young guy, 20 years old, something like that. Savion Williams, I pair him up with Ionamore, 2 very separate skill set kind of guys and what they bring to the stage. Wouldn't surprise me if you double dipped on wide receivers in this draft in this way and finding 2 guys that are different in the skills that they bring to the field for this offense. It is a need here as we stand, I think. And Billy Bowman, playmaker at the safety position, ball hawk back there, undersized, questions about that, but he's going to take the ball away, which is an important thing to do from the safety position. Jalen Connors gives you the fullback tight end snaps you're going to need. Kyle McCord can really spin it there out of Syracuse. Probably goes higher than the 5th round, but I'll pull the trigger there if he's available. Teddy Buchanan, really fast, really well built linebacker, can run all over the football field. Instincts are a little touch and go, which is why he drops, but physically he's got the goods. Maybe Mike can coach him up. And then Drew Kendall, you go back to the lineage. Pete Kendall's son, Drew Kendall out there at Boston College, bring him in here. Guy not a little high upside, but you give him the 7th round. Man, I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that at all. I thought about Mason Taylor too, Lethal Lance. I've just taken him in a couple of other mocks. So I'm going to try as I can on these to kind of flip him up a little bit as I can and not go down kind of that same line, you know. But I wouldn't mind him in the 2nd round either. Very safe pick. Very safe pick. Tezakaku, thank you for the $7 donation. Tezakaku says, did you see the new nickname for Kupp and Jackson? Blackjack. I like it, man. I'm definitely going to absolutely be building a thumbnail at some point, Tezakaku, with them on a ace and whatnot, face card, and get the 21 on there. So I absolutely will be putting a thumbnail together like that. And I love the nickname, man. Blackjack. That's great. You get 21 or an instant first down, however you want to call it. It's either 21, sir, or instant first down. Both means Tezakaku, the same thing with these 2 guys, as they're going to be doing a lot of moving the chains, a lot of keeping those chains going. And but Blackjack's great. That's an awesome nickname and perfect. It just kind of fits, right? It just kind of fits. Just sounds right. But yeah, I love it, man. I gotta start working on that thumbnail at some point. When we get into, Tezakaku, when we get into the spring, it's a little quieter and you got to get the people hyped up. That's when you whip out the Blackjack thumbnail. Talk about the most dominant route running receivers in the game. MWM, if you don't like Ionamore, just watch the Stanford Colorado game. He absolutely torched Travis Hunter all night long. He did. And he's one of those guys, MWM. There's always a collection of guys like in the draft. Because I found this out about myself through the years on this, where I'm like, I don't like him, but I don't have a good reason not to like the guy yet necessarily, right? There's guys I'll pick at and I'll be like, I don't like him, and I like him because of A, B, C, D, E, F, G. But then there's receivers that I'll be like, it's not my flavor, but I get it. And Ionamore is not necessarily my flavor, but I get it. And if he's the pick, I'm not saying that this is a guy whose value is completely overrated. It's just sometimes with me that there's some prospects that you're putting the connection together and the sparks sometimes click and fly and I see it. And there's other times that you're sitting there doing this and it just doesn't quite ignite in that way. And he's just a little bit like that for me, but I would absolutely give ground on this in saying that he's very worthy of being picked very high in this draft, being worthy of being picked at and looked at as some of the better receivers in this draft. Thought about taking Knight as well, but Same problem you get into with Campbell, you get into there where you're sitting in behind those guys, and I don't know if I want to do that. Brady, I noticed when you point your mouth away from the dead rat on your mic and speak softly, your voice cuts out entirely. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's probably then maybe a little bit my low floor that comes up on that a bit. Got to fine tune that a little bit, Brian, where you're trying to make sure that you don't get the background sounds coming through, but then that can then eliminate the noise on the front end with the mic with it. It's like that. I'll try to continue to kind of get it right. We're going to be on Twitch tonight, Slobby1. So I'll be on about 8 o'clock tonight. If you guys aren't, please do get subbed up to me on Twitch. I am the Seahawks Nest. Every Friday night we go live over there. We'll be live tonight and maybe a couple times this weekend. So yeah, absolutely back over there for sure. MWM, Iona Moore is Canadian, so that just makes me love him much more. Oh, hell yeah. Canadians, I'll tell you what, they got that hockey background. All Canadian football players tend to be tough, even the kickers. You like that about him. 10 and 11, says a cocker. Thank you. I was struggling to get it out. It's when you're 5 hours in the mouth, just gets mealy mouthed a little bit. JSD, when you eating for dinner? I'm going to In-N-Out later. I think I'm going to get a burger too, JSD. We got a place down the road here for me that's this, they make a nice little burger, great fries, little dipping sauce. It's got that little like exotic dipping sauce, you know, a little bit of, a little spicy, but a little bit of like, it's just got that right combo. You know. Tone Hawk Dog. I always take Bowman in the safety at 137 in my mocks. Hard to turn down a ball hawking safety, even if he's a little bit undersized. And maybe it's just the Earl Thomas effect on my memory, Tone Hawk, but I just have a hard time not jumping on those kind of guys when they're built like that. And he's kind of built like that, where he just has it's like Kobe Bryant, where the guys just seem to have like a magnet for the football at times, something inherently in them that allows them to have that. Robert says, any round table without Brandon has no legitimacy. That's right, Robert. It ain't real if I ain't there. I'm telling everybody I'm out on Cabo, thinking I'm living big. What are they doing out there? What are they doing? Dogzilla was Pumpkin born in Canada. She looks suspicious. Pumpkin was, she's the California girl, man. She's blonde, you know. What if John doesn't actually draft guards in the first few rounds? They're really trusting Ryan at that point in their development and that the young players are going to take a step forward. And it may happen, but like not approaching anything in free agency, like not making any trades, not then drafting early, you're, from a John Schneider perspective, and improving what was one of the league worst units and needing to have so much work there to get that done and right, you're making your job seemingly very hard to accomplish that by only allowing yourself to pass through this narrow way to make it happen. And that's what that would mean, Ryan. Doesn't mean it's impossible that he couldn't find the players then later on to make it go, but I certainly wouldn't predict that. I wouldn't predict success on the back of that approach. Robert says, can't take next year too seriously if we aren't attacking the O-line in free agency. One step back, 2 steps forward, Rob, and Rob, my brother in the house. Always good to see you, Robbie. And yeah, you're absolutely right. I said this has been my standpoint as well, and people I don't think love to hear this, is that it does mean when we're going to have to take a step back. We're going to have to kind of ease this one back a second, take a breath, and then get this back in the right direction. That it's not what people want to hear when they've been waiting for 10 years for a contender, and I get that. But it also doesn't mean it isn't the accurate outlook of what we're looking at right here too, you know. 34 days away from the draft kick-up. We're knocking on the door, man. Knocking on the door. It's going to be a long 34 days, Dogzilla, but we're going to get through it fast. You'd be surprised. How many more mocks we get to watch? Oh, I'm going to get another easily 20 in. Easily 20 in. That's light work. That's light work. Mez Ape B, how do you feel about Danny Stutzman at middle linebacker and possibly RUS rushing off the edge if we get him in the 4th or 5th? I don't see he's a guy that's rushing off the edge. I think that this is the effect of Micah Parsons in a draft with Jalen Walker and Abdul Carter. I think I'm seeing a bit of a tendency there, Mez Ape, for people to go, well, these guys can rush off the edge, so now every inside linebacker with some size and length can do the same thing, right? And I don't think that is the case with Stutzman. Really highly instinctive player, a fun player, and that he's a hard-nosed, good tackler, pretty good size for his build and what he brings. I was a little worried about the speed with him, but he went out and ran that 4.58 40, and this is one of those guys watching the tape that I wanted to see the testing times to verify that he's got enough juice there, because the guy you could worry about running a 4.65, 4.7 40, and you're like, the tape does sometimes show he's not the quickest of cats at the best of times, and that might limit him as a pro into being even a solid starter in this league. But I've got a 4th round grade on him now with the testing times. smack dab right in that spot. I don't think he'll be an impact inside linebacker in this sport, but I think he could be a guy that comes in and gives you really steady play for the position, is a leader in the locker room, and that's very valuable to have when your inside linebacker is also the leader on defense. So he can be that kind of general back there in that way. He just may not be really highly impactful, but just steady. And if you've got a good defense built around him, you can build a very good defense with him as an inside linebacker in your defense, I think. But 4th round is where I'd want to go with him on that. Tone Hawk Dog, Ionamar is fast on his 40 time, but plays slow. Yeah, I agree. Kind of felt that same thing. A little bit, sometimes maybe a little bit of a lack of explosiveness on tape. Had 5 guys delivered. Let's go. Robert Pennington with a $2 donation. He says, I'm standing for Manning. We're trying to figure out. There was, Rob, earlier in the stream, it was angle the back for Arch. That was one of the ones that was presented, Rob. Angle the back for Arch. That's hard to fit that on the t-shirt, and then you got to just show a pair of butt cheeks, right? Angle the back for Arch, butt cheeks on the back. It's hard to pull that one off. Hard to pull that one off. But thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. You know I do. I'll be seeing you tonight. Rob will be on with me tonight doing some gaming on that side of it. And I think we'll wrap it up on that note. We've got a good 5.5 hours almost in here today. I want to thank everybody for some really kind, good discussion. I know some of the topics we had to talk about today were not always the brightest, best, funnest, most enjoyable things to discuss. But I do appreciate that everybody was able to, have the good discourse in the chat as we try to have here. And that there's going to be those times where there's a lot of arguments and debates between each other on where the proper approach and direction of this team is. I support John Schneider. I support where this team's going. I'm not in the fire John Schneider mode, as so many people are right now on the back of this free agent period as it approaches the offensive line. I'm also not in bootlickerville of everything John does never stinks and never has a problem with it, and everything he does is great and he's just amazing, which at times seems to be where some of the others will sometimes land onto the other side of it, where it just has to be almost one extreme or the other, versus landing in that place of nuance, landing in that gray area where the truth tends to lie, and trying to just get the clear vision of it, which is why we have that debate in this channel and go back in this way, is to get to that clear point, to get to that place of, here's what it really is. Not what it is to the extreme degree on either sides, but where it really does land in its absolute. And that's where I tend to stand with this one. As it is where Rob has said on this, you are doing a little bit of a step back approach with this. I've said this is a bit of a step back approach. Some 12s have some it draws out some very tough reactions from, which I get. But rest assured in this, and taking the step back this offseason and not scrambling and not rushing desperately and not trying to microwave the situation, you're taking the proper approach. And in taking the proper approach, that will eventually bear out the best results. Does it bear out the fastest results? No. But I do believe it will bear out the best results because you're operating intelligently. And the organizations that tend to become contenders are the organizations that can stack up intelligent decision after intelligent decision after intelligent decision. It's not magically just landing the superhero quarterback. It's making right choice after right choice after right choice after right choice. Not every right choice is going to work out right. There's an element of luck involved. You can have all of the right parameters in place and it still breaks wrong. But if you're trying at every turn to operate intelligently, you're doing your best to give you the best possible chance for luck to break in your favor. What they say about luck? Luck is where success is where luck meets preparation. Kind of like that. I think I butchered it, but it's like that. So the team is operating intelligently. There's certainly a bit of a blind spot here right now that we can see that they're working to try to operate around, and maybe they will or maybe they won't. That's going to be, I think, the keys we go forward in the future of this offseason, this draft. But there's a lot of good things they bring on the other side of it too. And we have a great base in place on this team. We're money situation set up really nicely. We have 100 picks in the top 100 of this draft, more than any NFL team coming into this draft. We can get some stuff done here. We can absolutely get some stuff done here. And even though I am saying it's a step back kind of year, even though I'm saying that we're probably going to have to wait a year to get to contending status, doesn't mean it's impossible that things come set this year, that they slide together right at this time, that it's a little bit fast forwarded. You never know in football. It's hard to predict in that way, especially with young teams that are in the cycle of development. That development can kick in at any time. Saw this with JSN. First year, not a lot there. First couple of games, not a lot there. And bam, he woke up. The monster woke up, and he didn't get quiet through the whole rest of the year. So this is how it works with these young players at this time, and that way that light can kind of click on when you suddenly at times even least expect it. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Keep the hope. Keep the faith. And no matter where you stand on this issue, whether you're just pro John to the ultimate or I am out on John, always remember, the 12th man that you are next to, side to side, that you might be in disagreement with, is part of your family. They are part of the people that are voting for the same team. When you insult them, you insult yourself. When you look down upon them and raise a finger and wag it at them, you wag it right back at your own self. We have difference of opinion of how we look to get to the spot, but we all want to get to the same spot. We're on the same team. We're looking to get to the same area. Disagreement, understandable. But this is not your enemy in the Pacific Northwest. This is not your enemy in the 12th man. And over the past week, I've seen a lot of discourse online. Luckily, it doesn't happen in my comment section in the chat, but I see it so much online where there is that prevailing feeling, us against them. It's us against the NFL, not us against our own fans. Please remember that. Please know that these guys are all part of the same family here, no matter whether you agree with them or not. We're riding together on this, and we're going to get there together on this. And we may not all agree in how we're going to get there on this, but you better believe we are going to get there. You keep that faith. Wherever you stand on this, you keep that hope. And you know, whether it happens this year or in the future, we are going to get back to that mountaintop, that we are moving in the right direction. Love you guys. I appreciate you guys. I thank you guys for the tremendous amount of support here at the channel, as so many donors today. Again, me with a $100 dono on it. Thank you so much for that. But beyond all that, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.